Like, swords up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Swords up, throw it 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 up. Like, throw them swords up, throw them swords up. Where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, throw them up. Avengers, where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 dice. Dani in the house, in the house, in the house. Avengers in the house, in the house, in the house, in the house. Swords up, turn up, turn up. Let's get messy, let's get nosy, let's go. Give him the tea, give him the news, give him the biz, give him the mess, the mess, the mess, the mess, the mess. Swords up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Swords up, throw it 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 up. Throw them swords up, throw them swords up. Where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, throw them up. Avengers, where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 dice. Who gon' check me? I'm playing chess, you playing checkers, checkmate, checkmate. Next caller, swords up, swords up, swords up, swords up, up, up. I don't like you, can't stand. If it's up, then it's stuck. Get stuck. Swords up, swords up, swords up, swords up, up. You're mad, they mad. You're pressed, they pressed. Got your bother, they bother. Got your trigger, they trigger. Swords up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Swords up, swords up, swords up. Throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Hey, throw them swords up, throw them swords up. Where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, throw them up. Avengers, where you at? Where you at? Throw them up, then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 then slice and dice, then slice and dice, then slice, dice, 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 dice. Let's go, start the show, symbol, we in chill, let's go. Avengers, assemble, lights, camera, action. We ready, stay ready, stay ready. Swords up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up, throw it up. Swords up, throw it 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 up. Hey, throw them swords up, where you at, where you at? Throw them up, Avengers, where you at, where you at? Throw them up, then slice. Yeah.
Tell the haters your biz what cost you. Don't tell them nothing. Don't let them know nothing. Move it silent. Keep it to yourself. Keep it a secret. Keep it cute. Keep it class. Keep it moving. Keep them watching. Keep them guessing. Keep them guessing. Keep them hating. I plead the fifth. Back up. That's none of your biz. Hold up. That's none of your biz. 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 I'm moving in silence. That's none of your biz. I'm moving in silence. I'm moving in silence. Tell a hater your biz will cost you. Don't tell them nothing. Don't let them know nothing. Moving silent. Keep it to yourself. Keep it a secret. Keep it cute. Keep it class. Keep it moving. Keep them watching. Keep them guessing. Keep them hating. They jealous. They know it. Praying I fail. Praying I lose. Praying I fall. Not telling you nothing. Not letting you in. Not letting you in my circle. Stay out of my biz. Stay out of my face. Stop asking me questions. You heard what I said. Stop asking me questions. Don't make me get ratchet. Get ratchet. I plead the fifth. Back up. That's none of your biz. Hold up. That's none of your biz. 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 I'm moving in silence. That's none of your biz. I'm moving in silence. I'm moving in silence. You wanna know my plans, my actions, how I move, how I groove, what I'm gon' do, when I'm gon' do. You wanna know my goals, my steps. You out of my biz. 21 questions. Next question. Skip now, dip. I plead the fifth. Back up. That's none of your biz. Hold up, that's none of your biz. 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 Biz. I'm moving in silence. That's none of your biz. No biz. I'm moving in silence. I'm headed to the top. Can't stop, won't stop. I'm pressure. Straight, no chaser. Ambitious, go get it. I'm hurt. Let's go. I'm headed to the top. Did I stutter? Did I muddle? I'm headed to the top. That's where I'm going. Go. No more question. I plead the fifth. Back up. That's none of your biz. Hold up. That's none of your biz. 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 I'm moving in silence. That's none of your biz. No biz. I'm moving in silence. I'm moving in silence.
You gon' fuck around and find out. You gon' fuck around and find out. I'ma put your ass in timeout. I'ma give your ass a knockout. I'ma give you a whooping your mama shoulda gave ya. Oh, you gon' fuck around and find out. I got time today, you gon' find out. Any place, map it out. It's on sight. You gon' pull up, you ain't gon' pull off. You gon' fuck around and find out. Oh, you thought you could try me. Oh, you thought you could play me. I'm the coach, you the player. You can't teach the coach. You can't play the coach. You can't beat me at my own game. You can't cheat when it's my game. Checkmate, don't calculate. I win, you lose. That's 1 for me, 0 for you. You gon' fuck around and find out. You gon' fuck around and find out. Why the mother bitches mad? Why the mother bitches hate it? These bitches is mad, these bitches is sad. Cause they fuck around and found out. You gon' fuck around and find out. I'ma put your ass in time. I'ma give your ass a knockout. I'ma give you a whooping your mama shoulda gave ya. Oh, you gon' fuck around and find out. I got time today, you gon' find out. Ain't the one to play with, go play with your mama. Ain't one of your little friends, go play with your coochie. Cause it's played out, ran through just like you. You gon' fuck around and find out. You gon' fuck around and find out what the mother bitches talk about. How I beat them, how I quit them. You gon' fuck around and find out. The mother niggas try to play me and they got played. Like a fiddle, now they feeling little, like a handful of cards. I saw their hands, I saw their cards. Played them before they could play me. They fuck around and found out. Treat me like I'm dumb, you gon' look dumb. You gon' fuck around and find out. You gon' fuck around and find out. I'ma put your ass in timeout. I'ma give your ass a knockout. I'ma give you a whooping your mama shoulda gave ya. You gon' fuck around and find out. I got time today, you gon' find out. Your mouth gon' get you in trouble. Humble yourself before I humble you. Because if I clock you, I'ma rock you. I'ma snatch you up. Dog walk you, fuck you up. Mop the floor with ya. You gon' fuck around and find out. You gon' fuck.
This video is used for educational purposes only, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. This video is used for educational purposes only, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. This video is used for educational purposes only, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976.
Hey everybody, I apologize for the wait. If you're on my backup, you know I uploaded a video and child, that video took longer than I expected because I added in some screenshots and I added in some little clips. So that took longer than I thought, but people are enjoying it. But yeah, I appreciate the patience. I apologize again. And also, I decided to add the Dacara Thompson to my itinerary at the last second because you know I'd be last minute. But yeah, blame it on the CPT, BPT. child, charge it to the game. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all's patience. But I am here, child. And the good news is now that I have everything lined up, I have a lot to talk about. And y'all know I talk too much. Another thing I want y'all to keep in mind is that if I skip a bunch of days because classes are back in, by the time I get back on here, I have to do a lot of catching up. And I also have a lot to talk about because if you skip one day on YouTube, you will be way behind. When I say behind, you will be behind. So when I do a live, I need to make good use of my time. And so I definitely want to make sure I add every topic. But let's go ahead and get started because, like I said, I have a lot to talk about and I might not even get to everything because it's just a lot. So, yeah, so let's go ahead and start with child Jacqueline, who's at Wright, come to the front of the classroom while you out here trying to line me up for some fraud and some fake shit and some girl, Jag is already out here. Jag, you need to stop trying to act like I have something to do with Rock Nation, trying to get me caught up in some Demoree Hadley conspiracy. Yeah, so I'm gonna talk about that later, child. I wouldn't even know if I had never went over there skimming through her video and I just checked her transcript for Robot, Joshua Ray, Dani, like that. If there's nothing, I'd skip over it. But yeah, so I searched the transcript. I'm like, nobody even told me because I guess a lot of people ain't checking for Jazz. So nobody even told me. Usually there are Avengers that tell me, hey, Jag said this or Jag ran her mouth and said that. But nobody told me that she added me to some grand conspiracy with the Demoree Hadley. So I guess nobody ain't checking for her to even tell me that. A mess. But yeah, so I'm glad I looked, child. So let's get into it. So Jag. Jag has filed a whole declaration trying to run from Ashley Parham's lawsuit, the one she was claiming as a truth teller, Ashley Parham case, and it was Ariel Mitchell, you know, that crazy cloud chasing lawyer. Well, you know, she was trying to say that Ariel Mitchell is the one that is behind the lawsuit and made it frivolous. No, Ashley Parham made it frivolous. As I stated before, when I reported on Ashley Parham lawsuit against Dani and Jag, Odell Beckham Jr., and even Drewski. Drewski came out swinging like, hold up, wait a minute. Back then, they didn't want me, and now I'm pretending to be a white guy, and they all love me, child. Anyways, child, Drewski said, I ain't got nothing to do with this, and Drewski filed a whole, I ain't read all them pages, he filed a whole, like, motion for sanctions against Ashley Parham. Like, look, I was broke back then. I don't know what you talking about. He gave all sorts of evidence to show he was a broke person back then. He wasn't there around the time and the place. So that was Drewski. And then now Odell Beckham Jr. has also responded. He's also trying to sanction Ashley Parham and the attorneys, Ariel Mitchell. He's trying to sanction as well because he has receipts that he had nothing to do with it. So we're going to go through Odell Beckham Jr.'s receipts, like what he, you know, we already went through Drewski. So you're wondering, like, what did Drewski show? He showed a bunch of receipts showing he wasn't there. You have to remember, this is a update. So if you have not watched the one on Drewski, I suggest you check it out. Today we're talking about Odell Beckham and what he submitted to the court to prove that he had nothing to do with Ashley Parham's case. Now, as soon as I read Ashley Parham, the lawsuit the first time, I'm like, lies on top of lies. And then once she amended the lawsuit and she added Jacqueline Pissy Pussy Wright as a trafficker and as a real associate of Diddy, I was like, I know you lying. You are lying because Jag has nothing to do with Diddy. And I'm not the one that said it. Jag said it herself too. She said, I never had nothing with Diddy. She was shaking in her hooves, y'all. She was shaking in them paws. Her teeth started rattling, child. She was like, I have nothing with Diddy. When she was so scared. I was in jail. She was screaming, I'm in jail. front of everybody and their mama and their grandma and ancestors, and she was like, ancestors, hear me now. I was in jail. She was shook up, child. That lawsuit had her shook up. I'm not a sex trafficker, but you spent all your days and nights and moons and decades saying that you have supplied Diddy's freak off parties with sex workers. And you even said you were in, I was in a Diddy tape myself. I'm in a Diddy tape. And they said, are you in a Diddy tape? Yeah, I'm in a Diddy tape with the guy I just mentioned. Sean Carter? Yeah, Sean Carter. I'm in a Diddy tape with Sean Carter and Sean Combs. I'm in the freak off tapes. Since 2005, I've been supplying Diddy's parties with sex workers, and I don't go there to just look around and observe. I go there to, when I go to Diddy parties, I go there to walk bitches out. So for those that never been to Diddy freak off parties, can you tell us what they were like? Well, what I can say is I don't have firsthand, secondhand, thirdhand experience, first eyewitness, hearsay experience, or even third degree peripheral experience. But I supplied his parties with sex workers since 2005. I sent sex workers to his parties, and some of them came back in suitcases. They put girls in suitcases. So you've never been to a Diddy party, but you know what happens at the parties. I wasn't there, but my sex workers were there, and I would go to the parties to check on the sex workers, and they gave me all sorts of tapes. So I got Diddy freak off tapes all across America, and they're all in storage units. Well, just waiting for me to find them. But ma'am, then you go to jail in Bossier County, Louisiana, and all your belongings were taken away in a U-Haul that was never Penske truck that was never recovered. So how can you have all your stuff? It was all taken in the Penske truck, and that was everything you had. Are you trying to ask me for questions, and you're trying to ask me for receipts? I don't give people receipts. My word is the receipt. I am the truth. And when the truth comes out, that would be your receipt. So child, yeah, but listen, let me tell y'all, Jacqueline was that right. You know, she said, if I'm lying, then sue me. Brian McKnight, I want you to sue me. So Brian McKnight has sued her. She was added to the Ashley Parham lawsuit, and she was added to another lawsuit, not as a defendant, but as a reference by just saying that she's some conspiracy theorist. How dare Vlad introduce me as a conspiracy theorist? I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I tell the truth. I really did rescue 3 victims from Epstein Island. I swam across the ocean on my big back, and they rode on my back like the, you know. So anyways, with that being said, we're gonna go over her document that she actually submitted to the actual courthouse, you know. Yeah, this is the same Jack that bragged about being a sex trafficker, but now doesn't want to be one. So now that her name is in black and white court papers, suddenly she is a jailbird with receipts. She went from I'm the plug to check my booking number real quick. 1 minute she trafficking stories on YouTube. The next she trafficking excuses to the judge. That's what you call test the line. She be out here test the line. Now I wish I could say she be out here testifying, but she out here test the line. I got a test the lie to tell you today. A test the lie. Okay? Under oath, you know. And baby, Jad wasn't even served, y'all. She wasn't even served. She just filed this on her own. Self-snitching like she thought the judge was going to give her agreement for best excuses in a courtroom, child. Now, unlike Jag, when I responded to a lawsuit, it's because I was sent fraudulent subpoenas. So in order to deal with the fraudulent subpoenas, I had to respond. I wasn't served either. So if I wasn't served, I definitely wasn't gonna, you know, go. That being said, Jag was not served. So why in the world is Jag responding to this lawsuit? Is because she's scared and she wants to try to clear her name. She is worried about what people think of her. And a lot of people online, on Twitter especially, were running with the story that she is a sex trafficker. I mean, why wouldn't they believe that she's a sex trafficker when she herself has said, I sent sex workers to Diddy freak-out parties. She said it herself. I've been to Diddy parties and I go there to walk bitches out. So she's the one that put herself in the situation to be added to these frivolous lawsuits by people like Lamisha. So now there's also Beckham. So Beckham also responded to Ashley Parham's lawsuit with sanctions and with a motion for Rule 11 sanctions. So we're going to go over his. Now, I will say I'm not going to go over everything that he wrote, child. Not that that's too long. It's too long. But you know I'm nosy, so I'm going to go through exhibits. One thing I like about exhibits, they allows you to be extra nosy. People submit pictures. They be submitting all sorts of information in them exhibits. So if you go look at anything when you're looking at a case, is definitely look at the exhibits to see what evidence is being submitted, because somebody put a bunch of stuff in the actual lawsuit part or the body in the complaint, and then they barely won't have any evidence to back what they're saying. Okay, so now let's go ahead and look at this letter, and then we're going to get into some other stuff. Okay, hold on. So Jack, hold on. So y'all, when StreamYard makes changes, it'd be so annoying. Okay, so this is what she wrote to the court. So I'm gonna go over this with you. And then we're also I'm gonna go to Beckham later. I'm not gonna go Beckham right now, okay? Just a second. So this is what Jag submitted to the court. Now Jag says, Jacqueline Suzette Wright. And it says, she put Pasadena. So I guess she has a P.O. box in Pasadena. And by the way, a P.O. box doesn't really mean anything as far as someone's real location. You can get a P.O. box anywhere or anything like that. But most likely, since it's like a P.O. box, not a virtual box, Pasadena, California, it's most likely where she's probably at or near or around that area. So, you know, Arizona might not be it, but at the same time, for the Brian McKnight lawsuit, he's also trying to serve her in California and like 4 different states to try to cover his bases. Okay, but he just believed that the main location was Arizona. But I mean, okay, so right here, she says, let's go ahead and zoom in a little bit. I am the individual falsely named as a party or witness in a civil complaint filed by attorneys Sean R. Perez and Ariel Mitchell. And I am submitting this declaration in support of my request to be removed from that lawsuit. It's frivolous. I'm not a sex trafficker. I have personal knowledge of the facts set forth here, and if called to testify, could and would competently testify to them. Now, Jack, I don't know if you could be competently testifying to anything, okay? I don't think you could be competently testifying to anything. I was incarcerated at the time the events alleged in the complaint are said to have occurred. I was in custody at Cook County Jail from January 11, 2018 until April 11, 2018. A certified copy of my incarceration records, including my booking and release documentation, is attached as Exhibit A. So she said, look, she got a certified copy of her incarceration records, including her booking and release documentation, as attached as Exhibit A. I had no physical presence, knowledge, participation, or communication relating to the alleged incident, nor was I capable of doing so while in custody. How can I do that while I'm in custody in Cook County Jail from
January 11, 2018 until April 11, 2018. I request the court to strike or dismiss me from the case in full, as I was falsely identified or maliciously included. I declare under penalty of perjury under the laws of the United States and the state of California that the foregoing is true and correct.
My, how interesting. So Jacqueline Suzette Wright has replied to this Ashley Parham lawsuit, says,
executed this 29th day of August 2025 at Pasadena, California.
And then there go her scribble scrabble child. A mess, drag. So then she gonna go ahead and put, what kind of evidence is this? What kind of evidence is this? Look at it. Look at the quality. This is the best you can do. So then she submits the evidence that she was
incarcerated for child abduction, failure to return a child, January 7, 2018. And then she gives the whole timeline of events and orders of the court to prove that she was incarcerated and her bald head and diapers was in jail. So there's no way she could be a part of the Ashley Parham lawsuit.
Lord, she about to piss her pants. So now, Drewski submitted his proof, so Jack got to submit her proof. Now, look at this writing.
This is the writing of a deranged woman. Look how she writes and just, oh my gosh.
So anyways, that's Jack, received September 2nd, 2025. And then, so what do y'all think about that? And then we have Odell Beckham. Let me tell you something. 268 pages, you done lost your mind, okay? Cause you think I'm gonna sit here and read 268 pages? That's my whole life. So Odell Beckham also responded to this frivolous lawsuit by Ashley Parham. He is not playing with Ashley Parham or her lawyers. He hit the court with a Rule 11 sanctions motion, basically telling the judge, these folks are lying on my motherfucking name and I want my money back for wasting my time. He's asking for over $61,000 in fees and for the judge to throw her case out again. So play around with these frivolous lawsuits if y'all want to, because the people actually are smart. They probably want to be. I probably should have did that, to be honest. Go off of sanctions. I should have motioned for sanctions against the frivolous lawsuits. I might look into that. So Beckham's lawyers said Parham's story is faker than Jack's drawing braids, child. Yeah, I know she had them yarn braids, but I haven't seen Yoshi in a long time, so maybe I don't know what's happening, but I guess Yoshi been putting them yarn braids back in her hair. But Beckham pretty much is saying, that Parham originally told police in 2018 that 2 white dudes attacked her, but now in 2025 she magically remembered it was Odell Beckham, Diddy, and a whole parade of celebs and a negative celebrity, aka Jacqueline Suzette Pissy Pussy Diaper Wearing Wright. Child, you just can't turn Law and Order into Love and Hip Hop because you got bored, child. Now let me tell y'all something. This is what I believe about the Ashley Parham. I believe that something did happen to Ashley Parham, and I believe that one guy she probably was interested in, and then he brought in a friend, and she was not interested in that friend, and something happened to her in that situation. So with that, the police probably did not do anything about her case and her situation, and she didn't get any justice. So I believe that she made up this whole thing because she also added the guy that she accused of initially in 2018. I believe that she didn't get any attention. She decided to add famous people like celebrities and people with a big mouth, no megaphone needed, megaphone mouth Jack. She was actually born with a built-in speaker in her mouth. That's why she loud, a built-in megaphone. in her vocal cords. So she needs some loudmouth people and people with a presence on social media attached to this lawsuit. So then everyone will talk about it. And when they're talking about it, everyone will say the name of the guy who actually has something to do with her real incident. That's what I believe happened. And sadly, that is sometimes the case in society and in the world, that if you are just a regular person, your voice can be silent, or you don't get as much attention, or the news and everybody talking about your case, your incident, and what happened to you, and you can sometimes not get justice. So I believe that some people that are traumatized, or they are victimized, they make up stories about celebrities so they can bring attention to their they can finally get some sort of sympathy or empathy towards their own real victimization story, that something happened in their own life. That's what I do believe. Just like a Lamisha. I'm in it. I was on the table. He made me eat the jelly bean. I was 10 years old. You know, Alicia was out here putting on the waterworks. She was dragging people out of burning houses and buildings. She went into I was in the woods and I died and I came back alive. Like she had people on here believing that she was Jesus Christ and she resurrected on the third day. Like it's just a lot going on. It's just too many voices, y'all. So I haven't talked about Lamisha in a while, but yeah, so Lamisha and Ashley Parham, in my opinion, are one and the same. So with that being said, so Jag out here hollering, I was in jail. Like, that's a good alibi. Girl, you bragging about county time like it's a Coachella wristband or some child. So let's look at some of the stuff with this Ash. Well, I gave you a basic summary of the Odell Beckham. So what I wanted to show you is just some of his exhibits, okay? So this is the table of contents, which comes in handy, of course. So of course, when someone is fighting a frivolous case and they're bringing in a lawyer, they're actually going to have to pay out of pocket. Just like even with Cardi B, since she didn't countersue or anything like that, all those expenses of her, the lawyer and everything else to fight Miss Ellis, the security guard on attack, mall cop, okay? To fight mall cop, Cardi has to pay those expenses herself because she didn't countersue or anything like that. So with that being said, Odell Beckham is saying, look, I'm going to fight this, but since I have to pay these fees, I want you to actually have to incur these fees and pay these fees back to me. So that's what he's requesting. And again, this is like a continuation of the Ashley Parham case. There was an original lawsuit and then it was amended. And once it was amended, that's when she added Drewski, Odell Beckham, and Jag. It's like, yeah. And added more stuff to the story. Now, Shane Pierce is one of the guys that were involved in 2018 that she's really author. So I don't know why she didn't just keep it to the two people from the past, the two white guys, Shane and his friend, that she said worked as some sort of security or something like that. I can't remember completely, but I think that was the case. And again, I believe that she didn't keep it as Shane because he isn't a celebrity. He's not someone that is popular or famous or anything like that. And trying to get justice through him, it didn't work. But now, and then also trying to get people to like see what he has done. She probably felt like he got away with something, him and his friend, and she wanted to blast him. And what better way to blast besides at Diddy and say Diddy and other people were involved, and now your case is all over the world and everyone's talking about Shane, this guy Shane and what he did to Ashley, and that's the guy you're really targeting. You see how that can work? A similar situation, not quite similar, but almost, is when R. Kelly, this one guy attacked R. Kelly while R. Kelly was in jail. And one reason he attacked R. Kelly while he was in jail is because he realized that if he attacked R. Kelly, everyone would be saying, who is this guy that attacked R. Kelly? Who attacked R. Kelly? What's his name? And then everyone would go and look up his case. And when they look up his case, he'll bring attention to his own case and his own issues. So people sometimes will use celebrities to bring attention to their nobody life. And it's sad to say that, but if someone says, oh, this happened to someone, then some people like, you know, not as caring, but to say, oh, Beyonce, this happened to Beyonce, Beyonce. So people, you know, that can happen. So right now he's showing exhibits, and these are old emails. Like even Drewski posted these email communications and court records between Ashley Parham and one of her, you know, real life people that she does know, Shane Pierce. I'm not going to go over that, but you can check it out if you want to. I'm primarily looking for updates, and the updates are going to be what's new. What's new that Odell submitted that Drewski did not submit? Because he's pretty much submitting some of the same evidence that Drewski already submitted in his motion for sanctions. Okay. The new information only will be what is specific to Odell to show that he wasn't there. Like what is he showing for his so now we're getting to the meat of it, looks like. Exhibit D starts something here. He got declaration statements from, I guess, people that are going to state things for him. So he has declaration statements. He also has his own declaration as well. So he's issuing, let's see, text messages. It says, Sangha declares as follows: I am over the age of 18 and have personal knowledge of the matters set forth herein. If called upon and sworn as a witness, I could and would competently testify to the matters set forth herein. I am a friend and business associate of Odell Beckham Jr. In 2018, I was, among other things, his personal assistant. In my capacity as Mr. Beckham's personal assistant, I lived with him at a house on Solo Drive in Los Angeles during the summer of 2018. While staying in Los Angeles, if Mr. Beckham and I were to go out, he would hire a car service, Red Limo Line LLC, Red Limo, to drive us. Gregor Behan, who I understand to be the owner of the car service, would drive us. And if we were going out with multiple people and needed additional cars, Red Limo would provide an additional driver. On March 22nd, 2018, Mr. Behanian or something like that drove me and Mr. Beckham to various locations in the LA area, including the Velo Sports Center in Carson, California, where Mr. Beckham had a training session. We returned home to Solar Drive at approximately 6 p.m. Mr. Beckham decided that he wanted to stay in that evening and invited Jeremy Hill to hang out with us to play video games. Attached as Exhibit A is a screen capture from a video taken that evening by Mr. Beckham Jr. In the video, you can see me and Mr. Hill. The video was taken at 10:02 p.m. and Mr. Hill stayed for several hours before leaving that night. Mr. Beckham and I remained at Solar Drive until approximately 2:30 p.m. the following day, March 23rd, 2018, when Mr. Behanian picked us up to go to another training session. On the evening of March 23rd, 2018, Mr. Beckham and I went out to eat and to various bars in the LA area. We returned home to Solar Drive at approximately 4:30 p.m. The following morning, we left the home on Solar Drive at 9:30 a.m. to go to Santa Monica Beach, where Mr. Beckham worked out with his personal trainer, Jamal Ligon. And it says, attached here to is Exhibit B, as a true and correct copy of a photograph I took of Mr. Beckham's dogs at the Santa Monica Beach while I was waiting for him to complete his workout. Also attached as part of Exhibit B is a screenshot of the metadata of the photograph. I declare under penalty of perjury on the laws of the United States of America that the foregoing is true and correct. So then they attach photographs right here, and it says March 20. It got the metadata shown right there. Metadata right there. So again, this is Beckham destroying, like, he's trying to show receipts that he was not a part of this whole incident. Now, of course, it's frivolous, but even though it's frivolous, you still have to show proof of things. So this right here is a declaration of Odell Beckham Jr. himself, okay? I, Odell Beckham Jr., declare as follows. I am over the age of 18, and I have personal knowledge of the matter set forth herein. If called upon and sworn as a witness, I could. Jag copy this. Jag copy Odell and others and how they had their setup and lineup, and then just pretty much wrote what she wanted. I could and would competently testify to the matter set forth herein. Says during the summer of 2018, I resided at a home on Solar Drive in Los Angeles, California, and it says the same thing about it's repeating the same thing. It's pretty much going to repeat the same thing because obviously since they were together, it's going to have the same timeline. And let's go down a little bit. It says, I decided that I wanted to stay that evening and invited Jeremy Hill to hang out with Mr. Sangha and me and play video games. I had a text exchange with Cliff King, a representative from Nike, at about 7:30 p.m. that evening. Mr. King asked what I was planning on doing that night. I responded to him that I was laying low and getting some rest. I told him that the workouts had been kicking my butt. A copy of that text exchange is attached here too as Exhibit B. Additionally, attached here too as Exhibit C is a video which I recorded of Messrs. It says Hill and Sangha playing video games with me at my home on Solar Drive. It says I can be heard talking in the background. Attached here too as Exhibit D is a screen capture image from that video and the metadata of that video showing the date and time it was recorded, March 22nd, 2018, 10:02 p.m. Mr. Hill did not leave until several hours after that. I met with Mr. Cliff King from Nike at my Solar Drive home around 1 p.m. on March 23rd, 2018. So he said on that day, March 23rd, 2018, he was at his home on Solar Drive and he met with Mr. Cliff King. I did not leave the Solar Drive home until March 23rd, 2018, but Mr. Bahinian picked me up me and Mr. Sangha at approximately 2:30 p.m. On the evening of March 23rd, 2018, Mr. Sangha and I went out to eat to various bars in the LA area. We returned home to Solar Drive at approximately 4:30 a.m. The following morning, we left the home on Solar Drive at approximately 9:30 a.m. Mr. Bahinian drove me, Mr. Sangha, and my dogs to Santa Monica Beach, where I worked out with my personal trainer, Jamal Ligon. Later that day, at approximately 2 p.m., Mr. Bahinian brought me to the Nickelodeon Kids Choice Awards at the Forum in Inglewood, California. Attached as Exhibit Z are photographs of me at the event. At no time have I ever met Ashley Parham. Child, don't tell me he was at an event while he was supposed to be out doing stuff to Ashley Parham, child. The plaintiff in Ashley Parham lawsuit against Diddy. Further, at no time have I been to Loma Vista Drive in Orinda, California. That's where she's based out of, okay? Ashley. In fact, to the best of my recollection, I have never been in Orinda, California. And then that's his declaration. So these are some images that he submitted as part of his exhibit. And this is his message chat with Cliff King. Workout's been beating my ass, and it goes into text messages, more messages. So similar to Drewski, he's showing okay, so it shows right there he holding a Nickelodeon right there. So let me zoom out a little bit. And right there, there's a picture of those two together. Drewski and Odell Beckham. And that's when people were accusing him of being a part of this incident. It says police chief accused of helping cover up gang rape allegedly carried out by Sean Diddy Combs, Odell Beckham Jr., and comedian Drewski. So this is something serious. We have to be understanding this is serious. This is you're being accused of rape. That's very damaging to a brand. And to be honest, they could actually countersue, not just sanction, but actually countersue. But they probably, you know, that's a serious allegation. So he's actually showing proof of all these articles accusing him of being a rapist and committing sexual assault. Imagine like logging in online and then your face is plastered everywhere with this type of allegation. So it really doesn't show that it's not that much that he's showing besides, you know, he's giving a timeline that he was saying that he was at the some Nickelodeon event. And this is a declaration of a Jeremy Hill in support of motion of Odell Beckham Jr. for sanctions against plaintiffs and their counsel. So there's obviously they're seeking. It says, I Jeremy Hill declare as follows. I am over the age of 18 is repetitive right there. On the evening of March 22nd, 2018, Odell Beckham Jr. invited me to his home on Solar Drive in Los Angeles, California. Mr. Beckham, along with AJ Sangha, and I hung out that evening, among other things, played video games. So he's going along with that. So that's pretty much it for, let's see what this one is. That's pretty much it for Odell Beckham. Now let's move over to the Jack's new thing of trying to attach me to the Demoree Hadley case with some weird conspiracy, blah, blah. So let's go ahead and get into that really quick. But let me give some shout outs before I get started. Shout out to Unicorn says, Dani, we know you be back there sharpening your sword before the show. It's always worth the wait. Thank you for your hard work. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Mwah. Happy 25th month anniversary to you. Again, shout out to you. Happy 25th month anniversary. I appreciate the support. And also shout out to, I don't want to use a name. Shout out to you. Happy 38th month anniversary. Yes, I appreciate the support. And thank you for dropping those swords again. Happy anniversary to, I don't want to use a name. Also, shout out to True Embrace. Happy 21 month anniversary to you. Again, shout out to you. Happy 21 month anniversary. I appreciate the support. Also, shout out to Anonymous. Thank you so much for the Cash App. Again, shout out to Anonymous for the Cash App. Also, shout out to Judy Coles for the Cash App as well. And I think I already said shout out to Tiffany Willis before, but yeah. So shout out to y'all. I appreciate the support. And everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by what? Hitting that like button.
Almost from where she lived under false pretenses to get her to go along. Oh, and let's not forget, they knew exactly where she was every step of the way, because the other security team that lived across the street that had been following her and surveillancing her had a GPS on her car. Am I missing anything?
No, you got it right.
So yeah, now we got the sister of one of the people who's involved in this lawsuit, who helped orchestrate all of this unlawful detainment, using this image. And the footage belonged to Desiree Perez and was submitted to court.
Now, this is a thing that Jack is not getting, which I'm going to show y'all in just a second. She's trying to allege that there is some footage that only Desiree Perez has access to and had. And then because I posted footage a long time ago that was not blurred, I had access to the original one, and she had only access, and other creators only had access to the blurred one. And here is the thing. In the actual lawsuit, Demoree Hadley is trying to get sanctions on her mother, Desiree Perez, the CEO of Rock Nation. However, they did not do their research as typical of certain people. That people don't do their research. The actual footage that I presented weeks ago is actually a part of the actual lawsuit. If you know anything about Pacer and actual lawsuits, once you file a complaint, even if you later amend it, the original complaint is still going to be in place. You cannot edit it, you cannot change it, you cannot crop it, you can't do anything with the original complaint. The original file will still be there and dated and filed as that date. And what will happen is you can amend it, and then the new one will be a new docket number, and it will say amended complaint, and that will have your new complaint. Okay. And if something is ever taken down, it will show that it was struck down or whatever else. With that being said, the video I played from the Demoree Hadley case is actually from the original complaint, and also it's also attached to the actual original and amended. It's just that the amended is not really a clickable link. The link is it's error when clicking the link. Okay, so let's go ahead and show y'all this right here. Right here is the actual complaint, the original complaint for the Demoree Hadley case. But this is the one that Desiree Perez filed herself. And if you scroll down right here, she has a safe link. It has safe link right there. And it's on page 29 of this complaint. Press 1 if you actually see that link, that safe link right there. And hold on. If you actually go to the safe link, hold on. If you actually go to the safe link, it actually has the videos right here. It has the videos, okay, that you can actually view and watch without any blur. And that's actually something that has been available via the link. So here I'm on that link right here. It takes me to a Dropbox, and it's right here. So when someone says I have access to something, everyone has access. If you have Pacer, you have access to the Demoree Hadley video where Javon, her abusive husband, punches her in the head. I downloaded this video, and the only thing I did was slow it down so everyone can see how he hits her in the head. And there's also another video audio of her talking as well, and then she's saying things to him about she's getting hurt. And if you actually look at the second amended complaint, the second complaint that was amended by Desiree Perez, what you will find is that one also has additional evidence. So what you have to understand with the exhibits is to pay attention to exhibits, because sometimes they will give you like videos, receipts, different things like that. So now let's listen to Jag, and let me go back really quickly. So that, by me just simply clicking that link, it takes me to that the video, unedited and raw and no blur. And now pay attention to the date at the very top. It says April 8th, 2025. So here's the thing. Why are people acting like the mom, Desiree Perez, has just is sneakily trying to release unedited footage, when a part of her evidence and a part of her actual document on April 8th, 2025, she submitted this evidence as part of her lawsuit. It's not unusual for people to submit evidence as part of a lawsuit. So this was already submitted way back in April. So there's no conspiracy about me having some certain connection to Desiree Perez, besides me downloading the lawsuit and actually reading the whole lawsuit and looking at the exhibits. I read the lawsuit live. Press 2 if you are here. And I read the lawsuit live. I saw the link. I said, oh, I actually downloaded it live and reviewed it live. If you were here during that time, press 2. So anyways, now let's listen to Jag spin her lies about this whole situation. Okay, hold on.
Of arresting Javon Hadley and having him charged with DV. The sister starts a Twitter account the day the lawsuit or the day after or somewhere around that the lawsuit was filed, and went public using this image. Subbing Demoree's handle, Tell the Truth Blackbird, and using the ad, Demoree lied, this image. You know, Demoree was recently sanctioned. Demoree and Javon and their attorney was recently sanctioned because they were accused of starting a malicious social media campaign against Desiree Perez and the other defendants in this case. They said that they got online and started a vicious attack, and they implored all of these, you damn right God said no, all these different content creators, including us here, to come after them and to defame their character and to try to make monsters out of them. That's what they said.
So because Demoree Hadley and her abusive husband, Javon Hadley, were sanctioned because they violated a gag order, they were not supposed to go on social media continuing to talk about the case. They continued to do so. They were ordered to remove posts. They were penalized with a sanction with fees. They have to pay a fee. So now they are on they're wanting revenge, in my opinion. So now they have filed their own motion for sanctions, alleging that Desiree Perez herself has consorted some sort of effort to smear their name and have someone post things and that people have evidence that they should not have. Here's my thing. We're gonna look at the actual document because I have it. What I want to say is that this actual video and some other evidence was already submitted via the lawsuit, via as attachments to it as exhibits. So anyone trying to act like this is new or that anyone out here can download those and have access to those files. Anyone can download those and add those anywhere they want to, because that has already been publicly available to everyone. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say. Hold on.
We didn't start reporting on this until it was made public. But Heather Wilson Benson, sister of Jessica Wilson Caddy, started an account the day or the day right after that this lawsuit went public, subbing her and posting at least 5 posts a day, correct? I think just her herself has posted somewhere between 280 to 290 posts since May. An account that just started. You want to recap, baby? You just came in.
You said I just came in.
No, Poppin. She said she just came in.
Oh,
She didn't want to
Poppin, okay.
stop the flow. We are doing
Yeah.
a Justice for the Hadleys update today. Yeah. So basically, there's a new filing. And this filing is Demoree and Javon and their attorney, Mr. Napoleon, filing for contempt and asking for sanctions.
So yes, I spoke on it before how they were sanctioned, Demoree and Javon, and they had to remove posts. So now let's look at their document of them trying to get sanctions for Desiree Perez. Okay, hold on. So this is a new thing that's going on now. Now, as for me, I'm stating as for me, I'm not talking about anyone else, the Wilsons or Katie or anyone else. As for DaniRobertson, I got the video from the April lawsuit posted by Desiree Perez and the actual exhibits. How anyone else got it, I don't know. But as for Jag is trying to lie on me and say I got it from Desiree Perez, or I have some sort of. She's always trying to link me to Rock Nation and pretend like I'm working for Rock Nation, and I'm like, I'm working for Jay-Z, or I'm in cahoots and some sort of something against her. Okay. And that's why I debunk her videos, which is false. Okay. So this is the latest filing of Demoree Hadley and Javon Hadley trying to sanction Desiree Perez. And it says right here, motion for order to show cause plaintiff Demoree Hadley and consolidated defendant Javon Hadley, collectively the Hadleys, respectfully request that this honorable court issue an order to show cause why defendant Jessica Katie should not be held in contempt of court. Alternatively, the Hadleys request that the court enter an order requiring Heather Wilson to remove certain posts from both her IG and X accounts. In support thereof, the Hadleys state the following. It says, as Demoree explained in prior filings, an Instagram user with the profile name Tell the Truth Blackbird created an account after this litigation commenced, which was dedicated solely to slandering Demoree, Javon, and their counsel. On June 26, 2025, one day after the court entered its order precluding extrajudicial statements, the same person created an X account with the same profile name, Tell the Truth Blackbird. The purpose of the X account was solely to slander the Hadleys and their counsel. The X account, as shown below, even included a link to the IG account and stated been on Insta for months. In approximately 2 months, Tell the Truth Blackbird has posted over 288 derogatory posts on X about Demoree, Javon, and their counsel, which is almost 5 slanderous posts per day. And then they have that as a handle. It says at the Dem Hadley lied. Okay, hold on. One second. Let me see if that's actually still available or not. If they removed it. So Dem is actually there, but it's actually private. And I don't see that link anymore. The link to the files. So this is the actual Twitter profile they're referring to. And it says, at More Hadley 27 has fooled many. Javon Hadley is a wife beater, which is true. Want the actual truth, been on Answer for months. Hashtag justice for Demoree is a lie. Hashtag Demoree Hadley lies. And then it gives the IG page for this Tell the Truth page. And then their IG photo is that where Javon Hadley is punching Demoree Hadley in the head. So that's still there. Now we scroll on over to IG, we actually see that this page is not private. They still have this open. Now, what I will always say is if you see an open page that's being discussed, go ahead and follow it, because eventually they will private it. And once they private it, you'll be locked out. But hey, once you're in unless they, block you like Ali Carter did me. And then they posted something last on June 27th. And look, this right here, this recording, this video, I just showed you that same file, how they just posted it, that's actually on that's from the lawsuit. That one is. It's the same thing. Like, it's actually publicly available. Now, I'm not saying that this is someone that is behind or doesn't know Desiree. I'm just saying that it is available to everyone. So that page is still here. So now let's go actually back to the lawsuit. And it says right here, from the beginning, Demoree knew that someone associated with this case created both accounts, as every single post was about Demoree, Javon, or their counsel, equally telling of its origin. Tell the Truth Blackbird's Instagram page has a link to a Google Drive folder entitled Demoree Hadley Files. Now, I don't see that anymore. So let me actually search that link up and see if that's available. So let's see, it's a bit.ly. And then it's going to be hashtag / Demoree Hadley Files. So they deleted the link. So the link is no longer working as far as I can see. As explained in Demoree's prior filing, a digital examination of the link, Demoree Hadley Files, revealed that a woman named Heather Wilson was behind the account entitled Tell the Truth Blackbird. See also Exhibit A, screenshots of Google Drive. Demoree believed that Miss Wilson was connected to Desiree because the Google Drive link, Demoree Hadley Files, contained a video entitled January 16, 2022 punch.mp4, which is the exact name of a file that Desiree provided to the state attorney's office during Javon's prosecution. See Exhibit A. Based on counsel's understanding, the general public did not have access to the Google Drive that Desiree provided to the state attorney's office. So she said that file said that. The file that I have also says that same thing. And that was actually publicly available. But let's go ahead and continue and see if there's anything different. Okay, hold on. And then let's scroll down. It says Demoree knew that Miss Wilson was not some unaffiliated concerned citizen, as she and some of the defendants have suggested. Demoree also knew that no party in this lawsuit would voluntarily acknowledge their connection to Miss Wilson. Miss Wilson is a digital media and advertising specialist. She is the owner and manager of a digital marketing firm called the Brand Strategy Tank. Now, I will pause and say this, that Desiree Perez, I wouldn't put anything past her because she is a mother that belongs on Lifetime movies. When I say she belongs on Lifetime movies, she actually had her daughter Baker acted to try to get her away from this abusive man. Which, some people can try to, empathize with the mother, but you don't go to those extremes. You don't have the right to Baker act someone or have someone committed to try to separate them from an abusive person, So it's definitely something like a Lifetime movie. She has went to the extremes to try to separate Demoree Hadley from her abusive husband. People, as I said before, you might know someone that's in an abusive relationship and you wish they would leave and get out of it and know their worth and just find someone else and just, but you cannot control someone else's life. If they want to stay, then they have the right to stay. They have bodily autonomy and free choice and free will. So with that being said, I wouldn't be surprised if the mother still has her tricks up her sleeve, okay? The Brand Strategy Tank, which specializes in brand and social media management, she is also a member of the Eureka Springs, Arkansas City Advertising and Promotion Commission. Now, most likely, she probably didn't realize that her name would be associated with a link like that. So then they have her profile right here, Heather Wilson right here. And it says, not surprisingly, Demoree recently discovered that Miss Wilson is also the sister of defendant Jessica Cady. Now, this is another element right here. Now, this is not a coincidence if someone is a sister of the defendant. A mess. This is just like, y'all already have a bunch of stuff going on with, you know, the mother, and now, you know, so it's also the sister of defendant Jessica Cady, who is a part owner of Sig9, both defendants in this case. Child, y'all got caught slipping. Yeah. Now, listen, let's be clear. Just because somebody else got caught slipping don't mean I'm a part of anything. Again, Jack is trying to be sneaky and add me to her conspiracies. Look, everyone knows that I got my video from the actual lawsuit files I just showed you. This came out in April. She's trying to act like I had a video that's unblurred and I had this file, so I must have got it from Desiree Perez. I work with working with Rock Nation to go out to her and everybody. Please stop, Jack. Okay. I am not Mrs. Wilson. It says, although Miss Cady and Miss Wilson have different last names, their digital footprint proves their relationship. Their aunt Sandra, who lived in South Florida and recently moved to Arkansas near Miss Wilson, posted several public photographs of Miss Cady and Miss Wilson, referring to both of them as her niece. Child, y'all, a mess. Y'all need to stop. Y'all need to go ahead and do a Lifetime movie. Let's do a Lifetime movie of the overprotective mother that works for a rich corporation or business. You know, CEO of Rock Nation, and her daughter with an abusive boyfriend going through great lengths and great measures to try to separate them. With all, it's just a lot going on with this, y'all. Listen. And it says, great time with my niece. It says, having a great time with my nephew Jason and niece Heather in Prairie Grove, Arkansas. A little cold for me, but fun being with family. It says, as the court may recall, Miss Cady and other members of Sig9 accosted Demoree in a parking lot and Dania Beach, claiming to be a part of Memorial Hospital's mobile crisis unit. Both Miss Cady and Miss Wilson are even featured in a profile picture on their mother's social media account, whose last name is also Wilson. Ciao. While Miss Wilson and her family are free to post on social media, the court's order precludes Miss Cady, a party to this lawsuit, from using her sister Heather as a conduit to slander Demoree and Jovan. Miss Cady's act of feeding her sister information about this case was blatant and intentional. For instance, on July 30th, 2025, Miss Wilson posted on Tell the Truth Blackbird that Miss Cady's security company may be dropping things not yet public. Remember, Demoree went in truck with them. See screenshot below. And then it shows a screenshot. So yeah, it looks like they might have some. So it looks like that account might have posted things that are considered insider information. So there's no way no one on the inside, if you're not on the inside, you would not have been privy to certain information, right? Miss Wilson is clearly referring to her sister's security company, Sig9. Miss Wilson had even previously posted a photo from the body-worn camera footage, falsely claiming that Demoree voluntarily chose to go with her sister's company. See screenshot below. So on right here, it says, Tell the Truth Blackbird posted, only thing new that has come up in the last couple of days is the security company filed an extension for more time in reply to Hilton's filing opposing their request to dismiss the case. And Hilton Napoleon filed a response against South Broward Hospital District's motion to dismiss the case. I have not read it yet. We'll get to it later today. Security company may be dropping things not yet public. Remember, Demoree went in truck with them. We don't know what came out of her mouth. Well, the thing about going in a truck, that's actually public. That's actually on video of showing people her going in. Although Ms. Wilson claims in her post that the footage was derived from a news video, her explanation seems implausible as the actual news video included a banner over the BW body-worn camera footage. Ooh. Now, it does show her going in a truck, but she's saying, hey, well, the other one actually shows a banner over the body-worn camera footage. Unlike Ms. Wilson's post, compared to photographs above and below, by cropping the photo, Ms. Wilson was clearly trying to influence public opinion. Child, she said, nah, the news has a banner covering theirs, but yours just clear, like you got raw footage. But let me see, could it be cropped? Let's see if it's cropped. Cause right here, the picture is photoshopped, not photoshopped, it's cropped right under the bag, her black bag. Child, I have to see it from a different angle. It says, more importantly, Ms. Wilson never explained how she retrieved the body-worn camera footage without the news banner. The only logical answer is that defendants are feeding her information about this case, even materials not yet public. Ms. Wilson has frequently posted videos related to this case well after the court entered a gag order, and Ms. Katie used her sister as a conduit in violation of the court's order. Other social media posts created by Ms. Wilson support this conclusion. For instance, after the in-person court hearing on July 31st, 2025, Ms. Wilson posted a screenshot below on X later that same night at approximately 9:15 p.m., stating that the court denied Dr. Bober's motion for a protective order. Ms. Wilson was not present in court on July 31st, 2025. However, she was obviously communicating with someone in court, or more likely her sister. Ms. Wilson probably would try to claim that she learned about the court denying Dr. Bober's motion via CM, the PACER, but any assertion like that will be false because the clerk's office formally entered the court's paperless order on August 1st at 8:51 a.m. So basically, it's trying to show that this person has inside information. In other words, Ms. Wilson could not have learned about the court's ruling on her own. Clearly, Ms. Wilson has been in communication with her sister or someone on her sister's team. On Friday, August 29, 2025 at 6:30 p.m., undersigned counsel advised Ms. Katie's counsel, your client, Jessica Katie, has a sister who is running a smear campaign against mine clients through social media. Counsel requested that they delete any posts after the gag order was entered. Moments later, Ms. Katie's counsel responded that he will look into it. In the same email, Ms. Katie's counsel stated, my client recently informed me that your client is also doing the same. For example, she is posting photographs calling my client a kidnapper. And it says the words used, your client is also doing the same. Your client is also doing the same suggests that Ms. Katie was aware at the very least of the slanderous extrajudicial statements made by Ms. Wilson. Apparently, Ms. Katie believes that she can violate the court's order simply because she thinks without a shred of evidence to prove it that Ms. Hadley is posting on social media about her. Nevertheless, undersigned counsel immediately informed Ms. Katie's counsel that Demoree removed all posts on her social media accounts required by the court, and so did Javon. Counsel told Ms. Katie's counsel, if you know of any relatives who have posted negative comments about the litigation, please let me know and I'll address it immediately. To date, Ms. Katie's counsel has failed to inform undersigned counsel about any kidnapping posts. Immediately after undersigned counsel contacted Ms. Katie's counsel, Heather Wilson doubled down on slanderous comments and made more slanderous posts. The Hadleys have repeatedly attempted to resolve this issue without court intervention. On September 2nd, 2025, the Hadleys and Ms. Katie, through their respective counsels, exchanged more communications about Ms. Wilson's social media posts. Ms. Katie claimed that she asked her sister to remove the posts. The Hadleys responded that Ms. Wilson had not removed anything, but merely made her account private, which is still a violation of the court's directive. Ms. Katie insisted that she did not violate the order, arguing that she never directed Ms. Wilson to post anything. The Hadleys countered that Ms. Katie intentionally fed Ms. Wilson information about the case, knowing she would publish it, which is essentially the same thing. Similar to what Desiree did with the Google Drive, the Hadleys reminded Ms. Katie that by providing Ms. Wilson with materials, Ms. Katie effectively authorized the extrajudicial statements in the post. So now, Demoree Hadley and Javon Hadley want to penalize and sanction Katie, who's a defendant on the case, because of what her sister has been doing, Mrs. Wilson. So because they have had content or been fed information from the inside, so they figured that Mrs. Wilson was being fed information from the inside, but she was posting certain things. So how Jag is trying to bring me into it is by saying that some of the stuff that has been posted, like that video that was posted of Javon Hadley punching Demoree Hadley in the head, she's trying to say that I had that video way before any other creator had it, and every other creator had a blurred copy of it, and then I had it unblurred. So I was saying, you know, it's from the actual lawsuit. So yeah, this person Wilson getting inside information, Dani motherfucking Robertson only have public information. Jacqueline Suzette, right? So we're gonna get into Jag's allegations against me in just a second, but I'm just showing y'all this right here. The Hadleys also emphasized that Miss Wilson had posted under the alias Tell the Truth Blackbird and tried to conceal her identity. The Hadleys pointed out that they had previously identified Miss Wilson in prior filings and that all parties pretended not to know who Miss Wilson was. Miss Katie also acknowledged that Miss Wilson was her sister when they got caught. The Hadleys demanded that Miss Wilson remove the Google Drive link. All posts authored the court into the gag order, and all photographs owned by Demoree. The Hadleys asked that Miss Wilson keep her page public for monitoring. To date, Miss Katie has not complied with any of the Hadleys' simple and reasonable requests. Candidly, both profiles should be shut down as they were created after this litigation commenced and used solely to slander Demoree and Javon. These were not personal accounts that existed prior to the litigation. And again, Ms. Wilson is not using her own name on either account. It says, for a court to issue an order to show cause, the prior order allegedly violated must be valid, lawful, and sufficiently specific. So it says, on June 25th, 2025, the court entered an order precluding extrajudicial statements. Any possible ambiguity about the order was cleared up during the hearing on July. So hold on. So it's not ambiguous here, okay? Everyone knew that there was a gag order, not on just Demoree and Javon, but everyone in this case was supposed to stop making posts on social media about this case. So they're saying, hey, you sanction and penalize us for doing this, and we want you to know that the defendants, mainly Katie, is using her sister to post stuff about this case as a proxy. So we want them now to be sanctioned, okay? It says here, Miss Katie violated the court's order. First, Miss Katie provided her sister, Miss Wilson, with information about the case, which Miss Wilson then shared on social media. The sisters also used Tell the Truth Blackbird to create 288 slanderous posts about Demoree and Javon. Even the hashtags on the page referred to Demoree as a liar and Javon as a wife beater. Well, he is, you know, which was some of the least egregious language used in the post. Second, the use of the alias Tell the Truth Blackbird shows Miss Wilson was attempting to conceal her identity and the source of her information, which supports the conclusion that Miss Katie and Miss Wilson were acting in concert. When the Hadleys first brought this trolling account to everyone's attention and specifically identified Heather Wilson as the individual behind it, all parties, Miss Katie included, pretended not to know Miss Wilson, and Miss Katie never disclosed that Miss Wilson was her sister. Miss Katie said nothing until they got caught. This deliberate silence underscores Miss Katie's attempt to evade responsibility and hide her connection to the post. Finally, the offending content has not been removed after the Hadleys exposed the violation and made repeated requests for the post to be removed. Ms. Wilson merely made the page private, which is not compliance but concealment. These facts show a pattern of intentional disregard for the court's directive. By providing Ms. Wilson with information, including the Google Drive, allowing her to publish it, and attempting to obscure the fact that they were sisters, Ms. Katie authorized the extrajudicial statements and directly violated the court's order. Accordingly, the Hadleys respectfully request that the Honorable Court issue an order to show cause why defendant Jessica Katie should not be held in contempt of court. Alternatively, the Hadleys request that the court enter an order requiring Heather Wilson to remove the following from Tell the Truth Blackbird, the Google Drive link with evidence of this case. All posts after the court entered the gag order and all photographs owned by Demoree. The Hadleys also request that Ms. Wilson keep the page public for monitoring. For the reasons above, stated above, the Hadleys respectfully request that this honorable court enter an order granting their motion for an order to show cause and granting them costs and attorney fees for bringing the motion. Google Drive, Desiree Perez submitted to the state attorney's office. So that file right here says 116, January 16, 2022, it says punch.mp4. Now, that is linking to Google Drive, I think. So that's Google Drive. So what I will say is the difference here, Jacqueline, who's that right, is that the version that I have, or what I have, was actually submitted to the court on the Dropbox. Now, for legal purposes and other reasons for evidence, a lot of times people prefer, even police, prefer to use Dropbox because it's more secure for Dropbox, okay? So the one that I have is not titled 1/16/2022 punch. And mine is the one from Dropbox, which is the public link. So for Jag to try to connect me, she needs to say, I should have had the 1/16/2022 punch, which would show that I had the one from the Desiree Perez, but it's not showing that. It's showing that I had one from Dropbox, which is from the actual lawsuit. But if Jag actually took some time to investigate and research before assuming that my early video I had came from Dropbox and I did not get it from a Google Drive link, then yeah, I don't have the direct connection. But obviously Desiree Perez sharing her Google file will actually probably give someone close to her or someone in her circle a Google Drive link, which just makes it more personal. Someone downloading from a court record or a court file that has Dropbox and not Google Drive will have what I have. Okay, so now let's get back to what Jack was saying.
Especially considering what they found. So do you want to pick it up here for a second so you don't fade off into the backdrop?
I mean, no, you were doing your thing. I essentially, you already know where I was gonna go with it regarding, this guy here, and I mean, you were taking it different places. Give me 1 second.
I just wanted to make sure that the details, and I also want to make sure that the likes are liking. We're a little slow on these likes. We should definitely be at 300. But I just wanted to make sure, and then you can pull up the documents so that they can get a better idea, because you have access to the documents now, correct?
No, I don't.
Oh, not yet? Okay.
No, I don't, but don't worry about it. Yeah, but essentially, yeah, hold on 1 second. Might be able to pull this up. Basically, y'all look this person up, who Heather Wilson Vincent is. You got to look up this person. Her husband is a retired cop, I believe.
Oh, really? Wow.
That's why I said the rabbit hole is deep. That's why I was like, we can, like, just this whole them responding is a big enough story, but the details that's within the story is crazy. What's the name of her company?
But Dusty, how you gonna be talking about this case? You don't have the actual documents. You don't have the documents. So why y'all reporting on something when y'all don't have the actual documents to know what's going on and what y'all talking about?
Again, y'all. Hold on. I'm gonna look it up right now. Hold on.
I have a question for y'all. Is Jacqueline Suzette Wright still in connection and communication with the Hadleys? Because you, Jack, you interviewed Demoree Hadley, and I called Javon Hadley or texted him, right? And then somehow Jacqueline Suzette Wright knew more about what I said in text messages than I said publicly. So that means that Jacqueline Suzette Wright at that point in time was in contact with Javon Hadley to get information about what I said in text messages to Javon Hadley. My, how interesting. So I hope that the Hadleys are not feeding Jag information so she can have behind the scenes information to go live on her platform, her and No Dusty, with insider tea and information violating any gag order. So she want to be on here lying about me. Maybe you're the one with the inside tea from the other side and you're projecting that onto me. Let's talk about it. Now, it'll be interesting if an email just miraculously surfaced into the hands of the other side and they can drag your name into this. And your name could be included as someone that is probably putting out information on behalf of the other side, the Hadleys. Let's talk about it, Jag. And who knows? If your name is brought up and mentioned as being in cahoots, maybe you're getting closer and closer to Jay-Z and Hova actually suing your ass for all the lies you done told on him. My. I would just hate for an email just to pop up about this possible connection. Because something tells me that Jag did not cease her contact with Demoree and that she's still in communication and contact with both of them. Yeah. So let's see how that turns out or goes about. How did Jacqueline Suzette Wright get information from Javon Hadley that I text? I never said publicly. I never showed the text publicly. How did she get extra information that I did not reveal? The only way she get information of what I said to Javon Hadley is if she spoke to Javon Hadley. So she has a speaking terms with Javon Hadley.
Should be gangbanging on me right quick.
And understand this, everything that we're saying and everything that we are showing is fair use, backed up by our First Amendment, right? All of these,
sure is.
All of this is accurate information.
Yeah, and it's so interesting that there is one time where you mentioned something, Jag, about sanctions or something else, and I went online and there were no documents. There were no documents, and you said you came online upset about what was happening. But how would you know what was happening without insider information to get the inside scoop? It's kind of like if someone goes to court and there's no public records for it yet, but people that went to court or know someone that went to court, they'll get the inside scoop about what happened at court before everyone else. And who was at the court? Javon and Demoree Hadley. So if Jag knows information about what happened at court before it's released to the public, that means Jag is still in communication with the Hadley. So when something is unfavorable and they're feeling some type of way about the results and they're telling Jag what was happening, and then she's going, now that's okay to talk to your friends about what happened at court. But if Jag is then going live and making these videos about the case online, that in a way is their mouthpiece and she's still being their mouthpiece. I'm just saying, when there's a gag order, you're not supposed to have proxies. Isn't that what they say? How interesting.
Also, mostly public record.
Yes, it's public record now.
And yeah, should not be confused with tabloid gossip or folly. And all anyway, and we are also not asking anyone from our platform to go and harass anybody on social media or otherwise. We are not doing that.
Yeah.
I just find it funny that they accused them and had them held in contempt for starting a brutal social media, campaign to slander and to be negative. And the day this lawsuit got started, one of the actual defendants enlisted her sister to come in and do that very same thing. Because that's exactly what they did. The lawsuit hit, and then the next thing you know, boom, this account shows up with this inflammatory image. And Demoree is a liar, or Demoree is lying.
Now, I feel bad for Demoree Hadley because she's a victim of domestic violence and she wants to cover for Devon Hadley, who is actually really abusive. But I will say is that in the fact that she's covering up for him, she has to lie to cover up for him. If she tells the truth about everything about him, then he's gonna be the monster that he is. But if she lies, then she can, act like he's not. So will I say she's a liar, like just a lie? Oh, that person's a liar, like a Jag is actually a liar. I wouldn't say that, but has she lied about certain things? Yes. And in one video, I heard her saying that that video was AI. This video is AI. Here's the thing: if the video is AI, why are y'all are saying that this is some sort of evidence that is being released to the public and this and that? Like, I don't know. So you're saying it's fake and it's AI and this was submitted to the state attorney's office and you don't want it circulating? This video is obviously not AI. It's actually a surveillance footage. It's real. Okay. Devon Hadley punched Demoree Hadley in the head, and that's facts.
Hey, Alina. I find it very interesting. Very interesting. Why is it that the people that are always doing this crazy crap are always accusing people of doing what they're doing? It's always that way when it comes to the devil. The devil is always the first one to accuse somebody of doing what they're doing. It's always extreme.
Oh, not trying to accuse me. Look at her background, y'all. She took a screenshot of my live. I thought Jack unsubscribed from my channel. So she took a screenshot of my live on Demoree Hadley so she could spin her own conspiracy and try to add me into this stuff. Hold on.
Deflection. And people just get away with it. This woman's been sitting on Twitter for months. And the thing is this, even though she doesn't have a big follower base or followings, because it's a new account, because of the knowledge that she has with how to manipulate social media and how to make social media work for you, and the way she strategically started using Demoree's hashtag to attach it to her very vicious and misleading posts, that it was able to reach a lot of places. Traction might not be as heavy on her channel as it is out there, but it's definitely out there. And all she would need are a few subscribers who have much larger platforms to share it as well. And then those numbers go out. You know what? Sidebar, before we go any further, because you're going to try to retrieve the document if possible so we can read through a little bit?
If possible, yeah.
Okay, well then let me take this time because there's something that I want to pull up to you guys. I want to show you guys something, okay?
Yeah, here we go. Shout out to Gail Turner. Thank you so much for the cash app. She says, for the extraordinary truth teller and dropping some roses. I appreciate it. Sending some virtual roses right back at you. Again, shout out to Gail. I appreciate it, girl. Also, shout out to Nitty in the building. Thank you so much for the cash app as well. And she says, best wishes in school. Oh, I think it's much I appreciate it. And sending a single rose right back at you. Again, shout out to you, Nitty, and everybody else. Remember, support my channel for free just by hitting that like button. Yeah, shout out to the official campaign as well. Make sure y'all subscribe to his channel. Subscribe. And yeah, attorney, all this talking with no document. Exactly.
And you guys, you should remember these images, because I think this is going to be a very important part of the story as well. And this is why I collect what I collect and I do what I do. All right. Now, you guys remember this? This is the image. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can get. Where is it? No, I think this is, yeah, this is probably going to be the best of it right here that I can get on this screen. And you should be able to see it. Okay. So if you guys remember, do you see here in this image where the blur is? Do you guys remember that? The blur? Because in the initial video that went out, don't forget, you're not supposed to be able to show DV, and SA acts openly on YouTube. It's supposed they're supposed to snatch those videos down right away, correct? I mean, you did one of the bums fighting, and didn't they come after you real quick for that, Odell?
So there she goes. Here's the setup. She says that the only video circulating on YouTube and on social media is a blurred video of Javon Hadley punching Demoree Hadley in the head, and that YouTube usually takes down violent videos. You can post violent videos if it's for news reporting, and clearly I was reporting on the news. I was reading a document. It was not about, oh, go. It was educational, it was informative, and it was for news reporting. So that's fine. That's why a lot of news stations on here, media post violent videos, and as long as it's for news purposes. Now, have you ever thought, Jacqueline Suzette Wright, that some YouTuber downloaded the video from the actual complaint, and when they downloaded the video from the complaint, they wanted to protect their channel, so they blurred out the video so they could play it on YouTube. And me, when I was live, I didn't blur out anything. I wanted everyone to see. How can everyone see him punch her in the head if it's blurred out? So I played the raw footage, and I made sure that it was for news reporting purposes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they up and took that down. I got a strike. Yep.
They took it down and they gave you a strike because, so you're not supposed to be showing these images here on YouTube. And in this initial video, when we did the recap, remember? I was showing everyone, and I didn't slow the video down. I played it at the rate that it was presented, and then I showed where it had been manipulated, which is why there's another content creator that showed another version of this video and played it all in slow motion to make it harder for you to be able to keep up with how it was being manipulated.
No, that's not. How can that make it harder to keep up? Slow motion makes it better for you to follow what's happening, where you can see where his fist lands against her head. Slow motion helps you because the video is so quick, and then you have to slow it down to see what's really happening. Slow motion is more useful, especially when a video is going too rapidly and too fast. It helps you to concentrate on what's happening moment by moment. To be honest, if something was wrong with it, you'll actually catch it better when it's in slow motion than Speedy Gonzalez. So with that being said, I actually played the video in this regular speed, and then if you were there, I actually slowed it down. I had like the regular speed, slowed down, and then mid-range.
That wasn't smart at all. So it was kind of just dumb.
No, it was smart. You're the dumb bitch that doesn't even have the documents. At least I went live and I have the documents. I even have the Dr. Bober. I have his document as 11 pages. Where are your documents? I'll wait. So I'm also going to go over that in a minute. I have Dr. Bober's response, his motion to dismiss. Daniel Bober's reply to plaintiff's response to motion to dismiss. I have that. It's about 11 pages. I'm not going to read the entire thing. I'm just going to give you a brief summary.
For one good reason, for moments like this, I need another 150 likes. I really do. I hate sitting here giving up the goods and ain't nobody giving me no love. The easiest way to support this channel is by hitting the like button. It would be great if we could get 1,000 likes every video, but if all we can get is just 500, that's still good enough to make sure that they know we're here in the algorithm. Please hit the like. Don't turn me into one of these trolls that sit here begging for likes and begging for cash checks. Like this video, like this video, like this video. I don't want to do that.
Now she's trying to shade other people. Girl, Jack, I can get $1 a view. All I asked for is $1 a view, and I can't even get that. but y'all give these other creators $1 a view. Girl, you be begging for $1 a view. Have a seat.
Team snipe, team snipe, team snipe, team snipe, team snipe, team snipe.
You know what I'm saying? One good subliminal attack deserves another. Now, like I was saying, the initial video that we broke down, there was the moment where you could see Javon coming out, Demoree was there, and there was the backing up, and it went further back to the room, and then it was, boom, there was supposed to be contact, but instead there was a blur there, and the reason why it was blurred was because you're not supposed to be showing violent, explicit fights and stuff like that here on YouTube. It's supposed to go against the guidelines. Matter of fact, the second that you show it, they're supposed to snatch it down, just like they did on Odell's channel, which we just talked about, just like they've done on multiple videos. So I always find it interesting when YouTube is very strict when it comes to some content creators, but they let other content creators go. Just
man, what was if Odussi played that and it got snatched down immediately, what was Odussi doing? He probably was not even talking. He probably just sitting there watching it and saying all kind of things that made it seem like it wasn't news reporting. I made it clear that I was actually reading documents and going over the case files. It was constant. It was obvious that I was not just sitting there watching a fight just for violence purposes. Oh yeah, a fight or some sort of violence. You have to make sure that it's actually for news reporting.
Like the rest of us have to sit around and say unalived and have to say great to keep our videos from being demonetized. But people like Candace Owens, they get to say the red rum, they get to say the M word, they get to say the R word, and apparently their monetization is fine and they never get bothered at all. It's wild because there's another content creator that I know that said that Candace Owens actually knows the people, that knows how to go after people's videos and shut people's down and how to turn her video up. And that's why she's been so successful. Really interesting, but I ain't gonna put that person down on Front Street. I'm pretty sure. So listen to me. This is the initial video that was being passed around YouTube. We did the AI breakdown. Demoree sat down with us and she explained us everything. And she explained that I was like the only content creator that was able to pull out all the glitches and see what was this and what was that and whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop and yada, yada, yada. Y'all remember that?
Now, come on now, Demoree Hadley. You know good and well your husband punched you in the head, but I get it because I've seen the text messages of him being controlling. I've seen how he punched you in the head, and I also heard how you were like saying he's hurting you. We've heard the evidence. He is abusive, but you want to protect him because you love him. Well, you think you do. You think you do. So with that being said, she's going to lie. There's a lot of people that lie. There are some abusers that will actually punch the victim in the eye. And when the police come and say, hey, what happened to your eye? I fell down the stairs. They'll have years of abuse and say all these accidents happen when the whole time they are just being abused. Victims lie for their abusers. That's not unheard of.
She said it in the interview when we sat down and talked with one another. So what I'm trying to figure out is this video that came out a week, well, that was circulating moderately well on YouTube and a few other social media constructs. This is the initial video. Blurb. The blur was there, correct? So tell me something. Why is it that 3 weeks later, this video, we can see people in your background, just so you know. Y'all see that? Does that look blurry to y'all?
Jab be on some bullshit, y'all. Y'all heard me? She be on some damn bullshit. She's talking about, oh, she posted my video and says, does that look blurry? Of course it's not, because I actually read the fucking document. You actually get the court document, you can have an unblurred copy. Hey, you can have an unblurred video too, just by simply reading the original complaint and clicking a link. How interesting. That's why I tell people don't skip the exhibits. It's not over at the complaint. The exhibits contain all the receipts and the juice. Sometimes I skip the whole complaint and just go down to the read what it's about, what is the actual headline, and then I go straight to the exhibits.
Does that look blurry to y'all in any way? Because this was 3 weeks after we did our breakdown video. 3 weeks after. We did our breakdown video.
So Jag mad that she did a breakdown video on a blurry video. How can you break down a video of Javon Hadley, punching Demoree Hadley in the head without actually seeing him do it? So what are you actually breaking down? If you can't see him actually hitting her, then how can you actually prove that he hit her? The only way to prove it is to actually show unblurred. So what breakdown did you do? I wish I would do a breakdown of someone hitting someone in the head and it's blurred out to where you can't see them hit them in the head. I will have to post it to my website or do something to be able to show it, because what's the point? Like, what kind of breakdown is it?
And the video was up and it was blurred. And then another content creator came back and decided they wanted to jump in the mix and they wanted to try to debunk what we did here on this channel. And then they played a whole nother version of this video clean with no blur. And it was funny because when I watched their version, which was definitely very different than our version.
How you gonna say that it's the same video, but yours was just blurred and mine wasn't? And then you're gonna say later, because you caught yourself, that mine was very different from yours. Is it the same video that mine was just unblurred and yours was blurred, or is it a totally different video? Oh, I forgot. Jag is a liar, of course. You guys to try to spin it into something else that is not.
They had cleaned it up. The point of contact, everything. It looked so much clearer. Like I said, this video was shared 3 weeks after the initial. And the video that I showed, I grabbed from another content creator. Edited and broke it down, gave him his credit as well. And we did the breakdown. So the first image that comes out is blurred because you're not supposed to be showing any of this. This is the way it looked. This is the context, the color, and the discoloration and all of that. And then the next thing you know, 3 weeks later, we got a whole nother version. No blur.
So I gather that Jag, when I posted a video with no blur, Jag is slow and just skim through the video, because if she actually watched the whole video and then just skim, she probably wasn't paying attention when I actually read the document, and I actually downloaded it from the actual document while I was reading the complaint. When we got to the exhibits, I said, oh, they got videos, and that's when I downloaded it live, and I slowed it down while I was live and everything else. It was a live show.
So tell me something. How? How, Sway? The initial version that everyone got had the blur in it, all of that. And you can go and you can look at the timestamp being edited and all of that. And as you see, there goes a piece of it right there. So my question is, why was the robot allowed to broadcast a violent video where there was alleged contact of violence?
My question is, why is Jag so worried about why I got to play the video and why mine isn't blurred? Oh, Jag wanted me to get a strike. She was hoping that I would play the video and I would get a strike. Jag wanted my video to be taken down and struck down because I played the video, because old Dusty got struck down. So I guess she wanted me to get a strike, I guess.
And the video's still up. Not only that, if everybody else got the blurred out version, where did she get the clear copy from?
You need to ask yourself who blurred it out. Why would Desiree Perez want to blur out a video that she wants everyone to see her son-in-law hit her daughter in the head. She wouldn't want that blurred. So you even said that there's a Miss Wilson that's a sister of one of the defendants, Katie, that posted stuff to social media. But guess what? Even the video they posted is not blurred, right? That shows that Desiree Perez wants the original footage out there and not a blurred version. And even sharing her Google Drive, she shared the original. So Desiree is only sharing the original file to everyone. Content creators are the ones that blur the videos. So a content creator downloaded the video, the original video, most likely from the actual lawsuit, and then they blurred it out to protect their YouTube channel from any strikes or community guidelines. And then Jag took the video from the content creator instead of getting from the original source. See, I don't want to take a video from a content creator because I know they can edit it or blur it or whatever they want to. I want the original video and the raw file, the real one. And I want to go to the original source. So that's why I get the lawsuit and get my own copy, and then from there I can use my own copy instead of and I have the raw one, and then I can blur it or not blur it depending on how I want to.
Because the clear copy, that see.
So Jag, just like Dominique saying, Jag wants this to be about her, and Rock Nation is going after her. So she doesn't really have proof that Jay-Z is after her or Rock Nation is after her. So if she could pretend like DaniRobertson, that I'm getting information from Jay-Z and Rock Nation and Desiree Perez, then she can say, oh, Dani makes videos debunking me and calling me out, and even on Demoree Hadley and Javon Hadley. So Dani is the connection to Rock Nation. They gave her this footage just like they gave Wilson footage, and Dani is attacking me. Jag wants to be attacked and by Rock Nation so bad that she's willing to try to lie on me to pretend like I am working with Desiree and Rock Nation which is ultimately Jay-Z, to attack her. That's the whole plan. The issue is that and she's trying to say that I'm just like the Wilson girl is getting stuff from a defendant. She's trying to say I'm getting stuff from a defendant and I'm trying to go after them. That's the play. Here's the thing. Me having an unblurred copy just means that I took the extra step to get the original file from the actual lawsuit instead of just going to a content creator page and stealing their copy that they probably blurred out. I got my own. I pulled the lawsuit myself, read over it, went to the exhibits, and downloaded the original raw copy. So your explanation for why I have the original raw one is false and misleading, just to try to paint a picture that I have an inside connection to Rock Nation and they're sending me files.
There's a reason why I put this up first when we got started today. No, the robot isn't one of the Wilson sisters, but what's very clear is the robot has been in contact with at least one of the Wilson sisters.
She said the robot has been in contact with one of the Wilson sisters. I have not been in contact with no Wilson sister. What are you talking about? Jag is making up stuff. Jag, listen, Jay-Z is not thinking about you. He did not slice me with a box cutter. He did not slice you with a box cutter. He has nothing about your bald-headed ass. He is with Beyonce. He has kids. He has a family. He has a bunch of money. He got, he got a lot of stuff going on. He's nothing about your bald-headed ass just because you helped him a long time ago as a backup of a backup. Are you gonna, Jag, you gotta think about it. Do you want to be 80 years old online still talking about Jay-Z? When are you gonna stop with the whole Rock Nation Jay-Z? Your obsession is getting out of hand. Your obsession is getting out of hand, Jag. This is like, and now you're so desperate to be linked to Rock Nation that you're actually going to try to act like I'm working for Rock Nation to come after you. And that's how I got the raw footage unblurred. Girl, listen. If I was working for Rock Nation, I wouldn't even be live right now, apparently. Like, Isn't that like somebody with a bunch of fucking money? Where's my fucking paycheck?
Let's pretend that Desiree Perez is too busy to be running around, you know, chatting up content creators herself. I wanted to really make
bingo, unplugged matrix, and I hate to say it, but yeah, they gotta be aware that Jag is in my opinion, allegedly, that I believe Jag and O'Dusty are still working with Demoree Hadley and Javon Hadley, and that they are the mouthpieces for them still. I do believe it. And that's not supposed to be happening. So while Jag is trying to point the finger over here, she needs to point the finger back at herself, because she might be guilty of being an active proxy and going through this whole thing of working for the Hadleys to continue to be their voice and mouthpiece as she was before the gag order. Oh, you have a gag order, but don't worry, my big megaphone mouth will still speak for y'all. Is that what it is, Jag?
make sure, and we can use more likes. Please don't be afraid to like. We want everybody to know what we over here discussing.
Show me the money.
Like I said, this is the version that everybody else was passing around on social media when they were busy trying to defame Javon's character. This is the image. It was blurred. The video was blurred, especially at the point of contact. Next thing you know, 3 weeks later, we get a whole clear copy with no blur. See, I guess because...
I just keep on saying no blur. So just like right now, and I talked about Odell Beckham Jr. and I show his exhibits. If I showed those pictures online and no one actually read the lawsuit, they would be like, oh my gosh, where you got that picture from? I never seen that picture of Odell Beckham or this or that. It's like, it's a private photo. How did she get it? No shit, Sherlock. I got it from a fucking lawsuit exhibit. Those exhibits have a lot of personal information sometimes. It's you know, that's where the juicy tea is at. Okay, so though I like exhibits. So yeah, I got my unblurred video from a fucking exhibit, bitch. Duh. But yeah, Jag, sorry to break it to you, but only your minions will believe that I actually am working for Jay-Z. Everyone else that has common sense in the brain will know that Desiree Perez ain't sending me nothing. Rock Nation Jay-Z ain't sending me anything either.
The blur kind of slowed down people's willingness. You know, they wanted to make sure that people believed he did this to her, so they unblurred it. But I'm just trying to figure it out, because if so, then that would mean that this is an image of the violets, and if it's an image of the violets, then that means that YouTube should have taken it down. So why didn't YouTube take it down? And by the way, I don't think I've seen this on any other content creator's channel. What I do know though is that the robot goes onto the Twitter and does a lot of disinformation.
Jag thanks to the Diddy docket. The Diddy docket reported on Jag and her whole jail thing when she was first sued by Ashley Parham, trying to prove that she was in jail. That's not my page. I don't run the Diddy docket. I don't have that much time on my hands to be running that Diddy docket Twitter page. I barely have time for my own social media page. I just added a fourth channel, Ucha the Ghetto, to adding videos over there. So with that being said, no. I'm not the Diddy docket.
That I can say for a fact. I can say that for a fact, because she did it with me. When the lawsuit naming me as a Diddy employee hit, and she did a video here on YouTube saying, oh no, Jag was in jail, whoopty-whoopty-woo. But while she was doing that here on YouTube to protect her channel, she was still over on X lying, trying to convince people that it was real. Now I want y'all to look at these images here. Desiree Perez. Okay, so look, here we go. Desiree Perez created an item October 4th, 2023. This is when she was using this old footage from January 16th, 2022. Are y'all really paying attention to the data here? Because see, this video was from January 16th, right? 2022. Now, she didn't make it an item. Desiree Perez created an item. October, what's that? The 4th or the 6th? I think no, October 4th.
Here's the thing. No one unblurred anything. The original copy was raw and it was not blurred. It's content creators and other people that downloaded the logs with the complaint, and they downloaded the file, and they are the ones that unblurred it. So it never was blurred unless a creator blurs it. Some creators blur the video out because they're afraid of getting a strike or something. Okay. However, when I got it, I just played it. I didn't blur it because how can I see if you punched her if I blur it? It didn't make any sense. And if I did get a strike, I would just fight it and say that it's news reporting.
2023. She waited a year and a half. Now see, let's remember, Demoree was still working at Iconics at the time. They were still trying to use the job to manipulate her away from her relationship, to manipulate her away from her life, her family, the family that she was building and creating. 444, whatever. Demoree didn't get fired until after all of the arrests. What was it? Because I believe Javon it was the arrest at the farm. And when he got out and he bonded out, she was fired from her job after that. This woman, this mother of hers, literally sat there and kept putting pressure and pressure and trying to manipulate and tried to manipulate. And when the manipulation didn't work, she got old footage, had it AI'd, in my opinion. And the people who are in it have agreed with my opinion and verified my opinion and explained it in detail. See? Punch. And then there's another addendum. See, she re-edited it. Do y'all see that? See the first one, October 4th, 2023, she created the item. Then it says, Desiree Perez added an item to. Now, this is the thing. And Odell, I wanted to ask you this. As we're examining this document here.
Hold on. All this is proof.
I don't know if
all this proves is that Desiree Perez possibly is working in conjunction with obviously the defendant, Katie, and then Katie is feeding information to her sister, Wilson. That's all that it proves. What you're trying to use it for is not to prove what Demoree Hadley is trying to prove for her case, which she's got her document. You're trying to make it about yourself by saying, hey, guess what? I think that DaniRobertson is also working for one of the defendants, aka Desiree Perez, who is working with Roc Nation, aka ultimately leading up to Jay-Z. And that's how DaniRobertson got an unblurred copy of this video a long time ago when other content creators did not have access to this footage. Other creators only got a blurred image. And why did DaniRobertson get to play the unblurred footage without getting a penalty or a strike or YouTube violation? And the video is still up and everybody else got an issue. So all of this is just to spin a narrative. So we're gonna move to the next topic now. Pretty much I'm just letting y'all know Jag is trying to spin a narrative that Jay-Z and Roc Nation and Desiree Perez are after her, and they're using me to do it because Desiree isn't gonna do it by herself. She's gonna use me or other creators to go after Jag. And that's how she's trying to say, because she's saying that Wilson got an unedited raw footage and I have unedited raw footage, and where do we get it from when everything else is blurred? Yeah, and the thing is, she has a lot of minions. So Jag isn't someone that has only a few minions. She's someone that has a lot of minions. And yeah, she was just on the blue couch, which I have not even reviewed her last 2 blue couch videos. So if you actually watch the blue couch and see other things, Jag actually has a lot of minions and people that believe stuff that she says. Okay, that's why, to be honest, there has to be a counter to where there's people that actually debunk her, because she actually does have people that believe everything that she says. So yes, there are people out there that believe I'm a hacker. There are some people that believe I work for Rock Nation. There are people that actually believe these things. I'm letting y'all know, okay? They believe, just like they believe that she was at there are people that believe everything Jag says, like her work is gospel and Jag is the truth. So with that being said, yes, there are people out there. Like, y'all might be shocked in this little sector, but let's be clear, there are a lot of people that believe it. She has said a lot of things about me, and I will go to some other channels and people will actually be seeing it as if it's true or actually reality. Like, I'm this or I'm that. I'm like, what the fuck? So there is a side of this where people actually believe the stuff that Jag says, and she knows it. That's why she says it. Like, and she, look how she says it. Oh, and Robot has the unblurred. Everyone else had a blur, and she had the unblurred. And then her video gets to stay up, and ours get taken down. And she didn't get a YouTube strike, and you got a YouTube strike. So she must have certain privilege or access, and she gets to. She's making it sound like I'm working for some top dogs. I get away with stuff that I shouldn't get away with, and I have stuff that from the inside. She's making it sound like that. That's what she does, everything. But nobody's talking about how Dani got the unblurred version, and nobody's wants to talk about how Odell got a strike on his video and she didn't get a strike on her video. I wonder why. She's gonna be doing that kind of shit. Hold on.
You're able to jump in right now, but if you can, whenever you can. She already had the video. The video came from surveillance cameras that she was in control of. She had the data.
Wait. Jag says the video came from Desiree Perez surveillance footage that she had a hold of. But I thought you said it was AI. If it's AI, it won't come from surveillance, Jag. You got to keep up with your lies. If it's AI, it won't come from surveillance. It'll be fake, right? So you're saying the video came from surveillance, that's a real video. Which one is it? Is it a real video from surveillance footage or an AI video?
It was created early October. And then it says, look, she added an item. So now we have 2 different videos. Okay? Of the same thing. We got 2 files. And then we go back and we see October 25th of 2023. Desiree Perez renamed an item. This is personally what I think. Because see, there would be no need to rename an item at all. Like, if you have an item, if you have the metadata is secure. The metadata is intact. It is what it is. So whatever was on that first item, that was the original legitimate item. But then she added an item.
Here we go. Her conspiracy is trying to pretend like some manipulation occurred. Every video that has been played of Javon Hadley punching Demoree Hadley is the same video, besides some are blurred and some are not blurred. So let me skip forward a little bit.
Why would you need to have 2 versions of the same thing? I'll wait on them likes. I'll wait on them likes.
Jag got that
Why would you
green
need two
thing
versions
on
of the same
again.
thing? And
That
more
green
importantly,
dress.
if it was just two versions of the same thing, it wouldn't show up in different data formats. Odell, you the IT guy. Am I talking crazy? I just want to make sure. If you could corroborate at any point. We had audio, one that had no audio. Love you, pray for your continued protection. Oh, thank you, Shy. Appreciate you. I believe that. I believe I am protected, and I believe that all of your prayers keeps me that way. But yeah, as many times as I've been through hell, being targeted and harassed for standing up for what I believe in, standing up for what I love, standing up for what I know to be true.
So of course, hold on, let's go. So there's also a part of this live where she starts to get into, y'all listen, when I say a major growth, something she used to do before, then she stopped doing that, she's back to doing. Hold on.
Actually, is credible enough to handle social media accounts for a whole state, even though she was and like I said, with her background in social media, I'm sure
just got to bolden up a few things. Hold on 1 second. Plus, I had to go pick up all the other sweaters and all that, sending them out. I'm sorry, but yeah, I had to do because I had to take care of that.
No, I know.
So I made a video on my backup channel about surviving a narcissistic troll form. So Dusty has now decided that he's gonna make a series about me and the Avengers. And I say press. So yeah, he's talking about making a series about me and the Avengers because he's pressed about my series on the narcissistic troll form. So if you didn't watch my surviving the narcissistic troll form part 1, check it out on my channel, Dani Montana. So let me show y'all this really quickly of what Dusty is pressed about. I'm gonna make it a little bigger. And he made a thumbnail clearly with AI saying the Avenger of Lies. Says micro doc coming soon, Avengers of Lives, the YouTube justice call when a group of YouTubers calling themselves the Avengers crossed the line between commentary and criminal harassment. One man's life was torn apart by doxing, defamation, and threats, all because he chose to work with Jaguar Wright. This documentary exposes how online vigilantes masquerading as justice warriors weaponize content, destroy families, and protect predators in the shadows of the entertainment industry. Coming to the Patreon New Year's 2026. Yeah. So all of a sudden he wants to make a series because I said surviving a narcissistic troll form featuring Jacqueline. Is that right? She's not the only troll farm. There's other people here that are the troll farm. And by the way, I say narcissistic troll farm as I am a victim of a narcissistic smear campaign of a collective. It's a group of trolls that are all narcissists that smear my name. So I said surviving a narcissistic troll form. And by smears, these people troll me and they make up lies, just like what Jag is doing now, alleging that I work with Rock Nation because I have an unblurred video that if you actually listen and watch my channel and I was live, it actually came from a lawsuit complaint that anybody can download and see for themselves, that this lawsuit that was filed in April of 2025 contains that document, that video. It contains the unblurred video. If anyone can download it, it's for everyone to download. So if you are on the side of the truth, you will say DaniRobertson got it from this from Desiree's lawsuit that's available for everyone publicly on Pacer, and anyone can pay for it. Of course, you have to pay for it, and you can download it, and you can you'll have the link to that file. That's if you tell the truth. If you want to lie, you'll say Desiree Perez, the CEO of Rock Nation, Desiree Perez, sent DaniRobertson the robot the unblurred video, and that's why she got the blurred one. And well, she got the unblurred one, and everyone else got the blurred. She's working for Jay-Z and Rock Nation, and you know, Desiree Perez, the mother of Demoree Hadley, is CEO of Rock Nation. So I'm being stalked by Rock Nation, and they're using DaniRobertson to debunk my videos. So that's the troll. That's the one trolling and lying on me, you see? So I have to deal with these people saying that I garnished their wages. Someone named Bleachy made a whole smear campaign going on and on about saying that I garnished her wages. Like I, a YouTuber, anonymous YouTuber, somehow garnished her individual wages when she didn't even have a fucking job. Made a fake email, just made a bunch of fake shit saying I garnished her wages. And everyone said, no, there's no way she garnished her wages. And guess what? At the very end, she says that her wages were garnished, but no one collected any money, and that they garnished her wages, got her checks, but never cashed the checks or never got any money. I'm like, huh? And then she said she filed a police report, and it turned out an elderly man, white man or some man was behind it. But then she says that I'm still behind it somehow. I'm confused. So anyways, that's the Bleachy person. So I keep on dealing with these trolls I call the troll farm, and Jag is one of them. So anyways, I made a video on part 1 discussing this narcissistic troll farm. And by this troll farm, I mean people that are narcissists smear my name in a smear campaign. So now, because I made that part 1, immediately after that, Dusty comes up with this idea. I guess he's gonna have a docu-series or whatever. Hold on.
Here, just getting some things clear. I'll fill you in after we finish this here, because I was telling everybody that maybe we'll do a recap video that'll be over on Set in the West with just the documents and just doing a quick run through. So for those who just want to be able to see all of the wording and all of the language and everything that's there. But we wanted to take the time to just walk everyone through the details and the facts here, and then we can short recap over on Set in the West.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, and then we can present all of the documents there.
Hold on 1 second. I'm still here.
Oh, I'm sure. So yeah, there goes my favorite co-host. ¿Cómo estás? No, but yeah, until next time, we'll see you guys.
But are y'all surprised that they're still together, or do you believe that they are not 100% together, but separate? They're separate, but they're still like hooking up, but they're not like 100% together, if you know what I mean.
Guys soon, and just remember that don't believe the hype. I'm just grateful that Demoree and Javon have the kind of team that they have around them. They have a really, really, really great.
I wonder if you're still speaking to Javon and Demoree and being their mouthpiece, because you're not supposed to. Similar to how Katie is not supposed to have her sister posting for her, the Hadleys are not supposed to have creators out here, you know, being their mouthpiece either. Especially if it comes to attacking others on the opposite side, right? Amon says Jack can afford Pacer. Yeah, Pacer can add up. It's definitely an expense. Now, let me tell y'all, the one that's really trying to is anyone trying to cover that Owens case. Yeah, some places try to overcharge for those Candace Owens documents. But yeah, so some people avoid Pacer and those calls, so they try to just, you know, wait for other creators to post or talk about it, so they don't have to pay for the documents, right? Which is smart. I mean, but if you don't have your own documents, you have to wait for other creators to post documents or give you documents, or you know, and review it first, and then you know.
Attorneys, and they have a wonderful investigative team, you know, but I know it's getting costly for them because this is just a costly thing, all of it, you know. So please, and thank you for that. Yes, happy birthday, Giovanni. If y'all could just say that in your heart. I don't encourage people to go online talking about and stuff like that, because there's been so many people that have been so disrespectful with the memory of my son, my children as a whole, my family, all of that. So I keep that now to myself until we're ready to do something. Welcome, Zachary. Welcome to Jag Nation. You know, we got to get the revenue up for everything that we do. So for those who really, if you see the fight that people who are in this position have to go through,
if you see the fight that I have to go through, what do you have to go through, Jag? Oh, I know. You have to go through the fact that you have to buy diapers. You're out of money for diapers. What else do you have to go through? What does Jag have to go through? Oh, I know. She needs money because she's on the run from Jay-Z. Jay-Z has never been able to spot her, even though she has went to numerous places and told us her location. But for some reason, Jay-Z cannot track her down. I don't know.
No, we appreciate the donations, but if you want to support, please get a sweatshirt, get a t-shirt. I mean, there's a lot of stuff we can talk about. The question is, what will people, you know, believe? But I'm not interested in making people believe anything anymore. I'm just, you know, all we can do is present and share what we find with you and let you figure it out for yourself. You know, it's so crazy because once upon a time I had said that it would be great if I could get all of the people that followed me to just donate $1 to my company.
I can't get $1 of you. So y'all gonna just watch me and not hit the like button, and I can't get $1 of you. So there you go. Why are you just on here trying to make fun of other people for begging for money and posting cash apps and asking for, you know, yeah, so Jag is back to her $1 of view. So you know what that means. Y'all know what it means when Jag is back to her. So I can't get $1 of you. $1 of you. Jag, we already know what that means. If I say I want $1 from, I can get $1 of you, I'm hoping that like 500 people will send me $1. Hey, 500 people send me $1, now I have $500. So saying $1 is not a humble thing. She even said before she taught TJ how to scam and hustle. You don't ask for a lot, you ask for a little so you can seem humble. And that you're saying that everyone sends you $1 because you're hoping that, hey, people will say, I got more than $1, so I'll send you maybe $5. And you're hoping that a bunch of people will say they'll send you that, and then you got $2,500 by the end of the day because everyone will send you $1 to $5 or whatever else. So you ask for a little, hoping for more, and then you're hoping for plenty of people to fall for it, and then all send you that. So when someone says $1, they actually don't want $1. Do y'all remember when someone actually sent Jag $1 and she went ballistic? When someone actually sent Jag $1, she went ballistic. Okay, so trust and believe, she actually does not just want $1.
And people, oh, she's begging for $1.
$1?
She's begging for $1.
Because you don't want just $1. That's the plague. Jag, you have to understand, people know the hustle. Asking for $1. Just like someone is a homeless person, you know, people are in need. They say, you got some spare change, you got some change. They're not really hoping that you just give them some pennies, like a handful of pennies, like some change. When they say change, they're hoping that you'll give them $1, some dollar bills, dollar bill, y'all. $1 or some change. You got some change. You got some change. It's asking. You're trying to say, hey, I'm that broke that I'll just take $1. I'm that humble to where I'll just take $1 or some change. But you're hoping that someone will actually give you more money.
But the reason why I said that is because if I could get everyone who believes in me, who really supports me, who follows me, if I could even get 1/3 of that, that would be more than enough money to pay for my legal fees, to be able to get the company off the ground, to be able to put out our own product, to do all the things that we need to do. You know, when you raise a little bit of money.
Oh, I know, I'm gonna sell my salves. Are you gonna be selling your salves, Jag? So you can teach us how to moisturize our skin. Hey, You know, you can get bodied by Jag, taken care of by Jag. Anybody interested?
At a time, it helps in the short term, but it doesn't help with the long term goal. And yes, you did, but not necessarily 10 people, because you did it here on YouTube. And by the time YouTube takes their money and then the government takes their money, it's more like $4. So for me, it's we need to raise some cash, because the truth is if we can't afford to hire a full staff.
Hire a full staff. Why do y'all need a full staff? I'm not trying to be mean, but Jag, I don't think you're in a position talking about hiring a full staff. You better can pay for yourself to stay afloat, keep yourself afloat, but let's try to hire other people, and then they got to have a livelihood as well. Do you even pay your mods or give your mods anything? Like, you expect your mod squad to just be your we having a mod squad meeting, mod squad undivided meeting, like meetings all day. Listen, if I ain't getting paid, don't sign me up for no motherfucking meeting. I could be your mod, but listen, I ain't coming to no meeting. I ain't like, am I clocked in? I don't have no mod meetings, because what I look like having a mod meeting, a mandatory mod meeting. What the fuck? Unless somebody getting paid and they on staff and they hire and they clocking in, ain't no damn meetings. But you know, some people, now let me be clear. That's how I run my channel, okay? I run my channel that way. Other people can do their own thing, okay? Like periodically, I can say someone trying to say this or that, but like how Jag was running it, nah. You're doing too much.
We need more time, and we don't have enough time. There's not enough. What we got going on right now, it's not enough. It's just not enough. It's not enough coming in for us to be able to do the things that we need to do. So I don't know why, but this morning I had a dream, and I was spending time, and Giovanni said, "Mom, ask the people to support you."
Oh my gosh. Y'all heard it right. I don't know why, but I had a dream and it said, so now Giovanni is saying, she's using Giovanni again, her own font to grift. You cannot make this up. Yeah, diabolical. Massa, and you see how she changed her voice? I had a dream and Giovanni said that ask the people to support you. You know, like her voice changes. Like she's now, Jag, I told you to go back to acting. Just go back to acting. That's your forte.
Mom, ask the people to support you. Ask your taste. He was like, I mean,
y'all listen. Watch how she goes from one voice to the next voice. Okay. Yeah, I'm not trying to laugh, but watch how drastic the voices change. Okay, hold on.
Not necessarily 10 people, because you did it here on YouTube, and by the time YouTube takes their money and then the government takes their money, it's more like $4.
So yes, YouTube takes a big chunk of money. YouTube is greedy. When I say YouTube is greedy, because I actually want to block people from my membership. Yeah, I actually have people I want to block. But YouTube does not let a content creator control their membership. Like, you cannot control your membership and who's in it. Like anyone can just sign up to your membership. It's supposed to be your membership, but technically it's not. Because I've asked to block people, I remove people, and they're paying so they can stay. It's like, okay, well, you care about them paying so they can stay. I'm saying take their money and get the fuck out. I want them to take their subscription and get the fuck out of my membership. All of them. And YouTube says nope, they're paying so they can stay in there. Like, so is that really my membership? Not really. It's YouTube's membership that they're just letting me stop. They let me set it up. They don't let me control it, right? So YouTube cares about the dollar bill, y'all. And I mean, to them, like, well, you know, Everybody that pays get access, and then they're gonna get their cut of the money, and that's it. I guess they feel like if you block people or to give people control over blocking members, they're gonna lose money, which is true. They're gonna lose money because I'm gonna block people. And also, to be honest, I feel that I have stalkers that once I block them, they're just gonna create a fake troll page just to join my membership on a troll page. It is what it is. So it's like there's really not a workaround.
So for me, it's we need to raise some cash, because the truth is if we can't afford to hire a full staff, we need more time, and we don't have enough time. There's not enough. What we got going on right now, it's not enough. It's just not enough.
Delmo says it's not like she isn't online multiple times a day, and Lame has a channel. They should be making out pretty well with all themselves, right? And I will say this: content creators, if you're in a certain niche or space, especially where there's vulgarity, cursing, certain things you're going to be seeing, you're not going to make money like that just by making a video. A lot of the times it's basically fan funded. So if people are not funding your channel, you're not going to really make a lot off of ad revenue. Now, if you are in technology, talking about phone reviews and on the latest tech stuff, and you're doing reviews and politics, you'll get more ad revenue. On certain topics, when it comes like beef and drama and mess, a lot of times it's not going to be a lot of ad revenue. So you're not going to get money just a lot of times people just watching the video. You only get money mainly through fan funding, memberships, and things that's funded through your subscribers. So that's why people can say someone can have a lot of subscribers but still not make much, because they're only getting ad revenue and not fan funding. That's why people get on here worried about fan funding, because that's where, especially in some sectors, that's all you're gonna really get is fan funding.
It's not enough coming in for us to be able to do the things that we need to do. So I don't know why, but this morning I had a dream, and I was spending time, and Giovanni said, "Mom, ask the people that support you. Ask your base." He was like, "Tell them to do it for me. Don't be afraid." And it's wild, because honestly, I'm not very big on going to my support and asking them to do things. Like, I think it's because people have labeled me a fraud and a scam.
See, that's what you're doing wrong. Why would you use your Bonnie's name talking about, he said, do it for me? That's where you go wrong when people get sick of you, Jag. That's like a grill. Using your deceased son to say that he came to you in a dream saying to use his name for money grab and a cash grab. People have accused you of that, and now you're actually doing it again. It's sick. And then you're saying that your revenue is down because people have accused you of being a fraud and a scam, when it's clear that you have made your channel a membership channel to where people can't really chat unless they're a member. And on top of that, one person was giving you a bunch of gifted memberships, Dolores or whoever that was. You said that person was a troll. You said it was me. I'm not Dolores or Doris or whatever her name was. Dolores. She was giving you a bunch of memberships and fan funding, and you call her a troll. And then like that takes away from your revenue, right? So you have made your channel to where I'm not over there watching. I don't know what you're getting fan funding wise, but obviously Jag's money is down, because that's why she's been complaining about money. She said she used to make 10,000, but now she's only making 3,000. Most likely her fan funding probably has went down, and with her fan funding down, then she's probably only getting ad revenue, which is just from people watching videos and ads instead of actual fan funding.
Scammer for so long, or tried to make a fraud and a scammer out of me, that I've been afraid to ask. But nobody else is. People in politics, they get to go and ask their base, and they call people multiple times a month. The police, the Fraternal Order of Police, they call people in their base and they ask for money, and half of them they don't even do shit for. Now they'll do stuff for the people that pay the big money under the table, but the people that donate, you may get something to work for you, but And so once a month, I think I'm just gonna have a donor day and ask.
Just that once a month you're gonna have a donor day. It's gonna have like what you call it, like a marathon where they have like the whole day, feed the children day, where they have like raising funds the whole day, like a what you call it, not a telethon. I forgot what it's called. But yeah, I guess she's gonna have one of those.
Our support base, those who really support us. How many people do we have on this stream? If 50,000 people show up, if we could get half of those people to just donate $1 and say, Jag, keep going.
See, that's what I'm talking about. She's hoping that like 50,000 people, and then even half of that at 25,000 will send her $1, so she'll have $25,000. And by the way, she's hoping that they'll send more than $1. So Jag, again, is not thinking about low numbers. She's thinking about everybody contributing to the pot, everybody sending $1 so she can get way, way more money, okay?
Jag, we want to see you win. Because it's insane. I got a bunch of this lawsuit stuff to deal with. All of this stuff is to slow us down and keep us from doing what we're doing. And I've invested a lot.
What lawsuit stuff to deal with? Ashley Parham, you send in one page of a declaration with some exhibits. And then Brian McKnight. Oh, are you talking about Brian McKnight and how you might have to respond to Brian McKnight?
And I've sacrificed a lot. And I really haven't asked for what I'm worth. Not at all. Especially when you consider the amount of people that have made so much money off of my name. So going into this Sabbath, my prayer is, I've got millions of views on multiple platforms, multiple channels. If I could get 100,000 people right now, in the next month, to just donate $1. And understand this, a donation is a donation.
A donation is a donation. Like Umar Johnson used to do telethons and has a loyal donors club. So I was surprised that she has been looking at Dr. Umar, and saying, oh, this is what he does to collect money. I wouldn't bet, because look, if he has collected millions, Jag is feeling like, oh, I think she did make a comparison between her and Umar before. Like if she can only get like a certain percentage of what he got. So Jag would definitely like to be a Dr. Umar, to where she could get millions in donations, because child should be living la vida loca, okay?
People have the right to collect $15,000 worth of gifts without taxation in the United States. So it's not going to cost you anything. It's not going to cost me anything. It's just a gift. And not only that, we are a nonprofit. We actually are registered. We actually have our paperwork. So whether or not you just want to send a gift or a donation, from here on out, I'm going to start asking. You got a viewer discretion warning? Why? Are you serious, Not Your Angel? They age restricted this video? What was said and done in this video that will require an age restriction? I know. Everything that we've said and done has been under community guidelines, which pretty much means that whoever has been monitoring this live has been age restricting this live because they don't want the truth to get out.
Here we go, the truth to get out. What is the actual truth the truth that I work for Jay-Z Rock Nation and I got a unblurred video of what happened to Demoree Hadley with her abusive husband, because Desiree Perez, the CEO of Rock Nation, sent it to me to go out the Jag and Demoree. Oh, okay, that truth.
No wonder the numbers are so low today. Our numbers are never this low. Isn't that funny? No, Angel. It's intentional. Something that we've discovered and we've noticed.
Okay, don't give Jag any ideas. Had gonna open a fake school too. Don't give her any ideas, because before we know it, she'll be trying. Oh my gosh, don't give her any ideas. We're gonna see a GoFundMe tomorrow with Jag starting the Jaguar Wright School of Hogwarts or something. Please stop. Don't give her no tips.
But I just had to check right quick. Something that we've noticed is that every time we do an update or we title our lives saying it's an update for Demoree, the numbers are down significantly. A lot of the times they try to kill the monetization. They don't want the truth to get out. So I don't know.
Now they did register the cruelty free, so it is registered. But to be honest, I can't remember what exactly it is. I will have to double check, but the cruelty free is registered as something.
No, maybe we're gonna have to change the titles. But what I would ask is
you see what they the collusion that goes on with, and I was gonna bring that up earlier, how if you got certain people connected with certain entities, media organizations, etc., you ever wonder why the Demoree Hadley story on YouTube did not get the numbers like it normally would, even though the Barbs and everyone shared it, etc. You wonder why? So yeah, we just gotta move a little bit differently, you know?
I know. The question is why? Why? What are we saying that's so terrible?
If it's got age restriction, we'll just go.
The thing about the Demoree Hadley case that's not as interesting is because it's like a dramatic in a Lifetime movie sort of thing, but there is not a lot of mystery as to what's happening, because the mother, Desiree Perez, is already, everyone knows what the mother is doing. There's evidence what she's doing. There's nothing to solve, or there's no mystery or nothing to figure out. On social media, people are trying to figure things out and like investigate or look into things and just have discussions. But that case is pretty much laid out as to what's happening. So once you read it, then there's nothing really to investigate. Like, who's the one that, if people were trying to figure out who had her Baker acted, then that would be different. But people know who had her Baker acted. People know about the surveillance on her. People know. Like, the story is there. There's nothing further to just do but update. Jag was hoping that this would be a viral story, which it did go viral as far as the Barbs and Nicki Minaj and some others posting it. But she was hoping it would be like a whole Diddy, how like the Diddy trial, Diddy case. She was hoping that everyone would be talking about it and Rock Nation and this and that she'll be the leader of this whole conversation. But it's not getting that much attention, and she's not getting, she's not really. Nicki Minaj got more attention than she did.
Go ahead and we know what we need to do, and then what needs to happen is
why would it be?
We need to get some information. We need to get some information from people behind the scenes. That's what I was talking about, because they're obviously chokeholding this, and it's really for no reason. It's not like we're talking about secret government.
You just cut all the way out. Or maybe we are talking about secret government stuff that they don't want nobody to know about. I don't know, Auntie Leah. I tell you one thing. For this supposed to be a place where the Constitution starts off, and then the First Amendment to be free speech, and people are constantly being suppressed, people are constantly being shut down. Some trolls just bounced. Yeah. YouTube is bought and paid for, in my opinion. I think we should wrap this up and I'll holler at you. Because I think we need to try a little experiment. I think we might need to do this again. Just do it in a different way.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll see you guys later. Talk to you in a few. And bye. What's this all about? What was that record that we were working on? What was that record we were working on? Oh, geez, Louise, that ain't nowhere near. Man, I'll tell you, I be needing glasses, G. Here we go. Let's see what's in here. What is this? I don't even remember. Oh my God! This is us live oh my God, in Edmonton. I forgot all about that. Ain't that wild? I ain't playing it though. It's one of them you have to be there things.
Okay, let's move on to the next part. Okay, and we're also going to get into I gotta look at my title to see what else I have in my title. I definitely want to talk about, before we end that Demoree Hadley, let me actually give you an update on Dr. Bober. Okay, about Dr. Bober, he's the one that's the psychiatrist, the medical doctor, of course, for mental health. And in this lawsuit, he's one of the many people the plaintiff, Demoree Hadley, is suing. The main issue around him is that the plaintiff, Demoree Hadley, claims that he played a role in having her Baker acted. And that's pretty much where you involuntarily hold someone on a psychiatric hold when someone is seen as a danger to themselves or others. So in the new document filing, it's a reply to the plaintiff's response, and the plaintiff had argued pretty much against his earlier motion to dismiss. Now he's firing back. Okay, so he filed a motion to dismiss, and then the plaintiffs filed a reply to his motion to dismiss, and then he's filing a reply back to that. And he's pretty much saying her arguments don't hold up, and gave explanations as to why. And he's saying that she's blaming me for things I was not accused of. The plaintiff latest fact section says things like he lured her to Marina, he sent a crisis unit to drag her to a hospital, but those details are not even in her complaint. They talk about other defendants, not Bober. So he's pretty much saying that she's mixing him into things that he was never accused of. Now, one thing you cannot do is you cannot file a lawsuit against someone and later in replies change your accusations against the person or add on additional complaints or issues. Whatever you have to say about them as far as complaints have to be in your initial complaint. If it's not, you have to amend it and file the amended complaint, and then that can now take the place of the original. But after a certain number of times, sometimes twice or once, whatever, it depends on if the defendant allow you to, or the judge allows you to amend the complaint. You can no longer amend it. So from that point on, you cannot add in new things and new allegations that's not in the original complaint. So he's saying that she accused him of things in the complaint, but now later on, after he filed a motion to dismiss, in her response, she is accusing him of additional things that he wasn't added to previously, and that's not allowed. The second thing is he's pretty much was saying that, she was saying the plaintiff says that the Baker Act was wrongful, but in her complaint, she also accused him of things like prescribing or ordering meds. And that counts as medical treatment. And if, that will actually fall under some sort of medical malpractice and other things. And she's not following certain rules. If you want to sue someone for medical malpractice, you have to follow certain procedures and requirements to do that. And he's pretty much saying that she's not following that procedure to sue him for medical malpractice, which would be giving her meds or ordering meds or prescribing certain things. Pretty much he's saying, if you're suing me as a doctor, you got to follow that the rules that are required to be followed to sue doctors. And he's saying that she did not do that. And then another thing he was saying was that there's conspiracy stuff involved and the conspiracy claims are weak, and accusing him of being a part of a grand conspiracy is not properly pled. Whenever you plead something like it's not properly pled or outlined to be considered a legal or valid claim. You have to make sure your claims are actually valid and understandable and pled right. She didn't really give any evidence or good evidence of this whole conspiracy. We saw this in the whole Diddy trial, where it's hard to actually put together that there's some sort of conspiracy. It has to be well laid out and well worded and well stated, and you have to let people know how this conspiracy is all working. If it's not well planned and outlined, then it's not going to be a really good claim. All right. He said it was pretty much saying it was vague. Like, you can't just say I work in you can't say that I'm a part of a conspiracy. He's pretty much saying you cannot say I'm a part of a conspiracy without actually proving that I'm a part of the conspiracy with evidence. Anyone can say anything they want to or have any accusation or speculation, but in the court of law, preponderance of evidence takes place. In criminal cases, it's beyond a reasonable doubt, but in civil, it's the preponderance of evidence has to take place, or it has to be there, that there's conspiracy. You have to have this evidence backing it. So speculation, assumptions don't work. Where's the evidence? And then, of course, another one he was saying was that the law allows quick action in a crisis, and a full examination wasn't required because the law allows sometimes for doctors to make quick decisions or quick actions in a crisis without having a full examination, because she was saying that she never got fully evaluated from Dr. Boba for him to make any decisions on her. For a Baker Act, the standard is very low. It just requires a reason to believe someone is in danger or a danger to others. We've seen that with white warrants. All you gotta do is for a white warrant is call and say certain things or mention certain things about the person's behavior, and then it is kind of low to get someone a white warrant on someone. It is. Sometimes there's not even a full evaluation or anything. It's just someone that over 18 or whatever requirements they have in a jurisdiction, saying that this person is a danger to themselves or others, and sometimes even a lower bar than that, and someone could be Baker acted. Now, here's what I think. I think that he's going to have a hard time he's the main person as a psychiatrist and a doctor that's going to have trouble weaseling out of this, because as a doctor, you hold certain, you're supposed to follow certain morals and principles and guidelines and ethical codes, and violating that is really problematic. So he probably should not have got involved in this, especially as a psychiatrist. That's years of education, years of research, years of papers out the papers. I can only imagine how hard and much work he had to put into being a psychiatrist, only for him to just, I don't know, be involved in this. Not good. But he has some good points, okay? So altogether, he's pretty much saying that Demoree Hadley is misrepresenting what her complaint says. She's not following the right protocols to actually sue a doctor for medical malpractice. This is not how you go about it. She's not backing up any conspiracy bullshit with her actual receipts. People get on here and say conspiracies all the time, but where are the receipts to back it? And for a Baker Act, he said he didn't need to do a full evaluation of her, just to Baker Act her. So anyways, with that being said, let's go ahead and get into the next part. Okay, hold on.
Oh my goodness, what is that record that we was working on? I can't even remember. I got so many different storage files, G. I got so many different storage files. I'm gonna have to look all over the place for that drink. You know what? I don't even think I got it on here. I don't. Yeah, it's on my other drive, and I don't have that one uploaded here. Ain't that crazy? What do I got here? There is so many records over the years that oh no, here it is. I found it. This joint, you remember this joint? Are they really doing that? Are they really doing that on Instagram? You play original music and they give you a quota of how much original music you can play on Instagram. And it's your music? Are you serious? Yo, Instagram wildin', Jay. Instagram ain't what it used to be, I tell you, boy. And Shluminati put his hand on everything. Shluminati put his hand on everything, tear everything up, mess it all up. I swear to God, man. It's just, it be whatever it be. It be whatever it be. But exactly since when? That's what I'm talking about. But yeah, no, I was just stepping in for a second. I'm going to be coming back to IG a little bit more. I know I really don't be over here. No, but for real though, because I don't like being over here. Because over here is a scavenger ground. Every time I come over here and I do a live, guess what happens? Like 150 content creators from YouTube come over here. They record everything that I'm saying, and then they take it back and they put it on their channels on YouTube and be making a buck with it.
Ah, poor Jackie. Oh my gosh. So she is wanting to go over there because she is like so mad. Like, people get so mad because people do commentary on their videos, and if they get fan funding or some money with it. Meanwhile, they don't have an issue with doing the same thing. Content is content. For example, in her own video, she used me as her content. Did she not? For a portion of her video and her whole thing, she took a screenshot from my video. She came up to my channel, took a screenshot of my Demoree Hadley video from months ago, and then made up a whole story about my screenshot and my video and my content that's false, and made a whole thing out of it. Yeah, so that was part of her content. And then there's another video a couple of days ago where she was doing something else with my name. To be honest, I didn't review the video and I forgot what it was. But yeah. So with that being said, Jag is always like, oh, someone uses me as content, but then on the other hand, she uses everybody else for her content whenever she feels like it. There are screenshots, take screenshots of my chat, and just whatever she wants to do. It's fine, okay, for her to do it to everybody else, but then she doesn't want the same done to her. A mess.
That's why I don't be over here no more, because YouTube scavengers. Straight rap. Shluminati got me messed up. They got me messed up. I don't know if any of these platforms is better. All of them got hella trolls on them. All of them be jacking. All of them, like, it's crazy, man. Like, if I come over here, I literally have to make sure that whatever I do over here is totally copywritten. So I can go over here and strike these fools on Instagram and be like, you ain't making no money off my back. Yo, people have made hundreds of thousands of dollars on YouTube off of my Instagram content. It never broke me down. That's for real, why I don't be over here.
So people have this whole thing to where if you use someone's video, that you should pay that person money. That's not how it works. That's like asking TMZ to pay any celebrity that they photograph, or should I say the news that they report on someone, do commentary on certain things, that they're supposed to pay whoever they're talking about. So let's say the news is reporting on Hugo, the guy that unalived Dacara Thompson. And are they supposed to pay that guy money when they're using stuff from his social media? They're using stuff from his pages and stuff about him. Are they supposed to pay him money? No. Again, news people, media, YouTubers, vloggers giving commentary, that's their channel, that's their work, that's what they do. they are commentators, they are vloggers, they're reporters, they're doing whatever they're doing on their channel, and whatever they earn belongs to them. Y'all need to start with the pocket watching and the entitlement to where you believe that what someone does on their channel belongs to you. That's like Trevor Green. Shout out to Trevor Green. Trevor Green is someone that is using my content from my videos, such as my interviews and things I've done with Jag on the channel primarily, right? And Trevor Green is making animations, and I know as a person that edits that's taking a lot of time and even some money to make those videos that Trevor Green is making. Time, effort, and money that they're putting into those videos. And yes, it's my content they're using. However, I don't expect Trevor Green to send me any money. It never crossed my mind that they owe me any money or owe me anything for using the videos. That's their work and that's their productions. Now, if they use a video of mine straight up, like just take my video, like let's say they take my SIP interview and they just post it on their channel. They didn't make an animation, they just stole my whole video. Now that's different. But if someone has taken time to make the video into their own commentary, their own other whatever, that's their prerogative. I don't give a fuck. Now, that's for people. Now, I will be honest. If you are someone I consider my 3 stalkers, then you are the exception. Once you are one of those 3 stalkers, then you're someone that I'm not talking about. Everyone else, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Those 3 stalkers, I care, because I already told y'all it's the principle of the matter that if you're a stalker and you're accusing me of being a stalker, then stay away from my channel. I stay away from you. You stay away from me. I don't want any connection, and that includes stay off my shit. But everyone else, I don't give a fuck. Okay, but yeah, I don't expect any money from Trevor Green. That's stupid. That's their videos, that's their work and their time and their effort. I'm not making those videos, so why should I get money from their time and energy? So what's happening is these people are online and they think just because you use their videos and give commentary on it, that now you owe them money. Now, sometimes I give people money for using their videos only if I feel like it, and only if I feel like me as a bigger creator, that I will obviously, as a bigger creator with more attention, and their channel is small, sometimes I will give smaller creators money. Even for them coming on my panel, I would give people money. People will tell you, hey, I came on Dani's panel and she gave me some money. Because you're on my channel, you're on my panel, and you have time is money, so I will break people off a little something. And that's just who I am. But ultimately, if someone uses my content on their channel, I never expect a dime from that person for using my content, because they're giving commentary, they're giving their opinion, they're giving their thoughts, they're putting in their work. Whatever they're doing with it is theirs. As long as they're actually doing something. There are some people that just play the video, they don't talk, they don't give commentary, they don't do nothing, they just listen to the video and like eat food the whole time. That's not commentary. Like, I'm talking about people that actually do commentary. Like, when I do people's videos, I give commentary. I talk a lot. I'm actually putting in work when I'm using people's videos. I'm showing receipts, I'm breaking stuff down, I'm educating, I'm doing a lot with the video. I'm not just watching it like a watch party. Just like Trevor Green is over there, they're putting in work. They're not just watching my video, they're actually making it into animations. That's time and effort. So don't be lazy now. Actually give commentary. Okay? Hold on.
For real, that's why I don't be over here. I ain't gonna lie. Bunch of thieves. You know what I'm saying? On some Prince. Love come quick. Love come in a hurry. There are thieves in the temple tonight. They don't care what they steal, just as long as they hurt you. There are thieves in the temple tonight. I'm telling you. Hungry hippo. Stealing. It's a mess. I can't be messing with these fools. It's crazy, yeah. So anyway, but I'll be over here a little bit more. And guess I'm gonna.
Exactly. There will be no news if that's the case. That's why the people that's why I'm telling y'all there's a lot of narcissists on here and people that are, and not just narcissists, people that have an entitlement. They just feel entitled to everything around them and everybody. And I don't have that entitlement. My channel, if it's on my channel, what I'm doing on my channel, I feel entitled because it's my channel. It's called my channel. But if it's someone else's channel, why am I gonna feel entitled to what they get on their channel? Okay, if I play my video and I get $0 and you play my video and you get 100, then that means your fans love you and your fans want to support you. That's called fan funding. So your fans is funding you. Like, what's that got to do with me? That's your channel. Okay, whoever's channel it is on and working on, that's their money, that's their things. Like, people need to stop pocket watching other people. That's the problem with YouTube and Jag too. Okay, if it's not on my channel, I don't give two fucks. Because what's that got to do with me? Okay,
I have to do, like, I'll be doing stuff over here that I don't care if they use over there, probably because I already have it like published on Patreon. So if they take it over here, then I can just go and strike them over there. It's too much work. Like, it really is too much work. Shabbat shalom, y'all. Assalamu alaikum. I mean, it's like, oh, I'm safe. I'm always safe. I'm at the studio, G. Like, I finally got my new studio. Yo, hey. Like, for real, like.
Yeah, Brian and Knight. And Brian and Knight gonna be taking it too. Brian and Knight, you heard that, Brian and Knight? Yeah, Jag got a new studio. Okay, line them pockets up so she can run them pockets out.
Like, it's fixing to go down. 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 Like, for real. I can't do too much because people be nosy and they be trying to figure out, you know, how to harass me in real life. But no, it's going down. Mike about to get plugged up. Like, I'm so excited. My favorite engineer is going to be working tonight. And, yeah, I don't know if we got the set.
Yeah, last time you said you had a studio and you were at this one apartment that I popped. Well, me and an Avenger popped. And that wasn't a real studio. And even Tammy Wallace said it smelled stink when she went there. And it wasn't like it was like dingy and stink.
Set up to where I'm cool with it. I might go live while we record a little bit. I might. Just a little bit. A little bit. So I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, man. I just wanted to come in and say Shabbat Shalom. I'm like, where am I? I'm in my skin. That's pretty much where I stay, in my skin. Yeah, no, I got this steak. I got this T-bone steak that I'm about to lay out. I got some roast harvest vegetables. I got some really, really, really good corn. I'm just trying to figure out if I'm going to do rice or mashed potatoes. I think I might just do rice because the corn really has enough starch in it. And with that steak, it's going to be out of control. I got truffle. Like any. Yeah, no, like, it's crazy. My voice has gone up a whole octave. Like,
so now she's saying that she has quit smoking and drinking and sucking dick. Oh wait, I forgot she didn't say that, my part. She said she has quit smoking and drinking and she's still on that Bobby spitting all weed though. Well, you know, okay, let's be honest here. She said she quit drinking and smoking and her voice has improved. Okay, so that's what she said. Hold on.
Mike about to get plugged up. Like, I'm so excited. My favorite engineer is going to be working tonight. And, yeah, I don't know if we got the setup to where I'm cool with it. I might go live while we record a little bit. I might. Just a little bit. A little bit. So, I don't know. We'll see. But, yeah, man. I just wanted to come in and say Shabbat Shalom. I'm like, where am I? I'm in my skin. That's pretty much where I stay, in my skin. Yeah, no, I got this steak. I got this T-bone steak that I'm about to lay out. I got some roast harvest vegetables. I got some really, really, really good corn. I'm just trying to figure out if I'm going to do rice or mashed potatoes. I think I might just do rice because the corn really has enough starch in it. And with that steak, it's going to be out of control. Troll. I got truffle. Truffle. Like anything. Truffle. Yes. Yes. So yeah. No, it's awesome. No, life is dope. I'm great. Everything's good. You know, trust me, no news is good news. Well, of course I'm going to put the steak on the grill. What did you think I was going to do? I ain't doing it on stove. Like, y'all really be tripping. But, yeah, like, no, everything is good. No news with me is good news. Mashed potatoes and corn is always the bomb. But that's the thing. It's starch and starch. And I'm really, because I don't know how many of y'all know, but I quit smoking. Like, period. Like, I'm on a full detox. No smoking, no drinking.
Cough, cough, bullshit. I smell bullshit. Take the poll. Did Jack quit chain smoking and smoking? Did she quit smoking? Did y'all believe Jack quit smoking? All she did was smoke. And somebody said, I think it was Nitty, if you have proof, send it to my inbox. If y'all have seen Jag smoking or hear her lighting up that match that she is always broken, her matches don't be working. If you see Jag smoke or drink, hit me up on IG at DaniRobertson YT. Hit me up on IG at DaniRobertson YT.
No cigarettes, no cannabis, no nothing. I'm approaching 3 months. And yeah, no, like, it's crazy. My voice has gone up a whole octave. Like, my natural timbre has now switched up. And it's crazy. So, like, with what I got going on with my voice right now, I know I am definitely not going back to nicotine. I will not be going back to cigarettes. Like, not at all. I made enough excuses to do it.
Yeah, you quit weed and, well, you didn't quit weed. You quit nicotine just to be on the crackety crack. So is it crack now? I'm just kidding. I don't believe Jab because she did a competency evaluation before, and when the psychiatrist was evaluating her, she said that she hadn't had a drink in a long time or since a certain time, but then he asked a follow-up question. You know how they try to trick you or ask trick questions or trip you up, asking the same question but in a different way and later. And she messed up as far as when she last had a drink. So I don't really believe her.
Long enough, and considering that I did it cold turkey, like, yeah, I ain't playing with it. I'm done. You know, when I think about just where my voice is right now,
So if she did, congrats to her, but I don't believe shit Jack said, just like she tried to growth off of Giovanni's name yet again. So no, I don't believe that she quit smoking or drinking.
So excited to record on the mic, you know? Like, if I were to sing, and I really do. I love Kim Burrell's rendition. I just do. Because I sang this when I was sick in the hospital years ago. And they were trying to give me bad news. And I sang this song every day. And I went home. And I sang Kim Burrell's rendition. And I'm not saying that her rendition healed me. But because I loved her rendition so much, I allowed those words, you know? Oh, I trust me, honey. I have to stay hydrated. Especially where I live. You cannot be playing around with hydration where I live. I am too old to be catching, a heat stroke. Way too old. But, no, just my voice, tragedies are all commonplace. All kinds of diseases.
Legina, lasagna. Why you saying? Oh, I forgot. It's saying. Oh, I thought it was Legina for a second. My bad, Jack. I thought it was Legina. I thought it was throat lozenge in need of a lozenge. Oh, my bad. Continue on. My bad.
People are slipping away. The economy's down. And people can't get a break. But as for me, All I can see.
So, has Jag's voice improved because she put down the nicotine in the fentanyl weed? My. I suggest you put down the crack and the meth and the weed too, and you know, the fentanyl, the lace weed, you know, the weed that got the crack in it. Put it down. Put down the pipe. You might have to try something else. Have you tried tea? Jennifer Lewis, you know, at one point she was saying she forgot her tea, and that's why her throat was messed up. Try a little bit of tea, hot tea, and put some honey in it. And then the best advice I can give you is to actually take some crazy glue, and then you put it at the very top of your bottom lip, right? A line straight across. And then what you're gonna do is you're gonna press your lips together and then hold it tight for 30 seconds until the bond takes a hold. And then whatever you do, don't try to open your mouth up and shut up. Shut the fuck up, okay? That's the best solution to your saying. Just don't say no more, okay? Oh shit!
Thank you, Lord, for all you've done for me. You know, we realize there are folks without homes, and people are in the streets. And the drug habits, some say they just cannot be aimed. There are muggers and robbers, and no place seems to be safe.
I see what you're trying to do. I can see the attempt, and what you're actually trying to do is just not there. But I can we give her a participation trophy, just like her participation defender or freedom award? Can we give her a participation? So yeah, we gotta be nice. You don't want her to walk away with nothing. You know, you gotta give her a little participation trophy. Shout out to Lewis. Thank you so much for being a member for 6 months. As love our community. Thank you, Dani. Oh, you're welcome. And I'm glad you love it. And everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by hitting the like. But I mean, General Michael Flynn gave Jag a participation defender or freedom award, so we can just give her, you know, an honorary participation trophy for attempted to sing. Okay.
Well, God, you been my protection every step of the way. And I've got to say thank you, Lord, for all you.
Y'all know the rules, right? If someone is singing to the Lord, yes, if they're singing to the Lord, you cannot talk about how they're singing, and you cannot talk bad about a gospel song for the Lord. Y'all can, with somebody in church, you cannot, I don't care how bad someone's saying, how horrible they sing, how bad they roar and croak and bark, woof, woof, woof. Ee-haw, ee-haw, and how they sound like a donkey. You gotta just be nice to the donkey. Let the donkey ee-haw, ee-haw. You can't say nothing, but fix it, Jesus, and bless your heart. So if you cannot sing, my advice is to be a gospel singer. And that's what I told Jag. I told her that she should be a gospel singer because it's more forgiving. It's forgiven because we as Christians are taught to be forgiven of those who cannot sing. Yes. Now, what you can do is record it and put it on social media, let everybody else roast and toast the person. But you and that church hat, fix it, Jesus, cannot give a negative talk, okay? A complaint. Unless you, now, if you are elder in the church, if you are elder and you're the elder, you know who the elder is. The older lady in the church with her hat tilted so far. I mean, her hat tilted so far, and the only thing you can see is the side of her head and the side of her hair. And she over there, like, and then she get that look. So she the only one that could give judgment. Everybody else can't give judgment. She the only one that could give judgment. And everybody know her faces and her looks. Like, yeah, that one. Okay.
For me, oh, it could have been me. How those doors. Even though it wasn't for lack of trying, a lot of people tried to make me homeless. No food and no clothes. And I still have clothes, even with all the stuff that's been stolen from me. Oh, left alone without a friend. And I still have more friends than I thought I'd ever have. Oh, just another number with a tragic ending. But God, you would not see it.
Okay, I'm done torturing y'all. Let me skip forward. I meant to torture y'all for, just a minute, okay? Let me fast forward. Hold on.
You keep on keeping me. And I gotta say thank you, Lord, for
yes, Lord. Yes.
You know, gotta say thank you, Lord, for all you done.
Yes, Lord. Yes. Hold on.
Thank you,
oh my God, girl, you scared me a second, right? You scared me. You scared me.
You've done for me.
Yeah, to be honest, Jack, your voice has changed. Just right there, we hit that one note, that high note. You sound like Whitney Houston. So you quitting smoking and quitting drinking. You sound like Whitney Houston a little bit.
It's just practicing. And it's funny because I'm still working through
You sound like Whitney Houston and The Preacher's Wife. And that's one of my favorite movies, The Preacher's Wife. Girl, go Jack, go.
My sinuses, but ever since I stopped drinking and stopped smoking, all of the inflammation and all of the mucus that I was having, it's really, really, really subsiding. So now it's just relearning my voice. It's funny. It's like I got a new voice all over again. Yeah, it's crazy, but I'm learning, and it's just the control because my voice gets so big. And like even just now, like
wait, you said you were controlling your voice. So you're telling me that you said you had control of your voice. You had control over what was coming out of your vocal cords at that moment when you were just hollering and screaming and moaning and groaning and whatever you call that singing you was doing. Child, don't say you had control. I would have said you didn't have control of what was coming out the throat. Make up excuse or justification. Okay.
I was sitting there trying to wrangle it in. I wasn't trying to get too loud with it because now that I have access to my lungs, like in full capacity, like I don't want to get too loud. But if I were to go to God be the glory, to God be the glory, to God be the glory, for all the things. And see, there's a whole nother version that I've been doing. I'm working out on this, but and it's just like I really, really, really have to like.
Child, yeah. So she quit smoking and drinking. Congrats on your sobriety, child. So, anyways, did Jack quit drinking and smoking? Look at the poll. 12% says yes, 84% says no, and 5% says no. Thinking about it, and my vote is no. So I don't believe it. And if you actually now, if you had a song really good and you sounded good, I would have believed that something improved. But it sounds to me you got worse. And I'm not saying this just because you're you and I'm me. I'm being honest. It seems like you got worse. Or maybe it's a song. Sometimes it's the song choice. Yeah, I think it's a song choice or just her vocals. I would try another song that feels more safe. What's a song for someone with the like I don't know. But yeah, choose another song and try again.
No, the other day I was practicing and I literally made the window shake again. It's been so long since my voice, the decibels have got up there where I've actually been able to make the window shake. It's been a minute.
Yeah, she said she was saying it so loud, or she was saying that the windows were shaking. Girl, you about to tear that whole house down because it's just that horrible, okay? And maybe that was your breath. You know that one, little wolf. I'm a huff and I'm a puff and I'm gonna blow your whole house down. And it huffed and then it puffed and then it blew the whole house down. So that was you. You was the wolf that I'm a huff and I'm a puff and I'm gonna blow this whole house down. And that's what you was doing. So the whole house was shattering. The window. That's like a scary movie. Once upon a time ago in a faraway land, there was a house in the middle of the woods. And in that house was a Jacqueline Suzette Wright. And one day after she quit smoking for one day, she decided to try her vocal cords out and sing. Because someone whispered in her ear and said, "Sing, bald-headed bitch, sing." And she just felt like she had to sing. And you know what they say, it ain't over till the fat lady sings. So she opened her mouth and she started singing, and the windows started breaking and shattering. The roof flew off. The whole house just started rattling and shaking back and forth. And ghosts and demons and spirits came out of nowhere. That sounds like a scary movie to me.
It's been a minute. So yeah, no, like I'm having fun. And I'm back in the stew, and I got my favorite engineer. And I got some heat. I got some heat to record. So, and I got a fun new way that I'm going to be sharing music. I hope you guys are going to like it. And I hope you guys are going to, want to get into it. Actually, I'm hoping some of you guys are going to want to emulate it because it's really going to piss the industry off. I don't know if y'all know, but I really, like, my whole life's mission is to literally, what? When I think of home, I think of a place.
Okay, hold on, y'all. I'm pulling up the Candace Owens because I have to briefly discuss sex. I did put in my title. Hold on. And suddenly, finds a new meaning. Time to be my friend, yeah. And start all over again. Yeah, like I'm gonna think about it, cause that's Stephanie. That's Stephanie, and Auntie Stephanie is someone that I respect so much. Like, there's some songs I hate. I don't want to cover. I like the way they sound with the person that sings them. And for me, home and Stephanie knows, like, God forbid, if she should ever leave and transition out of this place, that would probably be the only time that I would even think about covering that record. Because as long as she's alive, I would never record that record. Never. Not as long as she's alive. And that's just real. So, I'm actually doing a gospel project. I was singing the gospel song that I'm recording tonight. Like, y'all be tripping. Y'all be missing everything. I don't get it. Oh my gosh. Poor Jag. She actually, is planning on doing gospel. Oh, I think I always talk about my gospel songs and my gospel music. Now she actually wants to do a gospel album. Jag, you actually took the advice to do a gospel. Oh, I feel a little bit bad now because she took the advice and she still sounds like a frog. Ribbit. I feel bad now, y'all. She took the gospel advice. Oh, poor Jaggy. Listen, take the advice of a gospel song because I love the Lord. Yes. Won't he do it? Now listen, I love gospel music, but please, Jag, you still gotta choose the right song for you. Not every song is for you. You gotta pick the right one. So you gotta pick one that's right for your voice. Don't think that you can get out here singing any gospel song because it's gospel. Because in church, people can't shut you down and make you take a seat without looking, evil and demonic. But on YouTube and on social media, nobody ain't gonna really buy your album or listen to the song if you're on there croaking. Okay, they're gonna So yeah, she took the advice of a gospel album, but my new advice is gospel, but don't go to no high notes, because every time you try to go to them high notes got you sound like a coyote. Okay, don't get on here sound like a coyote. Okay, yeah, but poor bless your heart. Bless your heart, child. What kind of advice y'all got? Because child, she taking the gospel album. I ain't gonna knock anyone singing for the Lord. I'm just saying, you want to singing for the Lord or not, to sell the album and the music, you still gotta sing right. It is what it is. It's not. People are not gonna be forgiven when they in their car listening to gospel music. They still want to hear something decent and pleasant to their ears. Okay, that's only forgivable if you giving a testimony and you at the front of the church croaking and no one can say nothing because you giving a testimony. Okay. Lord, okay, Sharon, come on now, Sharon. Sharon said, stop singing. So Sharon don't care. She said, stop singing. I don't care if it was for Jesus or the Lord. I'm gonna post your comments. Stop singing. Stop singing. Me, I ain't gonna say that because I don't want to be like, oh, don't even sing for the Lord. Like I'll tell them not to make a gospel song or gospel music. Let's just change the topic, y'all. That's a touchy subject. Okay, sing for the Lord, child. You know what they say, come as you are. I guess it's gonna be sang as you are too, child. I'm moving on, child. I ain't gonna get in trouble. Okay, hold on.
All right, y'all. Well, I'm gonna get ready to go because I gotta get ready for my session. I've been practicing all day, so I need to eat something, let my food digest, rest my voice. I got my peppermint tea. I got my coconut water.
Oh my gosh, she's talking about the peppermint tea. I guess it's supposed to fix the throat. And then what you call it? Coconut water. Okay.
And yeah, I ain't got clean and sober. Like, it's wild. But it's good though. It feels good. Like, some people, they get off the sauce and they can't do it no more. Some people get off the sauce, they don't know how to sing no more because they only know how to access that part of their creativity through the substances. But it's nice to be able to walk away from all of that and not only have the same access, but like even be rejuvenated and find a whole new space in it. So I'm really a highly endowed and highly favored, and I'm not gonna forget it. What do you mean? Why is my YouTube on members only? Because it'd be too many trolls. You gotta be a member to be on my YouTube channel, yeah. Well, at least to talk. I mean, it's open to the public to watch. But if you want to be in chat, like, it's not like, once I get to 1,000 members, it's probably like my lives are gonna be just restricted to members only, like, for real, because YouTube is just, it's a cesspool. It's a cesspool and it's not worth it. And my members, like, I love my members. And I don't like subjecting them to all of the hatred that people have for me online. So why would I let the haters come in and ruin the experience for them? So it's like, I ain't for it. I'm too old. Like, y'all be acting like I'm still like 35. I'm 48, G. I am 48, G. I am too old to be arguing with a bunch of idiots talking crazy all the time. And I'll be damned if I'm just gonna sit around and let people disrespect me. That's a bunch of nobodies and do it for clout so that they can use it for content. Like, no, I ain't got time for that. Yeah, they blocked. They out. Yeah, that's what we doing. Where we at? We real grown and unbothered. So, all right, y'all, I gotta go. I see you later. See you. K-Riz, hit me. However you do it, hit me. Solar, God bless you. Good to see you in the chat. Thin Man, you always know what it is. Jesse, you always know what it is. Like, shout out to my NO Beats. You always know what it is. And Travis, I love you. I do. I love you very much. And I miss you. You are one of my oldest and dearest friends. I've known you now for over 30 years. Clean, cold. It's been 30 years. Like, there's no getting around it. I've known you for 30 years. Like, you the G. And, peace, man. Bye.
Okay, we're gonna get into Candace Owens, and then we're gonna end up with Dacara Thompson, okay? So if you missed the other video on Candace Owens, you know she's been sued by Bridget Macron because she is out here selling T-shirts, saying that that lady is a man child. Yeah, y'all listen. She sold out, making a bunch of money off of saying Bridget Macron is a man. Like, yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I was trying to be serious about it until I saw Candace's picture wearing that T-shirt. And it said that it sold out. I'm like, girl, I hope you made your money, because who knows if you lose this lawsuit, Candace, all that money you made gonna go back to down the drain. Okay. But I'm like, why you got that white lady on your shirt saying that white lady's a man? Oh my gosh. And by the way, she's not the first person to make that claim or to be sued. Okay. Okay. She's not the first person. So again, what man of the year? Yeah. Oh my gosh, that girl's a mess. Okay, Lord have mercy. So with that being said, make sure you watch part 1, because in part 1 I go over the lawsuit and the main gist of what's happening. Okay, so keep in mind, in my videos I'm not going to repeat or regurgitate the video. So every video I'm doing is going to be a follow-up or a continuation from a previous video. I update on a lot of cases, and Candace Owens is now one of them cases I will be updating on. So yeah, so she's calling Bridget Macron a man. Gave her made a shirt that says Man of the Year, sold out the shirt. Made a whole series about how becoming Bridget and how she became a man. Okay, is making a major. She made a bunch of money off of this and still is making money off of this. Since being sued, she continues to make videos on Bridget. So now within the last couple of days, I don't know if she has made any adjustments, but the last time I checked, she was still, so let's go ahead and get into a brief update on Candace, and then I'm going to end the live talking about, I think I did everything in my topic besides Dacara Thompson, the 19-year-old that was unalive by Hugo Menendez. So we're going to get into that, but let's talk about Candace briefly. Okay, StreamYard, what are you doing?
Accept House and Habit, aka Jessica Reed Krause. She's a blogger, and she went on a rant last night. And finally, after 3 months of teasing, she revealed my deep, dark family secret. And I'm feeling very exposed at the moment, so we're going to talk about that. Also, Emmanuel Macron is back in Washington, D.C., and everybody's thinking the same thing, okay? I'm not going to say it, but you're thinking it, I'm thinking it. And in other news, Israel is protecting another child predator because Israel's...
Now, why did she say it's about Bridget right here, which is, she's getting sued, listen.
Out of Israel or whatever. So, welcome back to Candace.
And Donald Trump told her to pretty much kind of stop doing this, that he met Bridget in person and she's a woman. And Donald Trump was pretty much trying to get her to stop, but she continues on. I mean, do I believe that Candace actually believes it? No, I don't. I believe it's a grift. A lot of people have a grift. They have a way of making money, and I think she didn't believe that she would get sued, and it was something profitable and to have content.
So Emmanuel Macron is back in Washington, D.C., and like I said, everybody is thinking the same thing. Everybody wants to ask the question. You can see it on their faces. Does she stand when she pees?
Yeah, listen. She said everyone is thinking this question and wanting to know the answer to this question. And then she's like, does Bridget Macron stand when she pees? Like, you literally are getting sued. You're literally getting sued and you're still making jokes like, does she stand when she pees? Yeah, it's all funny. It's all funny games until, guess what? This is actually a real lawsuit. Girl, if you don't stop putting that white lady on your shirt, talking about man of the year. Now, I'm just going to pause this real quick and just say this. Like, I really don't like to bring race into every topic, but one thing that's interesting, I will say, is a lot of times it's Black women that are kind of referred to as men and looking like a man. It's mostly Black women where people try to masculinize, like you know. So it's just weird to see the opposite happen, to where there's a Black woman with a white woman on her shirt saying "Man of the Year." It's like I'm telling y'all, it's just like a weird thing, right? And it's like, girl, you are no, Bridget Macron is a woman and is obviously a woman. It's Donald Trump even trying to tell her it's a woman. And I believe that she's a woman. And I believe that Candace knows it, but she's just making money off of it. I mean, the shirt sold out. It's sold out, okay? How much was the shirt and for it to sell out? Imagine how much money she made.
So Emmanuel Macron is back in Washington, D.C. And like I said, everybody is thinking the same thing. Everybody wants to ask the question. You can see it on their faces. Does she stand when she pees? So we went up, does she stand when she pees? But no one has the courage to ask because I'm not there. One thing is definitely for certain. It looks like he is tired. We've definitely aged Emmanuel Macron. Look at these photos of him. He is going white. He's under a lot of pressure, likely from underneath his wife's extremely large hands. Boof, boof, Emmanuel.
And then she goes to repeat that Bridget stands when she pees. And then says Emmanuel is under a lot of stress and pressure, and because of Bridget's like large hands, his wife's large hands. So it's interesting you say wife when you're supposed to be saying that she's a man, so that should be husband's extremely large hands, but then you say wife's extremely large hands. Okay.
Well, zut alors. But he also might be stressed. I gotta tell you guys this, because of course it's probably not gonna make its way into Western media, but he's not having a very great press cycle. The couple is just not, they're in a bit of a press rut, you could say. I feel like the worst thing that could possibly happen after you gloriously drop a 200-page lawsuit to try to convince the world that you guys really are not perverts is for your wife.
200-page lawsuit because Candace Owens is on her microphone 24/7 saying that she's a man. That's not right. Like, and you have a large platform and a big mouth. So yeah. So with that being said, Candace also was saying that some of the pictures look altered or Photoshop. So she's trying to say that some of the evidence that was submitted by the Macrons is actually Photoshop or edited or different from what was posted. So I had no idea that she was all into this conspiracy stuff until I started listening to some of her excuses. So she's definitely going to try all sorts of things to get out of this lawsuit and to win this lawsuit, and including, of course, calling into question or casting doubt on the actual evidence itself, on the authenticity of it, especially since a lot of this stuff is old. It's dated, outdated, aged things that, to be honest, it'll be hard to actually get the real authentic, or well, not authentic, but the real original versions. The quality of these images are going to be old because these are old photos. So trying to cast doubt on them would be a smart move for but ultimately I don't see how she can get out of this at all. The only thing that she could probably do is they can try to say that it's not that damaging to the Macrons. But as far as, you know, Bridget Macron has kids. So there's going to be health records to prove that she's a woman. So there's no way out of, you know, even if you get, say, the pictures are Photoshop edited, it's not going to erase medical records and anything like that. So yeah, yikes. Hold on. But let's go ahead and give you an update on what's happening with this case, and then we'll move on to Dacara Thompson.
Cousin, wife, to then get arrested and swept up in news, named as the suspect of having organized a pedophile ring in Africa. I kid you not. I kid you not. That is what is happening right now. Brigitte's cousin, a man named Pierre Roberts. I told you guys about him, I think, many moons ago. He was the nephew of the man who ran the Rotary Club with Brigitte's dad in Amiens. You know, Amiens' a weird place. It's a very special place, you guys. On the topic of pedophilia, there just seems to be a lot happening in Amiens. Anyways, her cousin Pierre, he's making headlines right now because he is swept up in this child sex trafficking ring that was going on in Africa. A very big ring, by the way, which included people intentionally inoculating victims with HIV. Okay. So,
okay, let me pause right there and just say this really quickly. On August 19, 2025, Emmanuel Macron, in his first public comment since filing the lawsuit, he pretty much told Paris Match Media that he filed suit because the false claims about his wife had become so widespread in the United States, and it was about restoring truth and not really silencing free speech. Because people like Candace that do conspiracy stuff, they always say you're trying to silence me, silence me, silence me. And I agree with this statement. It's not about silencing free speech. There's a difference between defamation and free speech. People want to tell, like, you have free speech to tell the truth. You don't have free speech to harass and lie on people. There's a misconception there. And your speculation, your assumptions, and your guesses does not equate to it being a fact. That's speculation, assumption, or guesses. You don't have hardcore evidence of what you're saying. So now the person could say, hey, that's false. And if you want to argue with the person that should know and make it make sense. So that's the go-to thing for conspiracy people and liars, to be honest, is that you're trying to silence the truth, or you're trying to silence me when you're saying, no, you're lying on me, and I want to silence the lies and silence the defamation. Hence this lawsuit. So let's actually look at that article really quickly. Exclusive. I want to uphold the truth. Ukraine slander against Bridget, Emmanuel Macron's clarifications. Okay, in Washington, the president of the Republic spoke at length to Paris Match, speaking to Darius Rochman. He discussed his discussions with Trump, Europe's position, the rumors surrounding his wife, and the dissolution of the union. So I'm not going to read the other stuff. I'm only reporting on Candace Owens. I'm going to skip down to the interview where they discussed. And it looks like it's in freaking, hold on, right here. Let me see. It says right here, Bridget took Mr. Trump to see Saint Caron. She plays a real role with him. She has a powerful voice, particularly on the humanitarian front. And it says, American nationalist circles are hostile to you. You have decided to file a complaint against Candace Owens, the influencer who spread the rumor that your wife is a man. Like, y'all, this is like a crazy lawsuit. I never really thought, people are called a man all the time, and I never really thought like people sue for it. But this is one that is, a case. When I heard that Candace was being sued, I'm like, for what? And then I was like, oh wow. The influencer who spread the rumor that your wife is a man. This breaks with a widespread practice among heads of state, which is not to react to this kind of attack. Yeah, so this person saying this is like unusual because most people don't react to this sort of attack. They ignore like these sort of conspiracies. And the response was, yes, there was a tradition of saying, let it slide. That's what we did at the beginning. At first, it was in France. We were advised not to file a complaint. This risks provoking a Streisand effect, which draws even more attention to these lies. But it became so widespread in the United States that we had to react. This is about upholding the truth. We are talking about the marital status of the First Lady of France, a wife, a mother, a grandmother. It's not freedom of speech to want to prevent the restoration of the truth. Those who talk to you about this so-called freedom of speech are the ones who ban journalists from the Oval Office. I don't accept that. So you will go all the way in this fight to obtain a conviction. Of course, this is about defending my honor because this is nonsense. This is someone who knew full well that she had false information and did so with the aim of causing harm in the service of an ideology and with okay, this is like skipping over. So anyways, let me skip forward a little bit. So he plans on pursuing this, of course. We have to think about it from his perspective as well, is that when you say that Bridget is a man, you're also saying that Emmanuel is gay. Because if he's married a man, that would make him gay. So you're also talking about his sexuality. So you have to think about it in that way as well, okay? So let me actually give you an update so we can move on to the next thing. And the thing is this. Candace is still keeping on that she believes that Bridget is a man. Obviously, because she's getting sued. Why would she change her mind now or say anything differently? Because that means that she will be guilty of what she's accused of, which is defamation. And so basically, September 11th is an important deadline for Candace Owens' team. They have to file a motion to dismiss with the expanded word limits approved earlier. And we are pretty much waiting for that. So on September 11th, I will go live and talk about the actual motion to dismiss. And in that motion to dismiss, we will discuss and we will be able to see what Candace has responded. How is she defending herself, or how she's answering this and going about it, okay? Now, sometimes people file a motion to dismiss and an answer, or some people just file a motion to dismiss. Motion to dismiss, or just sometimes you actually don't argue, or you don't actually answer like certain questions, or like go into detail. You're just trying to get it dismissed based on certain like venue, jurisdiction, and other matters. They'll just say the claim and things like that. Answer is when you're actually going to be answering to the actual complaint. Okay, so we'll see what she files on September 11th. So I actually want to show you all this document really quickly, but not that one. So this was just recently filed with the court August 26, 2025. So this is from Emmanuel Macron, the Macrons, okay? It says, Dear Judge Rini, we write on behalf of plaintiffs, the Macrons, collectively the Macrons, to oppose defendants Candace Owens' collectively the defendants, extension of the default page and word limits imposed on briefing for a motion to dismiss. So with a motion to dismiss, you have certain word limits. And the defendants they wanted to increase this word limit. And to be honest, they requested it more than once to increase it. And let's read it. The Macrons are amenable to briefing defendants' forthcoming motion to dismiss under Superior Court 107, which provides for 8,000 word opening and answering briefs and 5,500 word reply. But defendants request to increase those word limits to 12,000 and 9,500 words, respectively, is excessive and unnecessary. It would exceed the word limit of Delaware Supreme Court briefs and force the Macrons and the court to expend unnecessary resources to respond to and resolve the defendant's motion. The court should deny defendant's request to exceed the word limit in Rule 107. It says the Macrons filed their complaint on July 23rd, 2025. They then agreed to defendant's request to extend the time to file their response to September 11, 2025, such that defendants will have had 50 days to prepare their forthcoming motion to dismiss. On August 21st, 2025, defendants asked the Macrons to agree to extend the limit for its forthcoming motion to dismiss from the standard 6 pages under Rule 78 and the court's civil case management preferences to 16,000 words for the motion and response and 11,000 words for the reply. It says the Macrons responded that they would agree to brief defendant's motion under Rule 107, but anything more would be excessive as the parties, each represented by accomplished lawyers, can more than reasonably set forth their arguments in 8,000 words, which is more than 30 pages. On August 22nd, 2025, defendants requested to extend the motion and response to 12,000 words. Again, the Macrons agreed to briefing under Rule 107. Defendants' letter requesting to exceed Rule 107's limits followed. So anyway, this is just an argument over extending. They only have a certain amount of words they can submit for their motion to dismiss, a certain amount of pages, length requirements, and they want to extend it or increase it. They want to increase it, and it has already, the Macrons have agreed to increase it already before, but now they don't want to do it anymore. They don't want them to have any more increases on the page length. Okay, I mean, why would you actually be wanting to help Candace? She wants more words to argue or against your complaint. No, like, of course you'll want her to just stay within the limits. And saying yes the first time, and then, okay, we said yes, now 50 days have went by. Now you're wanting another one, and we want this done. Like, get this on the road. It says, although defendants emphasize the length of Macron's complaint, their claims are relatively straightforward. The Macrons bring claims for defamation. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I already read it. They're trying to say that, so Candace is pretty much saying that how can you expect us to respond to 6 to 8 pages in a motion to dismiss when their lawsuit is over 200 something pages, or it's really, they got a long lawsuit. So to be honest, that is kind of true. Like, if someone has a lawsuit against you and it's like 200 pages and you can respond to them in only 6 pages, it's like, huh? But if you actually think about what a motion to dismiss is, even for a motion to dismiss, I can see why they would want more pages, to be honest, y'all. Listen, that's crazy. I would want more pages too, especially considering how big and like how large their complaint is, the number of pages. And it says, finally, the defendant's motion will present the same types of legal questions involved in most defamation cases, including questions of publication, falsity, fault, and privilege. Let's skip down. So anyway, they're pretty much saying motions to dismiss in defamation cases are frequently briefed under Rule 107. There's no reason for this case to be any different. Defendants' request for leave to file 12,000 word briefs on their forthcoming motion to dismiss should be denied, and briefing should proceed under Rule 107. And that's the lawyers for the plaintiffs, Macrons. So right now, Candace is arguing for more, an increase and the word count, and the plaintiffs are saying no, that they should not get another increase. They already had one. Okay, so that's the latest update, y'all. What's happening with the Owens case? So I say don't look for anything right now until September 11th, when that motion to dismiss is due, and then that will probably be an update. And this one right here, this is the one that's pretty much saying the same thing. August 25th, 2025. This is on behalf of Candace Owens. And this is the request to extend the word count, okay? And not just, it's for the second time. They already increased it one time, now they're wanting another times, okay? So let's make sure we clarify that. Okay, so I think that's it for Candace Owens for right now. And let's move to the last topic, which is Dacara Thompson, okay? Hold on. Press 1 in the chat if you heard about the Dacara Thompson from anywhere on social media. And press 2 in the chat if you have not heard anything about the Dacara Thompson case. Okay, hold on. I see some ones, I see some twos. Okay, so on August 22nd, 2025, Dacara Thompson, who is age 19, of Lanham, Maryland, she left her father's home around 10 p.m., saying that she was going to get gas. She exchanged text messages with her dad, concluding with, "I should be back soon. I love you too. Good night." Let's go fast forward to around August 23rd. At approximately 3 a.m., surveillance footage captures Dakara parking her white Ford Edge sports utility vehicle in Hyattsville and walking toward Riggs Road. Later, she is seen approaching a black SUV identified as Yukon, a GMC Yukon, and she can be seen engaging briefly with the driver of that car, and then getting into the passenger seat. And then fast forward to about August 24th, her vehicle is discovered in Hyattsville with her purse still inside, her phone and her key fob are missing. So people are saying something about, the phone was in the car, but it's saying, the things I was seeing was saying, the phone and key fob are missing, but the purse was still inside the car, the vehicle, when it was found. Fast forward, she's missing during this time, from this August 24th through August 31st, towards the end of August. And then August 31st, her body is discovered in a grassy area off of US Route 50 in Maryland, okay? By Maryland State Police. And then at that time they didn't know it was Dakara, okay? But around September 3rd, 4th, they confirmed the body is Dakara's, and they said that they were going to do an autopsy, and it was pending at that time. And her family was holding like vigils, and the community holding vigils, like awaiting the news of whether it was Dakara's body or not, or what the pending results of the autopsy. And September 5th, when people mostly, was talking about it way a lot, the authorities confirmed that Dakara is deceased and Hugo Mendez, a 35-year-old, was a suspect, and he has been arrested and charged with first and second degree murder and killed without bond. You know, sometimes they charge people with first and second degree murder and just to see which one will probably stick. If they cannot prove intent and malice and like premeditation or certain things, it depends on how they can prove as far as intent and malice and things, and whether, you know, first or second degree murder will be the outcome. So it's not unheard of for people to get both first and second degree murder until they can see which one they probably feel like will stick. And surveillance footage shows her entering a black SUV and being taken home. Taken to a home, and I forgot the name of the road. I think Cambridge Drive or something like that. Authorities believe that she was actually killed inside of that home, likely in the bedroom, and after being unalived in that bedroom or in that home, somewhere in the home, her body was later discarded off of Route 50 into a river. Okay, and then from there, they're trying to figure out the relationship between the suspect and the victim, and if there was any prior interactions, or did she know him at all beforehand or anything like that. They're looking into that. And then of course there's rumors and speculation. Some people are believing that she's a sex worker, and you know, with these types of stories, people are gonna believe whatever they want to believe, or it's gonna be conspiracies or different things and thoughts. What I will say is we will go over the affidavit, probable cause affidavit, and other things, and just really look into this whole case, and I will try to catch you up with what's going on. And of course, since I've been live for 4 hours, other things could be underway or happening or unfolding. So just like y'all, I will also be catching up with this case if anything has happened since I actually looked into it myself before going live. Okay, so let's actually start with the actual a video, and then once I put this video up, I actually want to pull up the affidavit so we can read that and get more information on this case. Okay, hold on one second. And I will say this, it doesn't matter what she was or what she was doing. He had no right to unalive her. So I feel like certain topics are irrelevant or mute or unnecessary. I feel like it kind of gives a justification, or it lessens someone's, like, dehumanizes someone, or victim blames, or does something in that way when we focus on certain aspects. And on the other hand, I understand people are trying to figure out what would make her get into a vehicle like that. So we will see what's going on with this case. Okay, hold on.
I really don't know the words I can gather to say how I'm feeling right now. I'm so broken. I'm so broken. Nobody should have to experience what I'm feeling right now as a parent. It's an undescribable feeling. I just want my daughter back safely. I do.
Heard anything from police that
So this was at the time, August 31st, when she was still, considered as missing. And this is her mother, Carmen, okay, when she was still missing.
Could help locate her. Have they been communicative with you? Is there anything new since we spoke with you on Friday that you can share that people watching might want to know or think about?
PG County Police is working hard behind the scenes. They've made this case a priority, which I appreciate so much. With our efforts and their efforts put together, we are working so hard to try to get her back. There are things that they're working on that I can't share at this time, but they are keeping in communication with us, which gives me the faith that they are working hard behind the scenes.
And have you gotten any other insights about just why she came to this location or anything like that? Or does she have any connections or anything that you've learned? Is there anything?
I have never had any knowledge of her coming to this side of town at all. We don't have any family, any friends that I knew of that she had in this area. I have no idea what brought her to this area on that particular day.
Talk to me about your hope and what your hope for doing this is and for raising awareness. Yeah. What is your sort of, what do you want to come out of this vigil tonight?
I want to, as you can see, there's a sense of community. It gave me faith. It restored hope in that we still have community. The outpour of love, support, people wanting to bring us food, donate their time, get out here and search with us. It has meant so much to me that everybody is willing to stop what they're doing to come and help us, search for my daughter. So it just means so much to me, and I really, really appreciate. I'm grateful. My heart is full.
And I'm sure you're hoping that I see people with big signs,
yes,
just for anybody, yes, who's driving around who might have seen her, just to put her face out there as much as possible. If
anyone even has a possible sighting, please call 911. And a message to my baby girl. We love you. We love you so much. If you see this, do whatever you have to. Do whatever you have to get out of your situation, and you get somewhere and you let somebody know you need help. Whatever you need to do. Mom and Dad is here. Your family, your community, everybody is standing behind you, and we are waiting to have you back in our arms.
Is there anything else you want the community to know? Anything else that I didn't give you a chance to say? I didn't ask you anything like that.
The community. We actually want them to know that she is a kind-hearted, warm spirit. She is really gentle. She is loving. She is extremely close to her parents as well as her siblings. And we just want them to bring her home safe. Anything that you can do to help with this effort, we would really appreciate it. Like she said, even if it's a minute chance that it might be her.
So they heard that about a body and it might be her, but at this time they were waiting to see if it was her or not. And in their mind, she's still missing. Of course, you're going to be like, I hope it's not her. I hope it's not her. I pray it's not her. I pray that's not her that they found. I hope that she's out there and she can still, come home. If you're out there, come home, or just, So, yes, her father also had made a post, Daniel Thompson. And let's look at this post he made, okay? August 23rd, around when she was first, because, she had spoken to her father, right? So he made this post right here, August 23rd. And it pretty much just says, my daughter is missing. My daughter is missing. So this is a father's noticing that, hey, this is unusual. My daughter said she was leaving and she was going to come back. And this is where is she at? Like, where is my daughter? So he put, my daughter is missing. She was last seen on Friday night, August 22nd in Lanham, Maryland, in her 2013 Ford Edge. Please contact me or the police if anyone see her. So he already knows like something is up, because he probably has a thing with his daughter. Like she says, hey, Dad, I'm going here, I'm going there, and I'll be back. And she's not back. So he immediately knows like this is unusual for his daughter, right? So he made this post and that his daughter is missing. And people are saying, of course, prayers that she is found safe, praying that she is found safe. And he also posted like her vehicle, like this is the vehicle that this is her car. So if you see her on this car, let me or the police know. Yeah, this is a sad story. It really is. And to like really be just like not knowing and just hoping that she's okay and she's gonna come home. 19 is really young. It is. Hold on.
Might be her. Call 911. Just please do it for us. Do it so we can bring her home. Don't be ashamed. If anybody, I know somebody has seen something. Even don't be afraid. Just come forward and just help us. Just help us.
And if there's anyone that has her name is Dacara Thompson. She's loved. She's a human. She's not an object. Please send her back home to her family.
Yeah.
Please send her back home. She's a human. She's loved, she's missed, and we need her.
Do you believe she's in the area?
Oh, it's hard to say. It's hard to say.
Well, she's trying to speak to, if someone has her, like, listen, she's not an object. She knows that people try to dehumanize people. So she's trying to, if someone was watching or, had her, like, listen, she is not an object. She is a human. She is a person. She's trying to speak to someone that possibly could have her. But as we know, when the body that was found was actually hers. So she was no longer here at the time when they made this video. Okay, hold on.
Wherever she is, we want her home safely. Bottom line. That's it.
Carmen, are there any updates on like her phone, her cell phone, or anything like that?
No, the phone has still not been turned back on since the day she went missing. And we were unable to pin any other location past where we found her vehicle. Let's see. Nobody has used her credit card, debit cards. She still had the capabilities to use her Apple Pay, her Cash App, if she needed to like buy food or something like that. No purchases or anything have been made since the day she went missing.
Has there been any more videos that maybe ring door videos, anything that police have been able to find that may have shown her any more since then?
Not that I've seen outside of the one we obtained from where her car was parked.
So they have video footage of where her car was parked. So I have not seen the actual surveillance footage. I've heard and seen people discussing it, but not actually posting the actual footage. Okay, hold on. So with that being said, this was actually posted. It says the Prince George's County Police Department continues its active investigation into the whereabouts of 19-year-old Dacara Thompson of Lanham. A family reported her missing to PGPD on August 23rd, 2025. The PGPD's Missing Persons Unit opened an investigation into her whereabouts upon receiving the report. Multiple PGPD investigative units have been actively involved in the investigation. Anytime a member of our community goes missing, we take it seriously. We know behind every missing person report is a worried family desperate for answers. Our dedicated detectives of the Missing Persons Unit are committed to locating those who are missing and getting those questions answered, said Interim Chief George Nader. Ms. Thompson is a valued member of the Prince George's County community. Once we learned that the car was missing, I asked to be kept up to date on the investigation. The entire county has been praying for Dakara and her loving family. We intend to give her family and our community the answers they deserve, said County Executive Aisha Bravo. The PGPD is aware that the Maryland State Police has opened a death investigation after a female's body was located in a grassy area off Route 50 and in Arundel County on Sunday. The preliminary investigation has revealed a possible connection to the PGPD's missing persons investigation. At this time, the identity of the deceased woman has not been confirmed. Investigators are also awaiting autopsy result from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner to determine cause and manner of death. The PGPD is working jointly with Maryland State Police on this investigation. We ask anyone with information relevant to the PGPD's investigation surrounding Dakara to please contact us. So there's also another missing woman, by the way. I'm going to post this here since we're here, right? The Prince George's County Police Department is seeking the public's assistance in finding a missing woman. She is identified as 37-year-old Santia Deser. She was last seen in the 5200 block of 59th Avenue in Riverdale on September 2nd, 2025. She's a Black female standing 5 feet tall and 150 pounds. She was last seen wearing a blue shirt and blue jeans. So this is someone else, by the way, that's missing. So I'm posting this since I'm live. And if anyone knows or has seen this person as well, this is someone else that's missing. Especially when it's around the same time period, it's good to actually, if you've seen this person, okay? So now let's scroll up and let's go to Hugo, the actual suspect in this case. Hugo Hernandez Mendez. Look at him. So he's the one, y'all. The Prince George's County Police Department Homicide Unit identified and arrested the man now charged with the unaliving of 19-year-old Dacara Thompson of Lanham. He is 35-year-old Hugo Hernandez Mendez of Bowie. On August 23rd, 2025, Ms. Thompson's family reported her missing to the Prince George's County Police Department. The PGPD's Missing Persons Unit opened an investigation into her whereabouts. On August 31st, Maryland State Police opened a death investigation after the female's body was located in the grassy area of Route 51. This is the same information. The body has since been identified as Ms. Thompson. PGPD Homicide Unit detectives were able to locate additional surveillance video, which showed Ms. Thompson approach a black SUV in the early morning hours of August 23rd, 2025. After speaking to the driver, Ms. Thompson is seen entering the SUV. The driver then drove to a home in the 12,000 block of Kimbridge Drive in Bowie. Based on this evidence, detectives applied for and obtained a search warrant for that home on September 4th, 2025. Evidence was located suggesting Ms. Thompson had been murdered in a bedroom in the residence. Based on the totality of the evidence of the investigation, detectives arrested and charged Hernandez Mendez with her murder. The suspect has access to the black SUV and lives in the bedroom where the murder occurred. Wow. The victim's cause of death has not been determined. Based on initial findings and evidence gathering during this investigation, it is expected for the death to be ruled a homicide by the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. This remains an active investigation. Detectives are working to determine whether the suspect and victim were known to each other prior to August 23rd, 2025. The suspect is charged with first and second-degree murder. He is in the custody of the Department of Corrections, being held on a no bond status. So with that being said, Hugo Rene Hernandez Mendez, he's Hispanic, obviously, but they're trying, I guess, classify him as a white Hispanic. Sex male, height 5'6", weight 150, hair black, eye color brown, date of birth 12/26/1989. It gives that same address for her where the homicide occurred, and looks like he's gonna have probably a public defender. Officer arresting complainant. So hearing bail bond review is going to be scheduled for September 8th, 2025. Looks like probably 115. And then let's see. Charge is murder first degree, and also there's going to be murder second degree right here. And that's charged as of August 23rd, where they believe the homicide, when they believe the homicide occurred on that date. And so he's eligible for a public defender, court appointed appearance, initial appearance, hold without bond, so he has no bond. So again, right there, hold without bond. So right there, as you can see at the bottom, I was right here. It says 1:15 p.m., which is the bond review. Again, the other one was a military time, but I got it. It was actually 1:15 p.m. So yeah, so let's go back to the video, and now we're gonna get into some videos about what happened with Dakara, okay? But I definitely wanted to give you some, we're gonna go back and forth between documents and videos. Documents and videos, y'all know how it goes, okay?
Of the one we obtained from where her car was parked. But there are other people there that have cameras. We haven't seen them. Some people haven't been as open, you know, they're wanting to open their doors or wanting to be involved. Now, if PG has gone and obtained that, then that's something that I'm unaware of.
I know we said belongings. It was $60 cash. I know.
Her purse,
what was in?
It was her purse, her IDs, her, you know, her typical stuff that was in her purse. So her ID, her debit card, her credit card, her, she had $60 cash, and I'm trying to think, is there something I'm forgetting? Oh, her house keys were in the cup holder. So she had the key fob with her and the cell phone, but as soon as she reached this location, her cell phone was disabled. So we're, that's the part that's puzzling. That's the part that's puzzling. We have no, that's where the disconnect is.
And when you say,
and then she lives in, you live in Lanham, correct?
Her father lives in Lanham. I live in St. Charles, Maryland.
And she was living with?
She just finished, she had been kind of staying at his house more since, I want to say, she was doing an internship in the Lanham area. So she would stay at his house most of the time because it was quick for her to get to work.
and when you say her phone is disabled, what do you mean by disabled?
There's no activity at all. It was completely powered off, and I don't know. I was unable to get it to locate it anyway. I went to the store. I did everything. I mean, to the AT&T store. I tried to reach out to Apple. Everything. We were unable to locate that phone.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, she left absolutely everything in the car with the exception of the key fob that locks the thing and her telephone.
And that's it.
But it was the phone was turned off shortly after.
Yep.
Whenever that video was,
yes.
And that was the one. That was 1:30 a.m. on Saturday. That video, is that right?
Oh yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. As far as what we saw from that Ring video,
Understood.
That's all we've seen. Well, that's all I've seen.
Understood.
That
And
I can confirm.
I know you're here now. Is there anything else that you would just? I know you didn't hear what they said, but just how you're feeling and any reflections and things that you'd like the community to know.
I do everything, already knew what time it is. Yes, I do. I told you, if I come, I can't stay too long. Come on. So as I get to the room, we got back down to it. Start getting it on.
Facebook, I need to turn off autoplay because y'all just went to the trail ride. Okay, hold on. Good morning, Dawn. Yes, as I can.
Held a vigil for Dacara Thompson, who has been missing now for over a week.
Jacqueline Quinn joins us now live this morning at the intersection of Jasmine Terrace and Riggs Road in Hyattsville, which was Dakara's last known location. And Jacqueline, the family is desperate for some answers this morning.
Yes, and that is why they've really been focusing on this area. We can see the missing posters here, and in this specific area is where they found her car. They found her ID. There was money and her phone inside of the car, but no signs of her. That's also why they had the vigil nearby here to really get community members around here really thinking, because any information could help.
The search is intensifying for 19-year-old Dacara Thompson, missing for more than a week in Prince George's County. Her father says he last texted Dakara around 11:50 p.m. on August 22nd, telling her good night. She replied she was out but would be home soon, and that was the last time anyone heard from her. Surveillance video shows someone who appears to be Dakara exiting her vehicle in Hyattsville. Her family says they staked out that location for days, hoping she would return. Sunday, friends and family held a vigil near where the car was found by Riggs Road and Jasmine Terrace, then canvassed the neighborhood for leads.
We have no knowledge of what her whereabouts have been for the past 9 days.
Supporters passed out flyers and joined the search. Some were drawn by their own experiences.
My daughter was missing for 2 years and a half, and the Lord just led me to come here and pray for her and give encouragement words to the mother and the father.
And remember, this is the area where she was last seen. It looked like seemed on that video walking towards this corner here of Jasmine Terrace and Riggs Road. And again, the family, they say they're going to continue to canvass, and they won't stop until hopefully they do find her. But any information they say could help in this case to bring her home. For now, I'll send it back to you guys.
So then, alleged, I will say alleged, because I'm going down this timeline of things, right? A friend of Dacara Thompson shared a video to TikTok. So let's go over there, and I'm also going to pull up her aunt's page on Facebook to show how her aunt was actually posted, how they made flyers to try to find her. And I'm going to pull up her aunt's page to show like postings that she has been sharing and posting that she pretty much wanted people to see.
I don't know her. Y'all don't do nothing for two.
Hold on. So people are already like, some of the family members are already frustrated. I'll be honest, y'all. Some family members are frustrated because the conspiracies, and also because they're mainly frustrated as well about the sex worker allegations, or saying something about sex worker this or sex worker that. So let's see what people have to say. Hold on.
All right, hey y'all. I kind of just wanted to speak on the Dakara situation because I don't like how y'all moving about it. So me and Dakara kind of known each other since I was little, and her father, real life, used to take us skating every weekend. He used to take us to different places and shit. I used to go over his house, all type of stuff. Like my mom, her father, and her mom went to school together, so y'all already know how that would go. But that's not the point. The point is that I seen a lot of y'all in the comments talking about question the father. The father looked like he knows something.
Now, with that being said, I'm going to play devil's advocate because I'm just going to be honest. Whenever someone goes missing, they're always going to question the last person that was seen with her or spoke to her. That's the thing. Who was the last person? And at one point, when he's saying that she's missing and he last spoke to her, people are going to automatically, unfortunately, believe that he could be a suspect. And then once they do see surveillance of her with someone else, now they say, okay, well, the father wasn't the last person. But any investigation is always going to go with who was the last person seen, and then only when that person is replaced with someone else will they move on to someone else. But you're still going to be a suspect, unfortunately, and it's sadly so. And now we have to remember that there's other cases. I won't really mention different cases, but there are other cases going on even right now that's trending that the parents are actually responsible for the child's death or unaliving. So sometimes parents do things like this. So it's, as a family member or a friend of the family, it's sad to hear that someone will be accused. But as the public trying to say, oh, what happened to this 19-year-old, people are going to say, oh, the last person. So hopefully now that the suspect has been arrested, Hugo, who's actually responsible, hopefully now people can leave the father alone now, knowing that he's not the actual last person, is actually Hugo who has been charged.
One thing that I could say about Dakara father, Puda never played about them girls. Puda never fucking played about them girls. So for all y'all that was in the comments like that, y'all need to shut the fuck up because y'all don't know nothing. Y'all don't know him. Y'all don't know her. Y'all don't know nothing. For all y'all keep trying to make them funny ass jokes talking about, yeah, she was selling cat and da-da-da. Y'all don't know the background story of what the fuck really happened. The only people that's going to really know the story is the nigga that did it and God. He is never gonna come out and tell y'all the full fucking story. And if y'all think that y'all dumb is a bitch, the story would never be out. A motherfucker would never know what really transpired. Just because the roommates say that, yeah, they heard some sex going on. First of all, if y'all was really using y'all brains, as y'all heard her father say, when they found the car, it was parked the wrong way for one, and she left all her stuff in it. Meaning, she knew she was coming back to the car, because if I'm about to take over a minute out of my car, I'm not leaving my wallet, I'm not leaving none of that. She knew she was coming back to the car. Why the fuck would she leave her stuff if she knew that she was going with this man to be a prostitute? And you know, even if that wasn't the situation, that's not y'all business to speak on. All y'all keep trying to be funny and do this and do that. First of all, y'all don't know her family. Y'all need to let her fucking family grieve. It's been enough already. And it just came out that she's been deceased. So let her family grieve. Like, let them process what the fuck going on. Y'all making y'all own narrative of the story and don't even know really what the fuck happened. Y'all cannot do that. All y'all talking about, yeah, because it was y'all instincts and da. Shut the fuck up. Don't nobody give a fuck about your fucking instinct, bitch. You don't even know what happened for real. I don't like that for y'all. I really don't. So stop what the fuck y'all doing. Relax.
So a lot of people are going to be focused on the fact that he was living in the U.S. illegally. So people are going to focus on that, and they're going to say this is going to be a topic for immigration discussions, definitely. And what I want to say is this, before I'm not getting all into the big topic of immigration, you know, that gets into people into heated arguments and discussions. What I will say is I dislike when bad apples spoil the bunch. When even if you are a minority, you should know that whenever something happens and you're in that group or community, or if someone black does something, then people automatically like, oh, those people. So I don't like to do that to other groups either. Not everyone that's illegal is a monster like this guy. So I don't like to say. I would say this guy Hugo, as an individual and as a person, he's responsible for this and he's a monster. But to just across the board for everyone here illegally to just paint them as some sort of sinister characters up to no good or bad, should all be deported. I'm not that person. So yeah, I'm not that type of channel. Sorry. No. And in fact, almost everyone wasn't here initially. If we go back, and to be honest, who was here first in America? I'll wait. So with that being said, I don't get into that. I go by person, individual by individual, and what that person does. I don't like to group people. That can lead to biases and prejudice and unfairness across the board. Okay. Now I'm not saying that there shouldn't be things with immigration. I'm just saying that I don't like to stereotype immigrants or stereotype people that are here illegally. I don't like stereotypes at all. Okay. When it comes to oppressed people, let's be clear. When it comes to oppressed people, I don't like stereotypes. So this person right here is posting this story, but they're focused on the illegal aspect. It's like you're focused on the illegal aspect instead of the actual and deportation. So some people actually do have surveillance, obviously. So I'm gonna have to look a little bit more because I see this right here. So there has been something released. I know the car has been released. So by the way, the views of this person's page is their views. I'm only looking at their their documents, okay? So I guess this might be his income sheet for Hugo. This occupational landscaper. Oh wow. That's actually this person, to be honest, has to probably look into. A landscaper is someone that's going to position themselves to be anywhere because they're going to be doing landscaping and work. So I wouldn't be surprised if this person has other histories of other things. I wouldn't be surprised because some people hire a landscaper to do their yard or do this or do that. And that's going to have a lot of access to certain areas. And what I mean by that is people are not going to think he's out of place because he's the landscaper. So someone can, if you go down any neighborhood or any place and someone's doing a yard or you see them with they are a landscaper, they're not out of place anywhere. They can blend in. That's why some people actually, when they do certain crimes, they set it up or as if they are a worker or working there in that neighborhood. So this is a one-page affidavit, but I'm gonna probable cause affidavit, but I'm gonna actually go to someone else's page that has all the pages. So it says Mendez says who will hereafter be referred to as a defendant. At this time, the defendant was detained and transported to the Criminal Investigation Division Homicide Unit for further investigation. The black 2007 GMC Yukon bearing Maryland registration, gave his registration, was impounded by Ryan's towing and transported to the Prince George's Evidence Unit for further processing. Detectives had the opportunity to interview the defendant. The detectives advised the defendant of his Miranda rights, at which time he freely and voluntarily waived his rights and elected to speak with detectives. The defendant advised detectives that on August 23rd, 2025, he was at the Galaxy nightclub. Let it be noted that detectives know that the Galaxy nightclub is located at 2301 University Boulevard, Hyattsville, Maryland. This location is directly across the road from where the decedent was observed entering into the black 2007 GMC Yukon bearing Maryland registration, gave his plate again. Furthermore, the defendant advised detectives that he was in possession of the black 2007 GMC Yukon on August 23rd, 2025 at approximately 200 hours. The defendant advised he was supposed to meet his ex-girlfriend, but he never did. When detectives questioned further into the investigation, the defendant denied any involvement and asked detectives if he could have a lawyer. At that time, the interview ended. On September 4th, 2025, at approximately 905 hours, a residential search warrant was conducted at 12606 Cambridge Drive, and detectives made contact with multiple other occupants of the residence, whose names are known to police. All occupants of the residence were detained and transported to the Criminal Investigation Division Homicide Unit for further investigation. Detectives had the opportunity to interview the occupants of the residence. Detectives spoke with witness one, whose identity is known to police, who advised that it lives at the residence with its family, its cousin, the defendant, and 2 other roommates. Witness one advised that the black 2007 GMC Yukon bearing Maryland registration is registered to it, but its cousin, the defendant, is the only one who operates it. Witness one advised that its cousin, the defendant, has a drinking and drug problem. Detectives spoke with witness two, whose identity is known to police, who advised that its room is next to the defendant's room. Witness two advised on August 23rd, 2025, it recalled hearing the defendant having sex around 500 hours. Witness two advised it could hear a grunting noise, which made it believe that someone was not enjoying the sex. So here's the thing. Who's to say that who's to say that it was consensual? Just because I gotta read more. Let me go and find more. Okay, but who's to say that's actually consensual? If you hear sex in the next room, is that what people are saying? That if you hear sex in the next room, who says that's consensual sex going on in the next room? And right here it says, which made it believe that someone was not enjoying the sex. A grunting noise. It didn't say like grunting, like moaning or anything. It's like grunting, which made it feel like someone was not enjoying the sex, like some sort of noise that seemed like somebody was not comfortable, or someone was not enjoying, or someone did not want it to be going on. That seems like non-consensual to me until otherwise proven. Okay. Yeah. So let's see here. And we have to ask ourselves this: if it's consensual, then why the need to unalive her? Usually consensual, it happens, you go your way, right? And they go their own way. But non-consensual usually ends when someone wants to hide what they've done, hide the rape, hide the assault, so then they want to unalive. So how would you go from consensual to unaliving? Non-consensual to unaliving, that. But why would it go from consensual to unaliving? So let's go ahead and pull up some more pages, okay? Hold on. Bear with me. I gotta see which post it was. Like, y'all, this is so sad. Like 19, just getting started with life. That's so young. Like 19 literally says teen. You're still a teen. You're still young. And I could just tell, like, even with the conversation with her father, you know, he definitely was like, this is unusual. So she's definitely a daddy's girl. She's living with her father. They have pictures together. I'm not saying that those pictures mean that they're a perfect family. I'm saying that she's definitely a daddy's girl to talk to her daddy. He's texting her. She's texting back. She's responding. There's communication going on here. She's telling her daddy what she's about to do. So she's like she does check in. So there's definitely, and for her father didn't wait like a long time to be like, no, where's my, to report her missing. He knew immediately, like, no, this is unusual for my daughter. Where is she? Like, for him to know that, like, that there has to be there has to be a bond for him to know immediately. There are some people that go missing and they are not reported missing for a long period of time. Okay, so for her to be reported so fast, that means that there had to be some sort of with her father to where he's like, no, this is unusual behavior for my daughter. Okay. Hold on. So I actually will probably go somewhere else to find it. Hold on. So by the time I was gonna report on it, it was already closed to get my own copy. Okay, so hold on. Okay, I read that already. It says, in which the hair color, this is a statement of probable cause, says, in which the hair color is consistent with the hairs recovered from within the multiple trash bags. Shortly before she got into the black 2007 GMC Yukon. All of these items of evidentiary value were recovered by Crime Scene Investigations Division and will be stored at the evidence unit for safekeeping and further processing. On September 4, 2025, detectives applied for and were granted a vehicle search warrant for the black 2007 GMC. At approximately 1830 hours, investigators with the Crime Scene Investigations Division executed the vehicle search warrant along with detectives. A Blue Star blood test was conducted. Blue Star is a presumptive test designed to reveal fresh, dry, or clean blood, neat or diluted in trace of sizable amounts. This test operates by chemoluminescence or something like that, luminescence, chemoluminescence or something. As a result of the test, a positive result was revealed for possible blood evidence on the passenger front seat. See, this is the thing. Blood evidence on the passenger front seat. Why would blood be on the passenger front seat? And when did the blood get there? After these sexual assault, which I believe it was. I don't think it was consensual in my opinion. In summary, detectives know through multiple surveillance camera video footage and cellular location data that the decedent entered into a black 2007 GMC Yukon. It keeps saying the same thing just to let you know that it's his car with his same registration. Okay. Detectives know that the defendant is the only person who drives the black 2007 Yukon. The black 2007 Yukon bearing that registration then travels to the area of 12606 Kimbers Drive, which coincides with the decedent's cellular device movements. The decedent is in this area on August 23rd, 2025. So yeah, the cellular device was still actually on at a certain point to where it was still trackable and traceable to be in the area of his home. So you're done for, and that's good. And
The decedent is in this area on August 23rd, 2025 from 03 to 3:47 hours until the phone deactivates at 05:03 hours on August 23rd. It says on August 23rd, 2025, sexual intercourse is heard coming from the defendant's bedroom, which sounded as if someone was not enjoying it. The discovery of blood evidence recovered from the defendant's bedroom, along with the hair and the recovered fingernail consistent with that of the missing fingernail on the decedent's left middle finger. So y'all, why are people saying that she's a sex worker? It says missing fingernail. This she probably was trying to be in a sexual assault to missing fingernail. Someone probably tried to defend themselves or to stop the assault. Consensual, I don't see someone being unalived. Author, consensual, why would someone have a missing fingernail? This is going into me assault. And then someone says the roommate says noises of someone not enjoying it, the sex, okay? And it says what sounded as if someone was not enjoying it. Let me go that down. The missing fingernail on the decedent's left middle finger indicate to detectives that a physical altercation ensued within the defendant's bedroom. So keep in mind that this is actually small print, so bear with me. But yeah, so even the police are seeing, investigators here are the probable cause, should I say, is that the fingernail is consistent with that of the missing fingernail on the decedent's left middle finger. So there was a physical altercation. This is her trying to fight this person off of her, ensued within the defendant's bedroom. In my opinion, he looks like he raped her, and he unalived her to cover up this. Yeah, exactly, Sharon. And then Lewis says, why didn't the roommate bang on the door? Like, I guess, like a roommate, you're trying to mind your business, and you see them like they're having sex, but like something is going weird. But people probably don't think that someone's being raped. I don't know. Good question though. And to be honest, like, what did you actually hear? Like, if you hear grunting, like someone, so you hear something of someone not enjoying it, right? So, yeah. So let's see. Indicate to detectives that a physical altercation ensued within the defendant's bedroom. The discovery of the possible blood evidence recovered from the Blue Star test conducted in the black 2007 GMC indicates to detectives that the decedent was moved into the black 2007 GMC after the physical altercation. So after the physical altercation, that explains why the blood is there, according to detectives, because it was after the physical altercation. Father, the decedent was being located deceased with skull and facial fractures. Wow, so she has skull and facial fractures. So he was definitely hitting her in the head and about the head and face area. Based on all of the above information, detectives believe that the defendant murdered the decedent in his bedroom, located at 12606 Cambridge on the morning of August 23rd, 2025. The defendant then drove the decedent's body to eastbound Maryland Route 50 between Maryland Route 424. So he was supposed to be meeting up with his ex-girlfriend, and that didn't happen. So then the police, I guess, are trying to figure out what's happening with Dakara and him, like what's going on. Some people are trying to spread that she's a sex worker. This is not giving sex worker to me. This is giving something else. And definitely sexual assault, forced intercourse, where even a roommate says, that someone wasn't enjoying it. There's fingernails missing. She's beat up. This is giving assaults. So anyways, there's also supposed to be 7 pages. So let me see if I can find more pages, okay? But let's watch a video and see, because there was also news reports about it. Hold on. Oh, I wanted to show y'all the aunt's page of what was happening at the onset too. So she was, let's scroll down her timeline because remember, she went missing. August 22nd, she was last spoke to her dad, and then overnight, August 23rd, this is when it happened. And then her body was found August 31st, but then they had to get an autopsy to make sure it was her or not. So let's scroll down her timeline to about August 23rd, 22nd-ish. So right here, the auntie of Dakara, Tasha says, she reposts the father on that August 23rd when the father says his daughter is missing. He posts her vehicle and pictures with his daughter. And then she posts, hey y'all, please help my family find my niece. If anyone knows, see anything, text, call, inbox, something. So then she posts, and it says, still looking for my niece. Thank you for all your prayers. Please continue to post. That's August 25th. So they have these posters they're making of her saying she's missing, she's missing, she's missing. And they have this Dacara Thompson, 1952. So she's small. She's 5'2", 95 pounds. You know, it says circumstances of disappearance on August 22nd, 2025. The car was last seen at the Shell gas station, Eastgate Shopping Center, Lanham, Maryland. Her 2013 pearl white Ford Edge was later found abandoned in Hyattsville, Maryland, containing all of her personal belongings. And then it says, if you have any information, her family are 911. So they're posting this August 25th. Again, this is typical of when people are missing. People are making flyers. They're posting it to different websites, spreading the word. Her aunt says August 28th, come home, Kara. And then she shares this video from Fox about her niece being missing. She says, keep posting, y'all, bring my niece home. Just a second. Then they had a prayer vigil Sunday, August 31st, 2025, 30 p.m. And that's the day when her body was found. Remember, they had the video of the bomb out there on August 31st. This is the aunt promoting the prayer vigil for the 31st. And it says, just come home. So then it talks about the family. Here's another video of the family. Now, early on, the first newspapers or media to post is going to get the story off the ground. Like, no one knows about a story until the first initial papers or media reports. And usually those are the ones that are going to have the family members talking about the case or what's happening at that very moment of someone being missing. Okay, I don't know what's happened with the Fox video, but let me skip that one. So this is August 30th. Let's scroll up. This is the aunt promoting the prayer vigil still.
News at 6:30. A Prince George's County family still praying for answers as they hold a vigil for 19-year-old Dacara Thompson. Thanks for joining us on the news at 6:30. I'm Larry Miller. Dacara Thompson was last seen on August 22nd when she told her father that she was going out before leaving her Hyattsville home and never returned. Our Lionel Donovan is live in Hyattsville where that vigil is taking place right now. Lionel?
Good evening, Larry. Well, I want to show you the vigil is just wrapped up right now, but as you can see, more than 100 people showed up in this parking lot, gathering together, hoping to get the word out to get Dakara back home safely. And I just want to also take you down the street. We're here on Riggs Road right now, but down the street over at Jasmine Terrace, that is where Dakara's car was found. Her parents were able to find it by tracking Dakara's phone. When they got there, they say they found her purse with keys, her license, and bank cards, but Dakara herself was nowhere to be found. I spoke with Dakara's aunt off camera, and she describes her as a quiet but kind-hearted young woman who's very close to her family. Now, Dakara's father says he last heard from her at 11:50 p.m. the night she disappeared, when he texted her that he was going to bed and that he loved her. He got a message from Dakara's phone saying that she was out, but that she returned soon. Prince George's County Police say investigators are actively looking into her disappearance. Now, at the vigil, community members listened as faith leaders prayed for Dakara's safe return, but those closest to her say they were very encouraged to see so many people show up for her.
It's a good feeling to know that the community is so supportive. Her mom has always been so supportive to me. My daughter, Teray, has stressed to me from the very beginning, you know, Ma, she would be there for you, so make sure you're there for her. So it's a good feeling to see so many people out here wearing their pink and pink roses, and it's a good feeling to see the support and love of the community.
Now, Prince George's County Police is calling on anyone with any information to come forward as soon as possible, because that information could be the key to reuniting this family.
George's County. Dacara Thompson's car was found parked miles away from her house, but there has been no sign of her for more than a week. Thanks for staying up with us tonight on this Friday. I'm Larry Miller. No family should have to go through what her parents are dealing with right now. Our Katie Lusso spent the night with them as they hold on to hope and keep searching for answers to bring Dakara home.
Tonight marks exactly 1 week since 19-year-old Dacara Thompson went missing. Her heartbroken family telling me she was last seen on surveillance footage parking her car here along Jasmine Terrace and then walking down towards Riggs Road.
I want my baby back. I just simply want my daughter back.
For Carmen and Daniel Thompson, the past week has been brutal. Their daughter, 19-year-old Dakara, lives with her dad in Prince George's County and left home the 22nd around 10 p.m.
She just said, Dad, I'll be back.
He showed us the text he sent her about an hour later.
I said, I'm about to go to bed. I was just checking on you.
She responded right away.
I should be back soon. I love you too. I'm out.
But after that, she not only didn't return, but she didn't answer any of their texts or calls.
Which was very unusual because she always responds back.
They also discovered her location was turned off, but they could see her last location, the corner of Jasmine Terrace and Riggs Road. Her dad headed that way and found her car parked the wrong direction on a fire hydrant. A neighbor's camera capturing what appears to be her getting out of the car and walking away.
Her purse was in her car. It had $60 cash in it.
The only thing she had with her was her phone and her key fob.
They called police, who they say never searched the car, but instead told them to take it home.
Because they say it's a chance it will be towed if it stayed there.
So they did, and kept searching on their own.
I sat there for 2 days, for 48 hours, just to see if she or someone else would come back to look for the car. And nobody ever came back.
Since then, they've done their best to spread the word, posting flyers everywhere.
I want some of the one on the back.
But with each passing day, their fears only grow.
I'm holding on to hope. I'm fighting. I hope she's fighting. You know, any chance she can get to try to get away if she can.
She says this is not like her daughter.
She hasn't used any money, so I'm like, what is she eating? She has the same clothes for 7 days. Something has to be wrong. Somebody has her. Somebody has her.
As they continue to search with the help of so many others, they're grateful and say they have one message for their daughter.
We love you so much, and just come home. Just come home. We want her home. We want her home.
Now, if you have any information about where she could be, you are asked to call police. In Prince George's County, I'm Katie Lusso, WUSA 9.
30%. That's how many disability claims Social Security initially approves. 90%.
Okay, hold on a second. According to docs obtained by 7 News, DC Hugo, the rapist, the man in the county illegally now charged with the unaliving of Dacara Thompson was pulled over on the BW Parkway by the park police officer, taken into custody and cited for DUI and other violations. Let's see. Incident location, Baltimore, Washington Parkway. DUI investigation, April 25th, 2025. So this is another charge he had. He had another charge previously this year for DUI, okay? Okay, I'll show the father's page. I think we'll probably do some more tomorrow, okay, because it's already really late. Hold on. So, suspect arrested in the death of missing teen Dakara. This is where he lives in Bowie. So this is where he lives at. This is the house. Joe, this is the house right here, where he lives. So it looks like a lot of people. How many people actually live in this house or residents? And for the actual roommate to hear noises in one of the rooms, in the room and with the defendant, and hear like sexual noises and grunts, like someone not enjoying it, obviously, in this home right here. So that's the actual house. Okay, as a council member, I'm not gonna play that one. So yeah, I've been hearing about this, and I keep on hearing sex worker. She's a sex worker. And now that I'm reading this by myself, that's why I like looking into things for myself. Now that I'm looking into it for myself, I don't see it how I've been like this comments. I see this as a sexual assault. Okay, a violent sexual assault.
In Bowie, the suspect living.
Is in Maryland making an arrest in the disappearance and murder of 19-year-old Dacara Thompson. The suspect, a man in the country illegally, who was in federal custody earlier this year. Fox 5's Bob Barner live in Bowie tonight with the latest from police. Bob.
Yeah, hey there, Marina. Behind me is the house where police say Dacara Thompson was murdered. It's on Cambridge Drive here in Bowie. The suspect living with other relatives who say he has a drinking problem, a drug problem, and they say they told police they heard a woman's voice in his bedroom that night. The people who live in this neighborhood tell us they are stunned by this news.
This is a nice family community, and you know, we don't have to hear about stuff like this, but it's very distressing, and I'm just so sorry for the family.
The suspect is 35-year-old Hugo Hernandez Mendez, now facing first and second-degree murder charges, said to be from Guatemala and in the country illegally. Police say Hernandez Mendez murdered Dacara Thompson inside his bedroom in this house. Investigators not saying how she was killed or what happened inside the home leading up to her murder.
So this is a young woman who dedicated part of her young life to serving others, And I want that to ring home to all of you that this is a good young woman.
The 19-year-old Thompson was last seen alive August 22nd, walking away from her car near a gas station in Lanham, apparently leaving everything but her cell phone in the car. Her family reporting Dakara missing the next day. Her body was found Sunday in a grassy area along Route 50 near Annapolis, taken and left there, police say, by suspect Hernandez Mendez. Prince George's County and Maryland State Police today telling us they had other surveillance video from the time of her disappearance showing Dakara willingly getting into a dark SUV. Police say they were able to trace that vehicle to the suspect. Investigators not sure what that was all about, what the relationship between the two may have been.
It's shaken the neighbors up. The few of us that are finding out this morning what's going on, it's scary. And we still don't know the whole story.
Hugo Hernandez Mendez is being held without bail, has a bond hearing Monday. Prince George's County officials say Hernandez Mendez had been arrested by U.S. Park Police for a DUI in April, but he was released from federal custody. And so we've reached out to the Department of Justice to see what that is all about. Still waiting to hear back from them. And Dakara's family told us today that they just don't want to speak publicly about the developments in this case. Guys.
So, witness to further stated that after a period of time in it remembers, well, I keep saying it. I guess they're trying to like hide the identity of the witness. It remembers, to be honest, this is blurry. To be, that top line, y'all. I will have to edit and try to get the contrast. Let me see if I can, hold on, let me see. It remembers all something to the room. Child. And then it says, then states that it falls asleep. Later that same day, after waking up, witness 2 remembers walking outside of the residence on August 23rd, 2025 at approximately 1200 hours and observing the black 2007 GMC Yukon was not parked in front of the house. Witness 2 thought that was weird because it knows that the defendant does not work on Saturdays and that the black Yukon should have been parked out front. Detective spoke with witness 3. So I need to actually get my own documents. That's why I like my own documents so I can see everything. I'm nosy. Okay, I gotta be able to see. And I also want to know everything because how can I know what's really happening without knowing or seeing? Let's see. Detective spoke with witness 3, whose identity is known to police, and witness 4, whose identity is known to police, who advised that they had no recollection of August 23rd, 2025, and that they stay on the opposite side of the house from the defendant. A search of the residence was conducted in which multiple items of evidentiary value were recovered. Detectives located a bedroom in the front side of the residence. Detectives observed identifying documentation to include a social security card, identification cards, and work pay stubs belonging to the defendant. Upon visual inspection of the bedroom, multiple areas were observed with what appears to be suspected blood evidence. A fetal presumptive blood test was conducted on these areas with the suspected blood evidence, which yielded positive results. Suspected blood droplets were also observed on the defendant's mattress located in the bedroom. A white and pink fake French manicure style fingernail was located on the floor of the bedroom. Detectives know that the defendant had white and pink fake French manicure style fingernails when she was found deceased. Detectives also noted that when defendant was found, she was missing the white and pink fake French manicure style fingernail on her left middle finger. The detectives were able to review a photo of the decedent's white and pink fake French fingernails, manicure style fingernails, and were able to identify that the nails in the photo are consistent with the nail recovered from the bedroom floor. Further, detectives recovered multiple pairs of women's underwear and lingerie. Further detectives recovered multiple pairs of women's underwear and lingerie. I'm telling y'all, this guy needs to be looked into because I just feel like he has done things before. I don't think this is his first time. I don't think it's his first time. I don't. During the search, detectives observed 2 trash bins in the driveway area of the residence, and detectives opened the trash bins and observed multiple trash bags inside of them. Detectives searched the said trash bags and observed multiple identifying documents of individuals who live in the residence. A further search revealed a white napkin with suspected blood stains on it. Throughout multiple trash bags, multiple black with a red tint hairs were located. Detectives know through review of video surveillance that the decedent appears to be wearing, it might say, hold on. Cut off. The defendant was transported to the Upper Marlboro Department of Corrections for further processing. All events occurred in Prince George's County, Maryland, with the exception to those denoted above. Maryland threw the decedent's body over the short bridge above the South River in order to conceal the crime. Yeah, I don't think it's his first time. This guy is going through certain things he's doing that doesn't seem like it's his first time. It doesn't. Who else is missing in Maryland and also in the same area? This guy does not seem like it's his first time doing something like this. I don't think it's his first time doing something like this. I don't. So, hold on. Landscaper, making $2,400 a month. Hey, sweet baby Jesus. So he has 2 dependents. Oh, trash father, trash. So he lives, I guess, with other people. He pays $700 as his share. I already read this already from their website.
My name is Brian Fisher, and
Okay, that person has been found. So that person has been found again. The one I read earlier, it says found, been safely located. Okay. Hold on.
Please. County Aisha Brave Boy, the Superintendent of the Maryland State Police, Colonel Roland L. Butler Jr., the Chief of the Bowie Police Department, Dwayne A. Preston.
Oh, Bowie, I've been saying it wrong.
The State's Attorney for Prince George's County, Tara Jackson. I would also like to recognize Prince George's County DCAO Mel Powell. Because this investigation remains very active, we'll take a few questions at the end of the presentation, but we'll be very limited in what we can answer. At this time, I'd like to introduce Prince George's County Police Chief, George Nader.
Good morning. First, I'd like to thank members of the media for showing sensitivity during the reporting of this case. We know there were questions that you had and questions that we couldn't answer due to the investigation being ongoing. On September 5th, detectives from the Prince George's County Police Department's Homicide Division developed probable cause to present charges for the murder of Dacara Thompson. This morning, criminal charges were issued for first-degree and second-degree murder. The facts of the case: 19-year-old Dacara Thompson was last seen on August the 22nd. She was reported missing the very next day. On August the 21st, her family located the vehicle in the area of Jasmine Terrace in Hyattsville, Maryland. On August 31st, what we believe to have been Dakara's body was located by the Maryland State Police Department in the area of eastbound Route 50 at Route 97. On August 23rd, in the area of University Boulevard in Hyattsville, Maryland, a short distance from her vehicle. At approximately 3 a.m., for reasons still under investigation, it appears that Dakara willfully entered a vehicle being driven by Hugo Rene Hernandez Mendez.
See, when people were running with this and they heard willfully getting into a vehicle, they automatically assume that she's giving up all rights. If you enter into a vehicle, they're trying to say that she wasn't forced into the vehicle or at gunpoint or by force, that she got into it herself. However, once you get into a vehicle, it doesn't mean that you automatically give up all your rights and now you should be blamed for what happens moving forward. Okay, so I have heard people saying, well, she willfully got in the car, she willfully got in there. Yeah, you can willfully get into any car of anyone, including a Lyft driver or a freaking Uber driver. You could willfully get in there. But when you willfully get in there, it doesn't mean you're willfully signing up to be sexually assaulted or unalived. So we have to be careful with things like, oh, someone willfully got into a car. How many people have traveled or even used Ubers or Lyfts? And then they'll willfully pulling on a handle, getting into a car with total strangers. Think about it. So you're willfully getting in there, but it doesn't mean that you're signing up for something heinous or vile or disgusting.
35-year-old male out of Bowie, Maryland.
Also, you can be a sex worker and someone could try if you watch the show Soft White Underbelly, you can listen to sex worker stories and they will tell you that a lot of times they get sexually assaulted, but they just don't go to the police because of what their occupation is and what they're doing. And so even a sex worker can still be sexually assaulted and violated because they can at any time say no, and someone could, continue and do things like that. And some people could probably pick someone up and they don't have no intentions of paying. They just assault someone, knowing that the person most likely won't go to the police because of they're a sex worker. So they take advantage of someone being a sex worker. Hold on. I'm about to end the Twitter. So if you're on Twitter, please, I'm almost at 6 hours. I'm going to end the Twitter live. So if you can come over to my YouTube, which is at DaniRobertson. Again, that's at DaniRobertson on YouTube. And you can click the link in my bio.
Through investigative techniques and video review, detectives were able to track the vehicle's movement to an address on Kimber Ridge Drive in Bowie, Maryland. On September 4th, several search warrants were obtained and executed pertaining to this case, which led detectives to obtain enough probable cause to take Hugo Rene Hernandez Mendez into custody and present him to the court commissioner for the murder of Dacara Thompson. We believe the murder occurred in the home on Cambridge Drive in Hernandez's bedroom. Her body was taken to the location that it was recovered at by Hernandez. At this time, there are no additional suspects. However, this investigation is ongoing. Our thoughts and prayers are with her family during this time. Detectives from the Prince George's County Police Department's Missing Persons Unit were quickly joined by the Prince George's County Police Department Homicide Unit, along with our law enforcement partners from Maryland State Police and the City of Bowie, who worked jointly and tirelessly to determine the facts of this case. Because the pre-existing relationships between our agencies, we are where we are. There's still a lot of investigative work to be done in this case, and we're asking members of the community or anyone that they have information about this case to contact us at 1-866-411-TIPS. Throughout this case, members at the highest level of our law enforcement agencies were kept abreast of every development, and cooperative decisions were made jointly. I have no words to express my appreciation for the Superintendent of the Maryland State Police, Colonel Butler, and Bowie's City Police Chief, Dwayne Preston, for their involvement. In addition to law enforcement involvement in this case, the highest level of our governments were kept abreast of this matter. This included daily briefings with Deputy Chief Administrative Officer Melvin Powell and County Executive Aisha Braveboy, both of whom provided unwavering support for our teams who were conducting this investigation. Incidents like this affect our entire community. Ms. Braveboy's involvement in this case, for me, further reflects her passion for people and the community that we serve. On behalf of our department, I want to personally thank you for your support in this tough case. It meant a lot to me personally, and I appreciate it. At this point, I'll turn it over to County Executive Aisha Braveboy.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chief, and thank you to all of our public safety partners who are here with us today. But more importantly, I want to thank this community. When you found out that Dacara Thompson was missing, you answered the calls of her parents and her family to help find her, to locate her, because she means so much to so many. And so it is tough that we're at this point where the search is over and justice begins. I want to thank our superintendent. I want to thank also Chief Preston, the men and women of the Prince George's County Police Department and its homicide unit, as I have repeated numerous times as State's Attorney, the best of the best. I want to thank you for closing this case quickly. And now we will hand this case over to our State's Attorney, Tara Jackson, to seek justice. But I did want to reflect on Dacara Thompson, young 19-year-old graduate of St. Charles High School in Charles County. She was living with her father, and part of the reason she lived here is because she was working for nonprofit Prince George's as part of her service year option that she decided to participate in, and this activity is sponsored by our Governor Wes Moore. So this is a young woman who dedicated part of her young life to serving others, And I want that to ring home to all of you, that this is a good young woman who wanted to do good for her community. And now her community will stand behind her family as we seek justice for her. I will now turn the mic over to our Superintendent Butler.
Good morning. On behalf of Governor Wes Moore and the entire Maryland Department of State Police family, I'd like to extend my deepest condolences to the family and friends of Ms. Dacara Thompson, a young life that was taken far too soon. Shortly before 5 p.m. on August 31st, troopers from the Maryland State Police Annapolis Barrack were dispatched to the area of US Route 50 between Maryland Route 424 and Interstate 97 in Anne Arundel County for the report of a disabled vehicle. Upon arrival, troopers observed a female lying unresponsive in a grassy area off the highway. Information obtained indicated that the disabled vehicle was unrelated to the investigation that we have embarked upon. Investigators from the Maryland State Police Criminal Enforcement Division South Region responded to the scene, along with state police crime scene technicians from our.
So it's like a joint collaboration between these police departments. And what I want to say is that the family does have a GoFundMe. At first, I think it was about just her being missing, but obviously once they were updated that she is now deceased and unalived, that they changed it to I guess funeral. Your gracious support will help to cover funeral services and burial expenses. And they have raised support for homegoing services to Dakara Thompson. They have raised $23,000. So as you can see, they have raised $23,000, and the goal was, I guess, $28,000. And it's by her mother, Carmen Thompson.
Shortly after they contacted the Prince George's County Police, the Maryland State Police and the Prince George's County Police have been conducting a joint investigation into the death of Miss Dakara Jackson. As additional information becomes available, I am sure the Prince George's County and the Maryland State Police will share that information with you. The circumstances surrounding her death still remain under investigation, so we will continue to answer those questions that we think the community and the family want those answers. Thank you. I'd like to introduce Chief Dwayne Preston from the City of Bowie.
Good morning. On behalf of our City Manager, Alfred D. Lott, I want to express my condolences to the family of Dacara Thompson. Members of the Bowie Police Department have worked in great collaboration with Prince George's County Police Department and the Maryland State Police. And unfortunately, the evidence led to this incident culminating in the City of Bowie. We continue to work in partnership with our strong partnerships with our law enforcement agencies, and it's our prayer that as this case matriculates through the criminal justice system, that justice will be served for the family. Thank you.
Good morning. I too would like to first express my condolences to the family of Dacara Thompson. I cannot imagine the pain that the family is feeling right now. And I agree with the county executive when she says that the community is grieving with the family. I also want to thank the county executive and her leadership team, Chief Nader, Chief Preston, our Maryland State Police partners. We are indeed a team in bringing justice and protecting our community. I know that the public has been following this case closely, and oftentimes our community does not understand the legal process and roles of each member of our legal team, of our law enforcement team. So as State's Attorney for Prince George's, I'm here this morning to explain the legal process and next steps. The police have charged Mr. Hernandez-Mendez, as you've heard, with murder and related charges. He has appeared before a commissioner, a judicial officer, and that commissioner has determined that there is probable cause to support the charges, and he was held without bond. Mr. Hernandez-Mendez will now appear at a bond hearing. We're not sure whether that bond hearing will be today or on Monday. And during that hearing, the court will determine whether or not he should remain held. And in making that decision, the court will look at the nature of the charges that are lodged against him, as well as the safety of the community. As I said, this bond hearing may occur on Monday and not today. At this point, there really is not much more that I can offer other than to say in the weeks to come, my office will do a thorough review of the evidence, and we will determine whether or not Mr. Hernandez Mendez should be indicted, and if so, what he should be indicted for. It is important to remind our residents, and I want to do this always, that any person who is charged with a crime in Prince George's is entitled to due process through our judicial system, and it's my job as the state's attorney to ensure that the justice occurs, but that the processes are transparent and fair and in full accordance with the law. And finally, I just want to add that my office remains steadfast in working with our partners daily to make sure that our community is safe. Thank you.
So the deepest gratitude for the men and women of the Prince George's County Police Department that worked this case literally around the clock since she was reported missing. I deeply appreciate their efforts, and I appreciate the journalism that has covered this case to this point. Now we'll open it up for a few questions. Yeah.
Revealing that she apparently continued walking toward University Boulevard and is then seen on surveillance cameras talking to the driver of a black GMC Yukon XL Denali, getting in on the passenger side and leaving. Police say cell phone records show she remained in that car until they arrived to Cambridge Road in Bowie. It's there where police believe she was killed by a man named Hugo Hernandez Mendez in the early morning hours of August 23rd.
We believe the murder occurred in the home on Cambridge Drive in Hernandez's bedroom.
Investigators believe he then took her body the same morning to Route 50 between Route 424 and Route 97 and threw her over the bridge above South River. It was more than a week later, around 5 p.m. on August 31st, that police would find her body. They had responded to the bridge for a disabled vehicle and happened to see her about 30 feet below the bridge on the river embankment.
That area is probably about 7 miles away from the murder location, but a good distance away from where she went missing. So we are thankful that the Maryland State Police had the ability to locate that body based on that call for service.
The news devastating for her family, her mother telling WUSA 9 Friday night that they are still trying to process everything. For nearly 2 weeks, they searched desperately, held vigils, and pleaded for her safe return.
I just simply want my daughter back.
Now her community will stand behind her family as we seek justice for her.
I love you too. Good night.
That's the text she sent her father just before midnight, the night of August 22nd. Less than 2 hours later, surveillance footage shows her parking her car on Jasmine Terrace, getting out and walking towards Riggs Road. Friday, new court documents revealing that she apparently continued walking toward University Boulevard and is then seen on surveillance cameras talking to the driver of a black GMC Yukon XL Denali, getting in on the passenger side and leaving. Police.
Interesting. So that's the video people are talking about with the surveillance of her getting out of her vehicle and heading towards that way. Okay, hold on.
We don't believe she was moving around the home. We believe everything transpired in the bedroom. So what is surrounding the two coming together, that's what we're still investigating.
So they are trying to investigate what made them link up or come together, or why are they actually connected, or what happened to get from, like, what's their connection or association? Is it acquaintanceship? Is it have they met each other before? They're trying to figure out the link between these two and what happened to, like, make her willingly get into his vehicle.
Nothing, not that we're aware of, but we are aware of one prior arrest that occurred with United States Park Police in April.
And people, I guess, were asking of his prior arrest, and they're saying not that they're aware, besides that DUI that I showed you earlier, that he had a prior DUI. The volume is low, and that's Facebook. That's the police department Facebook. They have it too low.
That area is probably about 7 miles away from the murder location, but a good distance away from where she went missing. So we are thankful that the Maryland State Police had the ability to locate that body based on that call for service. He was not at that. He was not subject to an ICE detainer based on that spring arrest. We believe that one was issued yesterday.
Yes. So, as was indicated, he was arrested by U.S. Park Police, which falls under the auspices of the federal government. So the federal government arrested him in April of this year.
The federal government arrested him in April of this year. Now, going back to those faint lines I couldn't see before, I kind of like added some contrast, and from what it looks like, it's saying witness to the one that was hearing the noises, right? Further stated that after a period of time, it remembers all noises in the room ceasing and it being silent. Witness 2 then states that it falls asleep. Later that same day, after waking up, witness 2 remembers walking outside of the residence on August 23rd and observing the black, it says Yukon, was not parked in front of the house, which was weird because it knows that the defendant does not work on Saturdays, so it should be out front. So after a period of time, that witness remembers all noises in the room ceasing and it being silent. Now, how they describe grunting noises as if someone wasn't enjoying sex, grunting. Usually people describe moaning or something else. Grunting is usually not, I don't know. So okay, hold on.
On a DUI charge. He was then released pending his trial. I don't believe his trial date has come up yet. So what we know is that he did not, according to our records, have any contact at the state level, but he was arrested by federal authorities in April. Well, I think that the U.S. Government has made status of individuals relevant. This was someone who was in their custody, and they made the decision to release him. So I think the questions should be asked of the Justice Department. Thank you.
So she's saying if you have questions as to why this person was released in April, contact the Justice Department, not me. She said, hey, take that up with the people that arrested him earlier this year, the Justice Department, and not me. And yeah, because you know how people will, you know, if he's illegal, he was already arrested in April of this year, he was let go. Why was he let go? What's happening? And if he had been deported or something, are healed or something, then this could have prevented the current situation and incident, right? That's what people are really driving at, are getting at.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm gonna switch to a different video because the reporters are people asking questions. Their volume is too low.
She was in that vehicle before she was ever reported missing. So we did canvass the area. We searched, we questioned people in the area. We looked for video. We did all of these things.
I'm gonna switch videos because the volume is too low for me, okay? If it's too low for me, it has to be too low for y'all. Let's switch to this.
Hernandez Mendez's prior arrest by federal authorities and why he was let go. We're going to bring in investigative reporter Tracy Wilkins, who has also learned about questions here about Prince George's County's police's sort of initial handling of the case and her report of as a missing person.
Yeah, there are a lot of questions in this case. Let's start with what we know about Hugo Hernandez Mendez and his past interactions with the law. An ICE official tells us he is from Guatemala and entered the country in an unknown date. But we know when he crossed the radar, federal officials, just as recently as this past spring, he was not kept in custody. Today at the press conference announcing murder charges, state and county officials said he had been arrested by the U.S. Park Police last April and charged with a DUI, but was released. We looked for those records, but could not find them in the court system. We asked Park Police for charging documents, but they directed us to file an open records request to receive.
Now, by the way, I showed y'all those documents, and that was posted by another reporter. I showed y'all that on X, formerly known as Twitter. So it is available, but they just went to the wrong place. Okay, hold on.
Them. But sources close to this investigation say Hernandez Mendez was arrested on the Baltimore-Washington Parkway in Prince George's County on April 25th by the U.S. Park Police, who patrol the BW Parkway. Now, that's a federal agency. Given the federal push to detain undocumented people in this country, there are questions now as to why he was released after this DUI charge. Here's what County Executive Aisha Braveboy said about that arrest earlier today.
Well, I think that the U.S. Government has made status of individuals relevant. This was someone who was in their custody, and they made the decision to release him. So I think the questions should be asked of the Justice Department.
Now, we reached out to the DOJ and also Maryland U.S. Attorney's Office for clarification on why Hernandez was not held since ICE tells us he was undocumented, but they told us they have no comment on this case. ICE issued a detainer for Hernandez Mendez yesterday as this murder investigation was unfolding. This case has taken a devastating turn. There are also questions about how it all started. Prince George's County Police have said that once they were notified about the case, they began investigating areas where Thompson was last seen. They produced a flyer that was distributed. But initially, the department did not reach out to news outlets or publish Thompson's picture on their blog or their X account. I've spoken with Prince George's County Police about why, and it was explained to me that because Thompson was a healthy adult, her case was not considered critical. When we asked the chief about that today, here's what's his response.
The facts as we have it is she was in that vehicle before she was ever reported missing. So we did canvass the area. We searched, we questioned people in the area. We looked for video. We did all of these things. As a practice, critical missings get distributed. But the family did a lot of hard work and they distributed information and you all covered that. So the information was out and the community had it.
Black and Missing Foundation partners with law enforcement to...
No, you didn't. You tried to say the community had it. Community had it. No, you're the police department. You have more ability to patrol and to put out a bolo and do other things. It's not just up to, the community had it. Yes, community did a great job, but police, that's why people have to say, that's why people keep saying we need more stuff to happen similar to an Amber Alert, but for everyone, but not everyone. It's kind of hard because some people actually just don't come home, like they are not really missing. So it will flood people's phones if everyone was added to some sort of database. So that's why they have these systems in place to try to make some sort of qualifications or some sort of determinant as to who will have these in place. But I don't know, y'all. It's just something has to be done. as far as alerts go. And maybe they need to make it so where it's confined to a certain area, so that way, instead of like everyone in the whole state receiving something, maybe in a certain proximity or certain proximity or vicinity, but vicinity between a certain location, they can probably send out a notification or alert to people within that area. So that way people don't get bombarded with this person. There's a lot of times, if you actually pay attention, they say this person or that person is missing, and then the person is not, they're not missing, and then people could be on these big searches to find someone that decided not to just come home or just went to the grocery store or just went somewhere that's not technically missing.
Help find people.
I'm trying to say coming up with a solution will be harder than people actually think it is.
Whose cases are sometimes mishandled or ignored, and their work has had a great impact on how cases of missing Black people are handled by police. They describe how their work has changed.
And yeah, that is true. A lot of times that's why some places, I think California has it, where they're trying to set up lines for something like an Amber Alert for like Black and missing. But a lot of times I will say they prioritize people that have a disability or people that are vulnerable groups. So if you're not considered someone with a mental disability or some sort of handicap or something, you're not going to be prioritized as well.
How DC's police department approaches missing cases and why this can be a good example for other jurisdictions.
Regardless of the situation of that person being missing, everyone gets a flyer. And that right there, that public notification is so important. Soon as that missing person's case is filed, it gets a flyer and it becomes disseminated all over the media, social media platforms, sharing it with the general public. And that right there.
And that's good, like for social media, that's one way. But the thing about Amber Alert is it's like localized. It's showing like a certain area where something is happening. On social media, it has to be, you have to think about the chances. What is the probability or the chance of someone seeing the flyer that's actually in the area of where that's happening? That's why Amber Alert is different, because it actually tries to send you an alert if you're in that area or close to that area of where someone is missing. It's more it's better than nothing with the online social media flyers, but not everyone is going to be checking these sites and doing and this and that for at that very moment when it's critical or crucial to be looking at it.
Is the first step, because the community can't help you in finding someone if the community is not aware that someone is missing. And so just those first 24 to 48 hours, those are the most critical moments.
Yeah, it is.
Again, Prince George's County Police say they did distribute flyers and investigate, although in terms of social media and media outreach, this was initially more of a grassroots effort, large part because of her age. But this gives everyone an opportunity to learn a little bit more about how these decisions are made. You heard what Black and Missing had to say about it. They want every case to be treated like it's critical because of those initial hours. But, you know, as you heard from the chief there are a lot of questions in terms of timing on whether that would have made a difference with when she was reported missing.
Hours
exactly. You know, but it's just a very heartbreaking case. And then there were a number of African-American women who came up missing. We had 3 at the same time from around the same area. And there was a lot on social media of people making assumptions about what had happened and what was going on in this case. One of those women found, another one is still critically missing. But what is important is that the more information we're able to get from law enforcement, the better people are able to deal with all of this information. Just a very unfortunate ending to this case. The entire community was praying for her safe return. So this is most unfortunate.
Yeah, they had a large group of community members canvassing the area, and no doubt that large group of community members is rallying behind this family when they need it most. Tracy, thank you so very much.
Okay, hold on a second. So anyways, I think I'm going to pick back up tomorrow and I'll just discuss this case some more. All right, y'all. What I'm gonna do is get my own documents so I can make sure I have all the documents. And when I have my own documents, I'm gonna come back live to discuss it in more detail. And yeah, so anyways, I love y'all. I'll see y'all in the next live. Yeah, I'll see y'all later. Bye. And make sure on the replay you hit that like button on the replay. But yeah, so I'm glad I actually reviewed this story, because just going by social media, it's like, oh, she's a sex worker, she got into a car, she was all doing this, she's doing that, and it seems like a bunch of like it was a different spin. So now that I looked at it, that's why I say I like to look up my own cases and look up my own stuff, because now I'm seeing I'm saying that it's something totally, I see it totally different. Okay. Okay, someone else took someone else's video. Like, why? Hold on, let me see. Let me search this up.
Dacara Thompson was reported missing. Police say Hugo Rene Hernandez Mendez is now in custody. DC News Now's Randy Bass joining us live with new details and the emotional reaction here following this morning's news conference with police and county leaders. Good evening, Randy. What's the latest here?
Yes, Annalisa, good evening. Those new charges, murder charges today, coming nearly 2 weeks after 19-year-old Dacara Thompson was first reported missing. In the days and weeks that have followed, the community has really rallied around her and her family in a search for answers and an investigation that ultimately led officers to this home in Bowie. Neighbors along Cambridge Drive in Bowie shaken up Friday.
It really makes me think, oh, you don't really know who your neighbors are.
Learning they live just a few doors down from the alleged crime scene, where Prince George's County Police say 35-year-old Hugo Hernandez Mendez murdered missing 19-year-old Dacara Thompson in his bedroom. William Hernandez says he lives a few doors down and talked to the suspect just days before his arrest.
He seemed like normal. I just said to my hellos, asked him how his day was. He said it was good.
Investigators say
people are always that, even some of the Jeffrey Dahmer, even his neighbors were saying that, you know, a lot of serial killers and other people, their neighbors will say, oh, they seem like a cool person, a decent person, sometimes a little awkward or whatever, but people know how to live a double life. I've never really heard someone say their neighbor or someone else, they were horrible, they were bad. It's always something like, they were nice. So yeah.
Back on August 23rd, around 3 a.m., Thompson got out of her car in Hyattsville and got into Hernandez Mendez black SUV nearby before he drove them to Bowie. It's not clear whether the two knew each other. Police say he later took her body to a grassy area along Route 50, about 7 miles away, where she was found on August 31st. The community came together to search for her in the days following her disappearance, and today, neighbors stopped by the scene.
I'm really shaken up. that something would happen on my street.
Sharing their condolences and strong emotions surrounding the case.
It's very unfortunate that we have to live in a society where predators are always lurking.
Prince George's County Executive Aisha Braveboy speaking at a press conference Friday.
Because she means.
So I will say this is going to definitely bring up immigration. People are really pushing it for immigration. And also to get, you know, I've been seeing a lot of comments say, Black people, are you getting it yet? Are you getting it yet? Really wanting, they're really wanting more Black people to be like going hard on deportation and illegal immigrants and immigration. That's what they're hoping for. Like more people to be like, y'all know what I'm saying, okay?
So much to so many. And so it is tough that we're at this point where the search is over and justice begins.
So with that, the Immigration and Customs Enforcement released the following information. They pretty much says Hugo Hernandez Mendez is an illegal alien from Guatemala, has been charged with first and second degree murder and the gruesome death of 19-year-old Dacara Thompson. ICE has issued a detainer for this criminal illegal alien, and justice will be served for this Maryland family. So I don't know. Sometimes some of these websites are not legit. So hold off on that until there's like a different website that's reporting on this, okay? So I'm going to hold off on that. I'm actually going to Google this because I want to make sure this is like a real website. Some of these websites are like, are not real. You have to be careful these days, okay? So let me see if there's another like mainstream article that's reporting on that. Because that didn't seem like it was, I don't know. Hold on. Oh, well, ABC News reported on it. Okay, ABC News says ICE said Hernandez Mendez is an illegal alien from Guatemala, and issued a detainer for him. ICE has issued a detainer for this criminal illegal alien, and justice will be served for this Maryland family. Oh, okay, child. I had to make sure because y'all, it's I had to make sure it was right. I'm like, Maryland Governor Wes Moore released a statement on Thompson's death, saying she was taken from us by an act of senseless violence. Exactly. And also, he needs to have SA added to his sheet. Yeah, I guess they'll have to do more. Wait. Autopsy was done, right? So he needs to have sexual assault added. Unless they couldn't find like evidence of that, but I'm sure they where's the sexual assault charges? That's my question for right now, is until I look into this further. Where are the sexual assault charges? There was a witness saying that someone wasn't enjoying anything. There's evidence that there was a confrontation in the room that she's fighting with her nails off and hair around the room, that she was fractured in the face, so she was assaulted. Where are the sexual assault charges? Yeah. So anyway, let's pick up tomorrow where we left off, and the question is, where are the sexual assault charges? That's where I'm at right now. But yeah, I hope y'all enjoyed the live. I'm getting off here because I definitely wanted to look into this further. And now I'm feeling like things are being left out or missing, because where are the sexual assault charges for what? But again, I'm not the medical examiner. I didn't do the autopsy. I didn't do this. I didn't do that. But why is this pointing to me if it were a sexual assault, justice would be to add all the charges. A victim needs all charges to be added. To get justice for a victim, everything that was done to them, they need justice for and to be accounted for. Yes, unalived, but if she was also sexually assaulted, she deserves justice for that as well, and for that to be known. It's like if someone does something to you, and they do 2 crimes to you, and they're only charged with 1, even though the other one is heinous and vile and it could get them a long time, you still would say, but what about this and that? So, yeah. All right, y'all. Bye.